The Project Gutenberg ebook of the History of the Manners and Customs of Ancient Greece, Volume 1, of 3, this ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: The History of the Manners and Customs of Ancient Greece, Volume 1, of 3, Author, James Augustus St. John. Release date, March 3, 2022. Ebook number 67552. Most recently updated, April 27, 2022. Language, English. Original publication, United Kingdom, R. Bentley, 1842 credits, KD Weeks, Turgut Dincer, and the online distributed proofreading team at https://www.pgdp.net. This file was produced from images generously made available by the Internet Archive. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook. The History of the Manners and Customs of Ancient Greece, Volume 1, of 3, Transcriber's Note. Footnotes have been collected at the end of each chapter, and are linked for ease of reference. Minor errors, attributable to the printer, have been corrected. Please see the transcriber's note at the end of this text for details regarding the handling of any textual issues encountered during its preparation. Any corrections are indicated using an underline highlight. Placing the cursor over the correction will produce the original text in a small pop-up. Any corrections are indicated as hyperlinks, which will navigate the reader to the corresponding entry in the corrections table in the note at the end of the text. Manners and Customs of Ancient Greece. Vol. I. Price 31s. 6d. Notice. The proprietors of circulating libraries in all parts of the country are compelled by the new Copyright Act to discontinue purchasing and lending out a single copy of a foreign edition of an English work. The mere having it in their possession ticketed and marked as a library book, exposes them to a penalty of £10. Several clauses of the new Copyright Act award severe punishments for introducing and exposing for sale or hire pirated editions of English works, both in Great Britain and in the colonies. The government absolutely prohibits the introduction of these nefarious reprints through the custom houses on any pretense whatever. The public should be made fully and perfectly aware that, in consequence of a Treasury order to that effect, even single copies of works so pirated, brought in a traveler's baggage, which were formerly admissible, are so no longer, unless they be cut, the name written in them, and, moreover, so worn and used as to render them unfit for sale, and that if afterwards they are found in a circulating library, the proprietor is subject to a severe penalty. Two clauses of the new Customs Act, moreover, exclude them altogether after the commencement of the next financial year. These measures will, no doubt, be rigorously enforced both at home and in the colonies. Topography of Sparta. The History of the Manners and Customs of Ancient Greece. By J.A.S.T. John. In 3 volumes. Vol. I. London, Richard Bentley, New Burlington Street, Publisher in Ordinary to Her Majesty. 1842 London, printed by S. and J. Bentley, Wilson, and Fley, Bangor House, Shoe Lane. Dedication. To Bell St. John. I dedicate the following work to you, my dear son, as a token of my gratitude for the cheerful patience with which you have aided me in completing it, despite the calamity that overtook me in the midst of my labors. Whatever may be the fate of the publication, it will always recall to me some of the happiest hours of my life, rendered so chiefly by beholding the contented serenity with which you subdued the irksomeness of studies so little suited to your years. At length, however, you are delivered from lexicographers and scholiasts. The final page has been written, the last proof read. I escaped from a task commenced before you were born, and you from a 4 years' apprenticeship to the craft and mystery of authorship. All that now remains is to watch the reception which the fruit of our toil may meet with in the world. It has been produced and has grown up under very peculiar circumstances. Whithersoever we have travelled, the wrecks of Grecian literature have accompanied us, and the studies to which these pages owe their existence have been pursued under the influence of almost every climate in Europe. Nay, if I pushed my researches still further and visited the portion of Africa commonly supposed to have been the cradle of Hellenic civilization, it was solely in the hope of qualifying myself to speak with some degree of confidence on the subject of those arts which represent to the modern world so much of the grandeur and genius of Greece. Here, probably, the action of pestilential winds, and of the sands and burning glare of the desert commenced that dimming of the visual ray, which, in all likelihood, will wrap me gradually in complete darkness, and veil forever from my sight those forms of the beautiful which have been incarnated, if I may so speak, in marble. This is a language which neither you nor your sister can read to me. All that sweet Olympian brood which used to smile upon me with kindly recognition when I was a solitary wayfarer in lands not my own, will, as far as I am concerned, be annihilated. Those 12 mystical transformations of Aphrodite into stone, which may be beheld all together at Naples, and appeared to me more lovely than its vaunted bay, or even the sky that hangs enamoured over it, will, I conjecture, be seen of me no more, or seen obscurely as through a mist. Homer, however, and Aeschylus, with Plato and Thucydides and Demos thence, will be able still through the voices of my children, voices more cheerful and willing than ministered to the old age and blindness of Milton, to project their beauty into my soul. I will not, therefore, repine, but, imitating the example of wiser and better men, submit unmurmuringly to the will of God. Had things been otherwise ordered, I might have continued these researches. As it is, I take leave of them here. Our friend, Mr. Cately, who has visited Italy for the purpose, will perform for the Romans what I have endeavored to accomplish for the Greeks, and his extensive and varied learning, the excellence of his method, and the pleasing vivacity of his style, will, probably, ensure for his work a still greater degree of popularity even than that which his very successful productions already enjoy. Believe me, my dear son, ever affectionately yours, J. A. St. John. London, October 13, 1842. Introduction. Many moral phenomena appear to baffle the sagacity of statesmen, because, confiding too implicitly in experience, they omit to widen the range of their contemplation so as to embrace the whole circle of the people's existence whose fortunes and character they desire to comprehend. To be successful in such an inquiry, it is requisite to lay open, as far as possible, the influence on that people of climate and geographical position, to break through the husk and shell of customs, manners, laws, religions, that we may come to the kernel of its moral nature, to that inner organization, intellectual and physical, of which the external circumstances of its civil and political life are but so many fluctuating symbols. To accomplish this, however, even in the case of a contemporary nation, among whom we may behold in full activity all the material movements of society, is no easy task. But the difficulty must be very much augmented, when, in addition to the obstacles which necessarily under the most favorable circumstances beset every avenue to a people's inner life, those are added arising out of the distance on the track of time at which the nation we are considering happens to stand, the scantiness and contradictory nature of the reports that reach us, and more, perhaps, than all, the atmosphere of prejudice through which we are apt to view whatever in any degree differs from our own manners and institutions. But this consideration, though it should bespeak indulgence for the unavoidable errors even of the most diligent investigator, can certainly be no reason for abstaining from all further investigation. For, notwithstanding the disadvantages under which we labor, it is still possible to extract from the fragments remaining of ancient literature materials for reconstructing something more than the skeleton of antiquity. We can invest the bones with sinews and muscles, clothe them with flesh and skin, spread over the whole colors that shall resemble life, and if we cannot steal from heaven celestial fire to kindle this image of surpassing beauty, that, at least, is the only thing which exceeds our power. In saying this, I merely state my opinion of what is possible, not by any means what I conceive myself to have effected in the present work. I am but too sensible of how far the execution falls short of the ample proposition that Hope made, when, many years ago, the idea suggested itself to me at that ardent and flattering season of life in which we are apt to imagine all things within our reach. But as every action that hath gone before whereof we have record, trial did draw bias, and thwart, not answering the aim and that unbodied figure of the thought that gave surmised shape, so, no doubt, in my own case, the realization will be found to be a very imperfect embodying of the ideal plan. Few subjects, however, abound more in interest or instruction than the one I have here ventured to treat. The inquiry turns upon the institutions and moral condition of a people to whose fortunes history affords no parallel, of a people that, like the cloud no bigger than a man's hand, which the servant of the prophet saw from the top of Carmel, contained within itself the seeds of mightiest and most momentous events. The Hellenes can never, in fact, by any but the uninformed be regarded in the same light as ordinary political communities. Their power, vast and astonishing for the age in which they flourished, arose entirely out of their national character and the spirit of their institutions. It was the power of intellect. They were in reality the sun and soul of the ancient world, and darted far into the darkness around them those vivifying rays which, reflected from land to land, have since lighted up the world. Athens, the wisest and noblest of Grecian states, mother of arts and eloquence, was the great preceptress of mankind. The spirit of her laws, transmitted through those of Rome, still pervades the whole civilized world. Her wisdom and her arts form, in all polished communities, a principal object of study, and to comprehend and to enjoy them is to be a gentleman. Sallust, therefore, notwithstanding his genius and sagacity, took but a commonplace view of national greatness, when he considered that of Athens to be chiefly based on the splendor shed around her achievements by historians. Her triumphs, it is true, were not effected by vast military masses, such as those which many barbarous nations in different ages have put in motion for the purpose of spoil or conquest. Athens built her glory on other foundations. She could not, indeed, lead countless armies into the field, but she knew how, with a little band, to defeat those who could. In the days of her freedom no human force could subdue her. To effect this, every man within the borders of Attica must have been exterminated, for so long as an Athenian was left, the indomitable spirit of democracy would have survived in him and sufficed to kindle up fresh contests. But the energies of Athens, how great soever, did not, like those of most other states, develop themselves chiefly in war. It is the characteristic of barbarians to destroy, but to create nothing. The delight and glory of the people of Athens consisted, on the contrary, in the exercise of creative power, in calling into existence new arts, founding colonies, widening the circle of civilization, covering the earth with beautiful structures, sacred and civil, in producing pictures, statues, vases, and sculpture gems, of conception and delicacy of workmanship inimitable. Wherever the Athenian set his foot, the very earth appeared to grow more lovely beneath it. His genius beautified whatever it touched. His imagination vivified everything. He spread a rich mythological coloring over land and sea. Gods, at his bidding, entered the antique oak, sported in the waters of brook and fountain, scattered themselves in joyous groups over the uplands and through the umbrageous valleys, and their voices and odoriferous breath mingled with every breeze that blew. In the distant colonies whither he betook himself, when poverty had relaxed the chain that bound him indissolubly to the Attic soil, a few years saw a new diminutive Athens springing up. The Pnyx, the Odeon, the theatre of Bacchos, the Prytaneon, the Virgin's fane, rose on a diminished scale around him, presenting an image, though faint, of his earlier home, the loveliest, undoubtedly, and, after Jerusalem, the most hallowed spot ever inhabited by man. Above all things, he was everywhere careful to enjoy the blessings of his ancestral institutions, and listened, as in the mother city, to those popular thunders which, thrice in every month, rolled from the bema over the assembled crowd, communicating pleasurable emotions to his mind, and rousing continually the passion for freedom. It were needless to dwell at any considerable length on the naval and military achievements of the Athenians. The world is still full of the victories of Marathon, Salamis, and Plataea, and the soil, drenched in defense of liberty with Attic blood, is to this day sacred in the eyes of the most phlegmatic. I appeal in proof of this to every man's daily experience, for does not the bare mention of any spot where the great Demos triumphed or suffered some national calamity, make the blood bound more rapidly and tingle in our veins? Even the groveling and worldly minded, who affect to consider nothing holy but mammon, can have fire struck out of their cold natures by the spell of those glorious syllables, for virtue and valor, and that religious link which binds the soul to the spot where a mother's dust reposes, are found, and will ever be found, to kindle warm admiration in every heart. And never since society began did these great qualities develop themselves more visibly than among the people of Athens. For this reason, who can visit Syracuse, or the shores of the Hellespont, or the site of Memphis's White Castle, without experiencing as he gazes on the scene an electrical thrill of mental anguish at the recollection of what Athenian citizens more than 2,000 years ago suffered there? Even Thermopylae, glorious as it is, scarcely stirs our nature so deeply as Marathon, for the coarser and more material genius and institutions of Sparta, the nurse of those heroes who fell at the gates of Hellas, inspire less of that fervent admiration which the great actions and great men of Athens awaken in every cultivated mind. Of the political institutions which throughout Hellas influenced so powerfully the development of the national character, it is not my design in the present volumes to speak. I confine myself entirely to the other causes which rendered the ancient Greeks what they were, reserving the examination of their forms of government for a separate treatise. The subject here discussed possesses sufficient interest of itself. It has been my aim to open up as far as possible a prospect into the domestic economy of a Grecian family, the arts, comforts, conveniences, regulations affecting the condition of private life, and those customs and manners which communicated a peculiar character and color to the daily intercourse of Greek citizens. For, in all my investigations about the nature and causes of those ancient institutions which, during so many ages constituted the glory and the happiness of the most highly gifted race known to history, I found my attention constantly directed to the circumstances of their private life, from which, as from a great fountain, all their public prosperity and grandeur seemed to spring. Indeed, the great sources of a nation's happiness and power must always lie about the domestic hearth. There or nowhere are sown, and for many years cherished by culture, all those virtues which bloom afterwards in public, and form the best ornaments of the commonwealth. Men are everywhere exactly what their mothers make them. If these are slaves, narrow-minded, ignorant, unhappy, those in their turn will be so also. The domestic example, small and obscure though it be, will impress its image on the state, since that which individually is base and little, can never by congregating with neighboring littleness, become great, or lead to those heroic efforts, those noble self-sacrifices, which elevate human nature to a sphere in which it appears to touch upon and partake something of the divine. By minutely studying, as far as practicable, those small obscure sanctuaries of Greek civilization, the private dwellings of Attica, I hope to discover the secret of that moral alchemy by which were formed those dead, but sceptered sovereigns who still rule our spirits from their urns. In these haunts, little familiar to our imagination, lay concealed the germs of law, good government, philosophy, the arts, and whatever else has tended to soften and render beautiful the human clay. That this was the case is certain. Why it should have been so, we may perhaps be unable satisfactorily to explain, but that is what we shall at least attempt in the present work, and for this purpose, it will at the first glance be apparent, that the most elaborate delineation of the political institutions of Athens must prove altogether insufficient. These were but one among many powerful causes. The principle lay deeper in a combination of numerous circumstances: a peculiarly perfect and beautiful physical organization, a mind fraught with enthusiasm, force, flexibility, and unrivaled quickness, a buoyancy of temper which no calamity could long depress, consequent, probably, upon this, a strong religious feeling ineradicably seated in the heart, an unerring perception of the beautiful in art and nature, and lastly, the enjoyment of a genial climate, and an atmosphere pure, brilliant, and full of sunshine as their minds. Races of men, though not in precisely the same manner as individuals, yet exhibit, at particular periods of their history, a freshness, a vigor, a disinterestedness, like that of youth, and, because this state of feeling may more than once occur in the course of their career, they seem to spring, like Aeson, out of convulsions and apparent dissolution to a state of perfect rejuvenescence. Calamity and suffering purify whole communities as they do individuals. In the boiling and commotion of revolutions, the impurities of the national character bubble upwards and are schemed away by the iron hand of misfortune. These political convulsions are, in fact, so many efforts of nature to expel some disease lurking in the constitution, and which, though the race be immortal, might, if suffered to remain in the frame, produce a lethargy worse than death. This truth we should bear constantly in mind, for among the characteristics of the Athenian constitution, not the least remarkable are the many efforts it made to right itself, and adapt its framework to the changing circumstances of the times. In the present inquiry we must, as I have already said, discover, if we can, how much Hellas owed to its climate, to its position on the globe, and to the physical organization of its inhabitants. It would be absurd to infer with some writers, that the influence of these circumstances is imaginary, because Greece seems to remain where it was of old, and the constitution and temperament of the people to be likewise unchanged. But this is not the case. Greece no longer occupies in the map of the world the position it occupied in antiquity. It has been lifted out of the center of civilization, to be cast upon its outskirts, or, which is the same thing, civilization has shifted its seat. Nor are the Greeks any longer what they formerly were, though perhaps by a fortunate combination of circumstances they might still be rendered so. At present there is the same difference between them and their ancestors as between a jar of Falernian, and an empty jar. The clay, indeed, is there, beautifully molded, and the purple hue of life is on the cheek, but tyranny from the battle of Chaeronea, that dishonest victory fatal to liberty, until now has been draining out the soul. In the day when Hellas was itself, its children walked in light, in the first beautiful light of the morning, which long seemed to shine only upon them, and now, perhaps, after the revolution of a cycle almost equal to the great year, they may, probably, be approaching another dawn. Comparing the several states of Greece together, it is customary to bestow the palm of energy and military valor upon the Spartans, who made war their sole profession, and passed their lives as it were in the camp from the cradle to the grave. But, in thus deciding, justice is scarcely done to the character of Athens, for, if the former excelled in discipline, to the latter belonged, indisputably, the superiority in native courage. Trained or not trained, they faced whatever enemy presented himself, and won at least as many laurels from Sparta, on the ocean, as the Doric state, in all its wars, ever gathered on land. And, lastly, at Plataea, among which race, among Ionians, or Dorians, was most activity manifested? In whose ranks was found the greatest ardor to engage? Who bore the first brunt of the Median horse, and broke the dreaded shock of that vaunted Asiatic chivalry which the barbarian hoped would have trampled down with its innumerable hoofs the spirit of Grecian freedom? This was effected by the Athenians, by those gay and seemingly effeminate soldiers, who went forth from their beautiful city curled, perfumed, clad in purple, as to the mimic combats of the theatre. The spirit of their commonwealth, all splendor without and all energy within, urged them to the field. Their cry at the approach of the king was freedom or honorable graves, such as their countrymen had ever been wont to repose in. In fact, the Athenians, under a free government, had learned what it was to live, had imbibed from their education the feeling, that if deprived of such a government, if reduced to bow beneath the yoke of despotism, to die, if the apostles' words may without blame be thus applied, would be gain. It will readily be conceived that the citizens of such a state felt an impassioned attachment to their country, an attachment unintelligible to persons living under any other form of civil polity. Athens was the cradle of their freedom and their happiness. There was a religion in the love they bore it. They had, according to mythical traditions, which they believed, sprung on that spot from the bosom of the earth. It stood, therefore, to them in the dearest of all relations, being, to sum up everything wholly in one word, their mother, and they embodied their profound veneration for the sacred spot in every fond, every endearing, epithet their matchless language could supply. Even the gods, in their patriotic partiality, were believed to look on Athens as the most lovely, no less than the most glorious city on the broad earth, an idea which they expressed by representing Poseidon and Athena contending for the honor of becoming their tutelar divinity. To persons so thinking, no calamity short of the entire extinction of their race could appear so intolerable as beholding that sacred city, with the tombs of their ancestors, the sanctuaries of their gods, the venerable but immovable symbols of their faith and mythological history, delivered over to be trodden down or obliterated with sword and fire by barbarian slaves, strong only from their countless numbers. Yet even to this did the love of freedom reconcile the Athenian people. They abandoned their holy place, and, embarking on board the fleet with their wives and children, took refuge in Troezen and Salamis. History has described in touching language the circumstances of this event, than which it has nothing more pathetic to record save, peradventure, the carrying away of Judea and her children into captivity. I will not disturb its archaic simplicity. No eloquence could heighten its effect. It goes at once to the heart and rouses our noblest sympathies. The embarkation of the people of Athens was a very affecting scene. What pity, what admiration of the firmness of those men who, sending their parents and families to a distant place, unmoved with their cries and embraces, had the fortitude to leave the city and embark for Salamis. What greatly heightened the distress was the number of citizens whom, on account of their extreme old age, they were forced to leave behind. And some emotions of tenderness were due even to the tame domestic animals which, running to the shore with lamentable howlings, expressed their affection and regret for the persons by whom they had been fed. One of these, a dog belonging to Xanthippus, the father of Pericles, unwilling to be left, is said to have leaped into the sea and to have swam by the side of the galley till it reached Salamis, where, quite spent with toil, it immediately died. And they show, to this day, a place called Cynosima, the dog's grave, where they tell us it was buried. 1. The Athenian people, on this and similar occasions, were enabled to resolve and perform boldly from the generous spirit inspired by their national system of education. Their institutions, also, were eminently calculated to bring into play the energies of every individual citizen, and to diffuse in consequence through the whole community a grandeur of sentiment and an heroic enthusiasm peculiar to free states. At Athens, whoever possessed the means of serving his country could easily, whatever might be his rank, make those means known, and bring them into operation. If he were virtuous, his virtue was remarked and placed him on the road to promotion. If genius constituted his title to distinction, if nature had gifted him with the power to serve the state, without inquiry whether he were poor or rich, readily availed itself of his capacity, rewarded him during his life with political honors and authority, and, after his death, with imperishable glory. If in war he performed any act of superior conduct or courage, a general's name was his reward. If he received wounds, that name, or the hope of it, healed them. If in the achieving of any heroic deed he perished, his country, he knew, would honor his ashes, watch over his memory, and, with words powerfully soothing because embodying a nation's sympathy, dry up the tears of his parents and beloved children. He knew that his glory, heightened by matchless masters of eloquence, would flash like lightning from the bema, that lovely bosoms would beat high at his name, that hands, the fairest in Greece, would yearly wreath his tomb with garlands, and that tears would be shed forever on the spot by the brave. If children remained behind him, the state would become their parent, every Athenian would share with them his salt, would impart to them their best inheritance, the feeling of patriotism and an inextinguishable hatred of tyranny, would repeat to them with unenvious pride the eulogy of their father, and point daily to the laurels which kept his grave evergreen. The Athenian was taught, from the cradle, to consider death beautiful when met on the red battlefield in defense of his home. And, according to the creed of his country, he believed that his spirit would in such an event be numbered among the objects of public worship. Hence the sublimity, the thrilling power of that oath in Demos thence, who, in swearing by the souls of those that fell at Marathon, accomplished their apotheosis and placed them among the gods of Athens. That such were the habitual feelings of this most gallant and generous-minded people appears even from the admission of their bitterest enemies. They, observe, in Thucydides, the Corinthian ambassadors, when urging Sparta into the Peloponnesian War, they push victory to the utmost, and are least of all men dejected by defeat, exposing their bodies for their country as if they had no interest in them, yet applying their minds in the public service as if that and their private interest were one. Disappointment of a proposed acquisition they consider as a loss of what already belonged to them. Success in any pursuit they esteem only as a step towards farther advantages, and, defeated in any attempt, they turn immediately to some new project by which to make themselves amends, insomuch, that, through their celerity in executing whatever they propose, they seem to have the peculiar faculty of at the same time hoping and possessing. Thus they continue ever amid labors and dangers, enjoying nothing through sedulity to acquire, esteeming that only a time of festival in which they are prosecuting their projects, and holding rest as a greater evil than the most laborious business. To sum up their character, it may be truly said, that they were born neither to enjoy quiet themselves, nor to suffer others to enjoy it. 2. The feeling that what they fought for was their own, which accounts for the heroism of Hellenic armies, likewise led, particularly at Athens, to the beautifying and adorning of the city, and the perfection of public taste. The people saw among them no palaces devoted to the private luxuries of a despotic court, where persons maintained at the public expense learn to look with contempt on the honest hands that support them. There, whatever was magnificent belonged to the people at large, no private individuals, during the best ages of the Commonwealth, presuming, how great soever might be their talents or their influence, to arrogate to themselves more than can be due to individuals, or to enshrine their perishable bodies in buildings suited only to the worship of God. Yet, in genuine grandeur, no monarch, with the wealth of half a world at the disposal of his caprice, ever rivaled the Athenian people. True taste, the genuine sense of the beautiful and the sublime, will, while the world endures, refuse to be the subject of a tyrant, or to inhabit the same city with him, because no patronage, pensions, or lavish expenditure, can create in one state of society what belongs to another, and pure taste being nothing more than the cultivated popular feeling spontaneously expanding, can nowhere exist but in a free state. A prince may, doubtless, know what pleases him, but the people only can tell what pleases the people, which nothing certainly will unless it be produced expressly for them, without the slightest reference to any other person. Such, in the best periods of Grecian history, were the Athenians. Among them nature generally was allowed to make herself heard, from the cradle upwards it was their guide. A pure religion they had not, or pure morality. Far from it, they barely caught indistinct glimpses of what in faith and practice is true and beautiful. Nor could it be otherwise, for the sun had not then risen, and men but felt their way uncertainly and timidly amid the obscurities of the dawn. Nevertheless, the light vouchsafed them they did not spurn. According to the best notions then prevailing, they were of all men the most pious, and though of this piety much, nay, the greater part, was superstition, yet, doubtless, God, according to the saying of the Apostle, accounted it unto them for righteousness, that, having not the law, they were a law unto themselves. The Spartans, on the other hand, were mere monastic soldiers, brave, indeed, and true as their swords, but ungifted with those loftier and more exquisite sympathies which properly constitute the beauty of human character, and are alone the parents of love. Few, perhaps, were all things within their reach, would choose to be citizens of Sparta, while no one, for whom the poetry of life has any charms, would hesitate, after his own country, perhaps, to select Athens for his home. And that this is no scholastic fancy created by literary preferences is clear from the practice of antiquity. Every man possessing superior genius, whether sprung from Ionic or Doric race, betook himself to Athens, as to the Greece of Greece the common country of letters, sciences, and arts. Thither, too, as now to London, fled the oppressed and persecuted of all lands, and there they found welcome and encouragement. It was the great asylum, the common city of refuge to all men. Strangers who could be content with hospitality and generous protection were never driven from thence. There every man might live as he pleased, think as he pleased, and utter freely what he thought. The recorded instances of persecution are barely sufficiently numerous to serve as exceptions to the general rule, and in Gorgias of Leontium, Polos, Protagoras, Prodicos, Hippias, and what the Cynic impudence uttered, we discover to how great an extent the spirit of toleration was carried at Athens. It would be absurd to object the examples of Anaxagoras, Aspasia, and Socrates, for these were merely instances of the rage of party spirit, from which, while men continue men, no state will ever be free, and can no more be imputed to the Athenian people, or to the spirit of their government, than the execution of Sir Thomas More, or Cranmer, or Fisher, can be laid to the charge of the English Constitution. Contents of the first volume. Book I Chapter Page I Original Inhabitants of Hellas 1-2. Character of the Greeks 29-3. Geographical outline 51-4. Capital cities of Greece: Athens 70 v. Capital cities of Greece: Spartan 92. Book 2. Education. I. Theory of education. Birth of children. Infanticide 107. 2. Birth feast. Naming the child. Nursery. Nursery tales. Spartan festivals 128. 3. Toys, sports, and pastimes 144. 4. Elementary instruction 164 v. Exercises of youth 189. 6. Hunting and fowling 206. 7. Schools of the philosophers and sophists 233. 8. Education of the Spartans, Cretans, Arcadians and c. 265. 9. Influence of the fine arts on education 289. Ex-Hellenic literature 314. 11. Spirit of the Grecian religion 349. Book 3. Women. I. Women in heroic ages 369. 2. Women of Doric states 382. 3. Condition of unmarried women. Love. 401. The history of the manners and customs of ancient Greece. Book I. Chapter I. Original inhabitants of Hellas. The country of the Hellenes, which, in imitation of the Romans, we denominate Greece, was to its own inhabitants known by the name of Hellas. But the signification of this term was not fixed, being sometimes confined to Greece proper, at others, comprehending likewise the possessions of the Hellenes in Asia, that is, Hellas within and beyond the Aegean, as we now say, India within and beyond the Ganges. 3. The progress of the name seems to have been as follows: it designated, originally for a city of Thessaly, built by Hellen son of Deucalion; next, Thyades, the whole of Thessaly, all Greece, with the exception sometimes of Peloponnesus, sometimes of Macedonia, sometimes, which is very remarkable, of Thessaly itself, sometimes of Epirus, then all Greece within the Aegean, afterwards all countries inhabited by Greeks in whatever part of the world, and, lastly, it would appear to have been occasionally employed to signify Athens alone. 5. The most ancient name, Pelasgia, sprang from the race who first, perhaps, peopled that part of Europe. Nearly all writers who treat of Grecian history or antiquities, have ventured more or less upon inquiries respecting the original inhabitants of the country, some contending that it was peopled by many independent races, while others content themselves with supposing one primary stock. To arrive at certainty in such investigations is scarcely to be hoped for, since, over the whole field, facts have moved in so close a conjunction with fables, that the most which remaineth to be seen, is the show of dark and obscure steps where some part of the truth hath gone. 6. It appears, however, to be a fact established, that the Hellenes were not the first who occupied Greece. They were preceded by a number of tribes, all apparently of Pelasgian origin. But who and what the Pelasgians were, how and whence they came into the country, and by what gradations and influences they were ripened into Hellenes, or were by these expelled from the land, are questions to which no satisfactory answers have ever been given, but must still be discussed whatever the result of the investigation may be. Even the name of this people has opened up an endless labyrinth of conjecture, at least among the moderns, for the ancients, when such points were to be cleared up, easily removed the difficulty by inventing a hero or a demigod, with an appellation exactly suited to their purpose. Thus from Helen they derived the name of the Hellenes, from Heracles that of Heraclidae, from Ion that of the Ionians, and from Pelasgos, the son sometimes of Zeus, sometimes of Poseidon, sometimes of Trios or Inachos or Lycon or Palicthon, or of the earth itself. 7. That of the Pelasgi. An Attic writer, familiar with this question, and hinting at a part of the theory which I have adopted, imagines the name of Pelasgi to have been at first bestowed on the race because they usually made their appearance on the shores of Hellas like migratory birds in spring 8. But though conjecture in such matters may amuse, it is not likely, at this distance of time, to lead to truth. The ancients had evidently formed no theory as to whence the Pelasgi came, but were satisfied with the notion of their autochthonity, which we cannot adopt. It must be acknowledged, however, that we are little able to trace them with certainty beyond the limits of Greece, before their arrival in that country. My own opinion is, that when the migrations began from that vast and lofty tableland of Central Asia, which formed the primitive abode of mankind, and where the mother language of the Sanskrit, the Greek, and many other dialects was first spoken, the illustrious race, afterwards known under the name of Pelasgi, moved westward by the Caspian, along the Caucasian range, through Armenia and Kurdistan, until they descended into the plains of Asia Minor. Here we seem to touch upon the obscurest verge of Grecian fable, for the tradition which sent Argo to Chalcis, at the eastern extremity of the Black Sea, evidently contemplated the people of the land as a kindred race, of similar faith, character, and manners. By what precise channel the stream of population rolled westward, cannot be determined, but here and there, on the southern shores of the Euxine, we discover some obscure footsteps of the parents of the Greeks, as they continued their journeyings towards the land which they were afterwards to encircle with glory. Moving through Pontus, Paphlagonia, and Bithynia, they appear everywhere to have made settlements on the coast, until they reached the narrow stream of the Bosporus, over which they threw themselves into Europe. Up to this point we have little whereon to build our conclusions, save what is supplied by the general theory of ancient migrations, and what appear to be facts dimly seen within the extreme orbit of mythology. The ancients themselves seem to have obtained some uncertain glimpses of links connecting their ancestors with Asiatic Scythia, for there were those among them who represented the Caucons of Paphlagonia stretching along the banks of the Parthenios, and between the Mariandynians and the sea, as a nation of Scythian origin. Now the Caucons were undoubtedly Pelasgians, as were the Phrygians, the Carians, and the Leleges, who, united by the ties of blood, flocked to the defense of Troy. 10 In a much remoter age, the heroes of the traditional Argo were, it is said, confounded by night at Cyzicus 11 in Mysia, with the warlike Pelasgi, even then masters of the sea, and accustomed with their galleys to vex the coast and plunder the settled inhabitants. I regard the working of the gold and silver mines on the southern shores of the Euxine, anterior to the Trojan War, as another proof of the settlement of the Pelasgi in that part of Asia Minor. 12 And who but they, at a period beyond the reach of tradition, could have opened those gold mines on the shores of Thrace, which on his conquest of the country Philip of Macedon found to have been long ago worked and abandoned by some unknown people. 13 Be this as it may, it was over the Bosporus and through Thrace that the Pelasgi seem to have made their earliest approaches towards Greece. The Thracians themselves were of Pelasgian origin. Thracians inhabited both sides of the Bosporus. Traces of Pelasgian settlements and Pelasgian names are likewise found on both sides. The stream of knowledge unquestionably poured through Thrace into Greece, and it is highly probable that the stream of population had, at a remoter period, flowed in the same channel. Once in Macedonia, the adventurers would be tempted southward by the beauty of the climate and country, so that while some moved up the valley of the Haliacmon, others, perhaps, took possession of the ridge of Olympos, Ossa, and Pelion, where they were known under the names of Centaurs and Lapithae. 14 From these lofty ridges they looked down upon the great lake which in those ages covered the whole plain of Thessaly, and, following the ramifications of the mountains, peopled Pelasgian Argos, Thyades, and the roots of Oeta, while the lowlands were still under water. Thence, too, they crossed over into Euboea, where they assumed the names of Macrons 15 and Curetes. This latter tribe settling at Chalcis 16 and having been worst in a contest for the Laluntien plain, fled across the Europo, and traversing the whole of Boeotia, founded a new settlement about Pleuron in Aetolia, and gave the name of Curetes to the whole country. Hence, also, in process of time, they were driven by the Aetolians from Pisa in Elis, upon which they took refuge in Acarnania 17. But the principal tribe, and that which subsequently spread throughout Greece, after filling with population the valley of the Haliacamon, traversing the Calavian range, and descending along the course of the Aoos, seem on the banks of the sea Lydnos, to have turned their faces southward. Following that stream upwards towards its source, they found themselves in Epirus, a land abounding with water brooks, with lovely mountains, and lovelier valleys, and at length settled, and erected themselves lasting habitations in the sacred neighborhood of Dodona 18, where the first oracle known to the Hellenes flourished under the protection of the Pelasgian Zeus 19. Up to this point we have been treading, with little or no light to guide us, over a soil shifting, unsure, and treacherous, but here we touch upon comparatively firm ground, while the light of poetry dawns around, and enables us to direct our footsteps towards the luminous terra firma of history. It must not be denied that much of the foregoing theory is erected on inference and conjecture. Nevertheless, it rests in part on facts which an historian ought not to reject. For example, though it be nowhere, perhaps, distinctly stated that the Thracians were entirely of Pelasgian origin, we are compelled by various circumstances to believe that such was the case. First, Samothrace on the coast was undoubtedly peopled by Pelasgi. 22ndly, the Macedonians, plainly of the same stock with the Thracians, are acknowledged to have been Pelasgi. 21 And since the Illyrians likewise were a kindred people. 22 We have a line of Pelasgian settlements stretching along the whole northern frontier of Greece, the Aegean, the Hellespont, and the Propontis, from the Adriatic to the Black Sea. The chain of proofs, indeed, is not complete, but appears and disappears alternately, like the stream of the Alpheus, though little doubt can be entertained of the existence of the links which happen to lie out of sight. In nearly every part of Macedonia the footsteps of the Pelasgi are clearly discernible, at Crestona 23 on the Achadoros in Poionia, in Imathea, and Botchioia 24 And looking at the language of the country, we find it at all times to have been identical with that of Greece. That the same thing must be predicated of Thrace, even in the remotest ages, appears indisputably from this, that her bards, Timorus and Orpheus traversed the whole of Hellas, and sang their wisdom to its inhabitants, while Olin coming from Lycia, a Pelasgian settlement 25 likewise brought his kindred songs to the same tolerant and hospitable land. But to follow the movements of the Pelasgi through Greece itself, where, though no chronology of events can be attempted, our views rest on a stable foundation. Much, however, of our reasoning will be confused or perhaps unintelligible, if it be not borne in mind that the name of the Pelasgi, like that of the Tartars or Arabs, was a general appellation applied to the whole race, while the several tribes bore separate denominations, as the Caanese 26, the Dryopes, the Lelages, the Caucons, the Cranans, with many others 27 precisely as among the Arabs, we find the Abogd, the Mahese, the Beni Sakar, and c. The Pelasgian tribe which first made its appearance, and became powerful in Epirus, a country not to be separated from Greece, was that of the Caanese, whose chief seat was Chimera 28 at the foot of the Cyronian mountains. An obscure scholiast, indeed, denominates them barbarians 29, but as from the best authority we know them to have been Pelasgi, this shows the value of the term in the mouth of the later writers. Another class, the Levites, perhaps, of those primitive people settled amid the oak forests which surrounded the lovely lake of Dodona, where under the name of Seli 30 they founded the most celebrated oracle of early antiquity. In their habits they remind us of the Sannyasis, and other religious anchorites of India, living from views of penance with unwashed feet, and sleeping on the bare ground. Other tribes renowned of old in Epirus, and all Pelasgian 31 were the Thesprotians, the Molossians, the Peribians, and the Dolopians, the last rough mountaineers inhabiting both the eastern and western slopes of Pindos 32. When Epirus had been thus thickly sprinkled with settlements, an earthquake appears to have produced in the range of Pelion the narrow precipitous gap, afterwards known as Tempe, by which the waters of the Thessalian lake discharged themselves into the sea. This happened, we are told, while one Pelasigos 33 reigned over the mountaineers in the district of Haemonia. They were celebrating a great feast, when a certain slave named Peloros brought them tidings of what had come to pass, speaking with admiration of the vast plains which were appearing through the ebbing waters. In gratitude for the news he communicated, they caused the man to seat himself at table while both the king and his attendants, in the joy and fullness of their hearts, ministered to him. This, it is said, was the origin of the Pelorian festival, afterwards, down to a very late period, celebrated with great pomp and magnificence in Thessaly, where, for the day, masters changed condition with their slaves, and became their servants. 34. The same festival in the Pelasgian settlements of Italy was known down to the latest times, under the name of Saturnalia. On the interior of Thessaly becoming thus habitable, the Pelasgian tribes of Epirus, beginning to be straitened for room, and feeling still the original wandering impulse, poured over the heights of Pindos into the valleys of Histiotus, and moved eastward along the foot of the Campanian mountains, settling everywhere as they advanced. The tribe which took this direction bore the name of Peribians, and left traces of their movements in the great Peribian forest, stretching to the foot of Olympos, and in the name of the whole district extending from the Peneios to the northern limits of Thessaly. In this rich and fertile tract they became powerful, spreading their dominion along the banks of the Peneios, quite down to the sea. But the Lapithae, rising into consequence and overcoming the Peribians in battle, reduced a portion of the tribes under their yoke, while the remainder, enamored of independence, retreated inland, again crossed the Pindos, and established themselves in the upper valley of the Achelous. About the same time, perhaps, a fragment of this tribe traversing the whole of Thessaly crossed over into Euboea, where they subdued and took possession of Histiotus. It was possibly the entrance of these adventurers into the island, pushing fresh waves of population southward, that caused the contest for the Laurentian plain, and the emigration of the Curetes to the continent. Other Pelasgian tribes established themselves, and became illustrious in Thessaly. The Centaurs, for example, a Lalagian clan inhabiting Mount Pelion, where they were, perhaps, the first tamers of the horse, whence the fable of their double form. Other sections of the Lelages were also found in Thessaly 35, as were also the Dryopes. In this country 36, notwithstanding that it must be regarded upon the whole as only the second stage of the Pelasgians in their migrations southward, we find more traces of their power and influence than anywhere else in northern Greece. Here were two cities, called Larissa. Here was Pelasgian Argos 37. Here, too, was a great district known by the name of Pelasgiatis, while that of Pelasgia seems to have preceded Thessaly as the appellation of the whole province. 38. This people, like most others, seem to have had a number of names, to which they were peculiarly attached, which we nearly always find reappearing wherever they formed a settlement. Generally, too, it may be regarded as certain that the more northern were the most ancient. Thus we find Pelagonia in the kingdom of Macedon and in Thessaly, Larissa 39 on the Peneios, Larissa Cremast near the shore. The Dryopes 40 again, appear first in Epirus, not far from Dodona, next we find them in Thessaly, then in Doris, finally in Peloponnesus, and Strabo is careful to remark that the last mentioned were an offshoot from those in the north. From Thessaly the tide of population rolled southward 41 different tribes of Pelasgi, under the name of Leleges, Hyands, Aones, and Dryopes taking possession of the mountains and valleys of Doris, Locri, Phocis, and extending their migrations into the plains of Boeotia. From thence, across the isthmus, some few straggling hordes appear to have found their way into Peloponnesus, where, as shepherds, they gradually diffused themselves over its rich plains. All the Pelasgi in fact appear like the Arabs and Tartars to have been originally nomades, different tribes of whom, as they were tempted by the beauty of particular regions, quitted their wandering life, as the Arabs have done in Egypt, Yemen, and elsewhere, and from shepherds became husbandmen. In process of time, the descendants of the settlers, accustomed to the easy and luxurious life of cities, learned to look back upon their wandering ancestors as a wretched and a barbarous race. Indeed, they sometimes speak of them 42 after their arrival in Peloponnesus as cannibals, naked, houseless, ignorant of the use of fire, on a level, in short, with the fiercest and most brutal savages existing in the islands of the Pacific. But these erroneous ideas evidently arose from the theory of autochthonity, which supposes man to have gradually ripened out of a beast into a man, whereas, the low savages discovered in various parts of the world, do not represent the original state of mankind, but are mere instances of extreme degeneracy. In fact, a different set of traditions also prevailed among the Greeks, which, referring evidently to the period when their ancestors were nomades, spoke with rapture and enthusiasm of their happy and tranquil life, when, following their flocks from vale to vale and from stream to stream, they fed upon the spontaneous productions which nature spread before them. On this period the poets bestowed the name of the Golden Age, and, perhaps, if examined philosophically, there is no stage in the history of civilization at which there is so much to enjoy and so little to suffer, as when the whole nation are shepherds, and happen to light upon a land where, as yet too few to inconvenience each other, they can live unmolested by foreign tribes. It has now been shown how Hellas might have been entirely peopled from the north, but certain traditions, prevailing from the earliest times, compel us to admit that some portion, at least, of its population reached it by a different route, that is, through Asia Minor and the islands. I have already alluded briefly to the existence of a Pelasgian tribe in Paphlagonia 43, that is to say, the Caucons, whose establishment in this region supplies a link in the chain of proofs by which we endeavor to connect the Pelasgi with the Scythians of Central Asia, for the Caucons are admitted to have been of Pelasgian origin, and an opinion prevailed among the ancients that they were likewise Scythians. 44 Thus we find that certain Scythians settled in Paphlagonia, were called Caucons. That the Caucons were Pelasgi, and that the Pelasgi peopled Greece. The Greeks, therefore, by this account, traced their origin to Scythia. Circumstances connected with the geography of Asia Minor and of Hellas, seem to furnish traces of the route of the Pelasgi westward. It appears to have been among the primitive articles of their creed, that the deity delighted to abide on the summits of lofty and even of snowy mountains, and whenever in their settlements the features of the earth presented any such towering eminence, they seem to have bestowed on it the name of Olympos, or celestial mansion. 45 Immediately south of the Cauconian settlements, on the limits of Bithynia and Galatia, we accordingly find a mountain of this name. Again, traveling westward, we have another Mount Olympos, on the northern confines of Phrygia. A third meets us in the island of Lesbos. 46 A fourth in Cyprus, a fifth in Arcadia. 47 A sixth in Elis, and a seventh, best known of all, near the cradle of the Hellenes in Thessaly. In Mysia 48 The footsteps of the race are numerous. Pelasgian cities Platia, Silas, Cyzicus, and Tandros studded the coast, Inland there was a Larissa 49 and the lovely leafed evergreen, which shaded the slopes and crags of the Trojan Ida, was named the Pelasgian laurel. 50 other facts there are connecting the Trojans with the Pelasgian stock, thus the Caucons, whom we find among their allies in Homer, are called a Trojan tribe. The language of Troy was evidently a Pelasgian dialect. Closely allied to the Greek 51, which may likewise be predicated of the Phrygian, the Lydian, the Carian, the Lycian extending along the whole western coast of Asia Minor. The gods, oracles, rites, ceremonies of all these people appear in early times to have been identical with those of Hellas, and mythology represents the heroes of both continents as sprung from the same gods. Nay, positive testimony describes the Pelasgi as a great nation, holding the whole western coast of Asia Minor, from Mycale to the Hellespont. 52 and speaks of the Leleges as inhabiting a part of Caria, where their deserted fortifications, called Lelegia. 53 apparently of Cyclopean construction, were still found in the time of Strabo. 54 together with their tombs, probably barrows, resembling those scattered through Peloponnesus, and called the tombs of the Phrygians. 55 similar sepulchral relics of Carian dominion were found and opened by the Athenians in the purification of Delos. 56 possibly, too, the tumuli, existing to this day in Tartary, and occasionally rifled by the Siberians, marked the original seat of the Pelasgi in Asia, though similar monuments are found in other parts of the East, as in Nubia, where I counted a cluster of 10 or 12, and nearly all over Europe. Homer speaks of one on the plains of Troy, and the Greeks themselves cast up barrows over their heroes, as Ajax, where far by the solitary shore he sleeps. Not to omit any material facts, on which my view of Pelasgian history is founded, I shall proceed to mention in order the principal points on the Asiatic shore where the footsteps of the Pelasgi appear. We find, then, that they occupied the greater part of Lydia. 57 and at the time of the Ionian migration held the citadel of Ephesos. They, too, in conjunction with the nymphs were the founders of the temple of Hera at Samos. 58 and crossing the Maeander they reappear again at Miletos on the coast of Caria. Indeed this city 59 was originally, from its inhabitants, called Lelegeis, though it afterwards was known under a variety of names, as Pituissa from the surrounding pine woods, Anactoria, and lastly, Miletos. A little further southward was another Lelegian settlement at Pedasos on the Satni 60. From a passage in Homer it has been supposed that the Carians and Lelegians were distinct races, but in reality the Carians were a Lelegian tribe. 61 that is Pelasgi, who like the Hellenes in Greece, gradually acquired power and dominion, and eclipsed their brethren. This they were enabled to do by applying themselves passionately to the use of arms, a circumstance which at a later period led them to make a traffic of their valor and hire their swords to the best bidder. In earlier and better times they achieved conquests for themselves, and rivaling the Phoenicians in maritime enterprise and success, reduced under their sway the greater number of the Aegean islands. 62 and even some portion of the Hellenic continent itself. 63 certain clans of this martial race sought an outlet for their restless daring by joining the Selykians. 64 in their piratical enterprises, and probably it was in this character that they first obtained possession of some of the smaller isles. Positive historical testimony there seems to be none for fixing the Pelasgi in Cyprus. 65 though we cannot doubt that it was included in their dominions, from the ruins of Cyclopean fortresses still found there, and the Olympian Mount already mentioned. In Rhodes, however, and Samos antiquity speaks of their settlements. 66 they, too, were the earliest inhabitants of Chios. 67 whence they sent forth a colony to Lesbos. 68 which received from them the name of Pelasgia. They expelled the Minions from Lemnos. 69 which afterwards, through fear of Darius, their king ceded to the Athenians. 70 and held Imbros. 71 and Samothrace. 72 in the north, Syros, too, was originally named Pelasgia 73. Andros was peopled by 174 of their colonies, and Delos, as we have already seen, held their bones until they were cast forth by the Athenians. But it is unnecessary to enumerate each separate point, since we know generally that all the Aegean Isles were anciently in their possession 75, and that even the great island of Crete formed, in remote ages, a portion of their empire. Here under the names of Curetes, Corybants, Telchines, and Dactyli 76 they flourished in the mythical times, and were the reputed preservers and nurses of the infant Zeus, a god preeminently Pelasgian, so that wherever his worship was found I regard it as a proof that the Pelasgi had settled there. Passing thus from island to island in the very infancy of navigation, the Pelasgi appear by way of the Sporades and Cycladi, to have migrated into Peloponnesus, first landing at Argos. Probably on their arrival they found there some few inhabitants who by the isthmus had entered and scattered themselves at leisure over the peninsula. But whether this was so or not, certain it is that the oldest legends of Hellenic mythology allude to the peopling of Argos by sea, representing Inachos, its first ruler, as a son of the ocean. 77 From this chief, whether historical or fabulous, the principal river of Argos received its appellation, and members of his family bestowed their names on Argolis first, and afterwards on the whole of Peloponnesus, which from Apus was denominated Appia 78, from Pelasgos, Pelasgia 79, and from another prince so called, it received the name of Argos 80 in this division of Hellas, which the rays of poetry and mythology unite to render luminous. The Pelasgi 81 seem early to have struck deep root, and made a rapid progress in civilization. Here, accordingly, in historical times were found the most numerous monuments of their power and grandeur, and here, in the treasury of Atros and the walls of Tiryns denominated Cyclopean, we still may contemplate proofs of their opulence and progress in the arts. Among them would appear to have existed a class or caste named Cyclops, addicted extremely to handicrafts, particularly building. These it was who erected the walls and citadel of Argos 82, on which they bestowed the name of Larissa, together with certain labyrinths, said to have existed in the neighborhood of Nauplia. Mycenae appears to have been the most ancient capital of the country, built while the site of Argos was yet a marsh 83 or perhaps under water, then came Tiryns, and lastly Argos. Other early seats of the Pelasgi were at Epidaurus and Hermione 84, but the province of Peloponnesus, which the Pelasgi most delighted to consider their home, was the rough, wild, and elevated tableland of Arcadia 85, resembling on a small scale their original seat in Central Asia, belted round by mountains with many streams and rivers pouring down their sides. Here long shut out from commerce with the rest of mankind, they multiplied in ease and security, and became a great nation. 86 Who, to express the idea of their own extreme antiquity, professed themselves to be older than the moon. 87 Having lost all tradition of their arrival in the country, they looked upon themselves as autochthons, and regarded their mountain-girt land as the great reservoir of Pelasgian population. 88 Whence its colonies like streams, flowed outwards, and peopled the rest of Hellas, and probably it was thence that the first emigrants descended into the valley of the Eurotas, spread themselves through Laconia, and found a mountain on which they bestowed the holy name of Olympos. In this province one of the most famous of the Pelasgian tribes, is by some traditions said to have had its origin, for Lelex 89 who gave his name to the Leleges, they fabled to have been an autochthon of Laconia, and down even to the times of Pausanias an Hieroem was shown at Sparta erected in honor of his name. Undoubtedly a mythical legend connected with this hero was deeply interwoven with the fabulous history of Laconia. His son Eurytos was the father of Sparta, wife of Lacedaemon, who gave his name to the country. He had two daughters, Amycla and Eurydice, the latter of whom became the wife of Acrisios 90. The Acarnanians, however, had among them a tradition which made Lelex an autochthon of Leucadia 91, and the people of Megaris spoke of one Lelex 92 who arrived in their country by sea from Egypt. To proceed, however, with the traces of the Pelasgi in Peloponnesus. It has sometimes been supposed that no proof exists of their having held any part of this peninsula excepting Argos, Achaia, and Arcadia 93, but erroneously, for we have seen the Leleges, a Pelasgian tribe, in Laconia, and we find a settlement of the Pelasgi in Messenia. Here also at Ondania flourished the Pelasgian worship of the Diikabari from Samothrace 94 colony of Leleges, under Pylos, son of Cleson, settled at Pylos on the Coryphasian promontory 95. The Caucons held Separissos 96, that is both in the interior of Messenia and along the sea coast we find settlements of the race which peopled the whole peninsula. Passing northward into Elis, we immediately on crossing the Neta find Caucons in the Leprides 97 where, probably, in proof that the tribe originated there, they showed in Strabos 98 time the tomb of Caucon. They had likewise a river Caucon 99 in the north of Elis, and in short the whole country from the Neta to the Larissos bore anciently the name of Cauconia. 100 some, however, maintain that they were found only at 3 points on the coast, that is, in the south of Triphylia 101 in the north near Dyme, and at Hollow Elis on the Peni Ios, which Aristotle considered their chief seat. 102. Nevertheless Antimachos regarded the Epeans as Caucons. 103. And since these inhabited the whole western coast from Messenia northward, we must consider Elis as the principal though not the original seat of this tribe, for we find them represented as issuing from Arcadia, and we have already shown that they were settled in Paphlagonia, and were denominated a Trojan tribe. Turning our faces eastward from the promontory Araxos, we discover along the coast a chain of Pelasgian settlements founded by Ionians from Athens. 104. To complete our list of proofs that there was no spot in all Hellas not possessed by the Pelasgi, we find a prince of that race, and named Pelasgos, receiving the goddess Demeter at Corinth in the remotest periods of the mythology. 105. Thus, then, we have traced this illustrious people under various names through every region of Greece, save Attica, and there also they were found, but whether they arrived by land or sea, I profess myself wholly unable to determine. A modern historian 106 who experienced the same difficulty, observes, that the Ionians appear to have dropped from heaven into Attica. Unquestionably we do not know whence they came, and as their own legends represent them as autochthons. 107 we can expect no aid from tradition. The most probable supposition is, that when the migratory hordes were pushing southward from Thessaly, some clans, more fortunate than the rest, traversing the heights of Cithaeron soon found themselves in possession of this unfertile but lovely land, covered in those ages with forests, diversified by hill and dale, and breathing perfume from every thicket. The succeeding tide of emigration breaking against the ridge of Cithaeron seems to have turned westward and flowed into the Peloponnesus, leaving Attica unmolested. Some have regarded its own barrenness as the rampart which protected it from invasion. But why may we not suppose that the inhabitants, finding themselves thriving and tranquil, resolved early to fight for their possessions, and hedged themselves from invasion by courage and arms? Be this as it may, Attica was the first part of Hellas that enjoyed permanent exemption from war, so that the olive, its principal ornament and riches, became in all after ages the emblem of peace. Once settled in this country the Pelasgi were never driven thence. 108 Nor did they ever receive any considerable mixture of foreign settlers. Individuals from time to time were permitted to take up their abode among them, but, in this favored spot, unalloyed by foreign mixture, the Pelasgic genius completely developed itself, and reached the highest pitch of civilization known to the ancient world. The earliest name bestowed on the Pelasgian tribe which held Attica was that of Cranans 109, but whether they were so distinguished before their migration thither, or, which is more probable, derived their appellation from the rocky nature 110 of their country, does not appear. Like most of the ancient nations, however, they frequently changed their name, at first perhaps simply Pelasgi, next Cranans, then Cecropidi and Ionians. Afterwards, under the reign of Erechtheus, they obtained from their patron divinity the name of Athenians, by which they have been known down to the present day. Among the fables of the mythology we discover traces of several attempts at disputing with the aborigines the sovereignty of Attica. Thus Eumolpus, with a colony of Thracians, is by one tradition said to have obtained possession of the whole country 111, while another and more probable legend represents him as settling with a small band at Eleusis, where his family during the whole existence of paganism exercised the office of priests of Demeter 112. The Cretans again under Minos sought to obtain a footing in the country, but the close of the tradition which speaks of this invasion shows that though disgraceful to Attica, it was without any permanent result. Afterwards, when the unsettled Pelasgi had degenerated into pirates and freebooters, a powerful band of them appears to have found its way thither, and obtained a settlement in the immediate neighborhood of the capital 113 on condition, apparently, of laboring at the erection of walls round the Acropolis. A portion of the fortifications is said to have been completed by these marauders, and to have obtained from them the name of the Pelasgian Wall. But even these strangers were not suffered to remain, quarrels arising either about the land which the Pelasgi had obtained on the slopes of high meadows, or on account of violence offered to certain Athenian maidens descending to the fountain of Callirrhoe for water. The emigrants were expelled and took refuge in Lemnos. In revenge for what they regarded as an injury, they carried away a number of Attic virgins who were celebrating the festival of Artemis at Brauron, which led in after times to the capture of Lemnos by Miltiades. It seems to result from the above inquiry that every district in Hellas was originally peopled by the Pelasgi, which the poets in after ages expressed by saying that a king of that nation reigned over the whole country as far northward as the Strymon in Thrace 114. We have shown that their dominions extended much further, and included not Thrace only, beyond the limits of Greece, but a great part likewise of Asia Minor and nearly every island in the Aegean. But even these spacious limits were not wide enough to contain the whole Pelasgian population, for traversing the Adriatic, they penetrated into Etruria, and there and elsewhere in Italy, under the name of Tyrrhenians, erected Cyclopean cities, and deposited the germs of its future civilization 115. Hence the great resemblance which historians and antiquaries have observed between the Etruscans and the Greeks. Both were offshoots from the great Pelasgic stem, though the simplicity of the original race in religion and manners maintained longer its ground in Italy than under the warmer skies of Greece. In these more western settlements, however, new tribes sprang up, who in glory eclipsed the mother race, which they learned to regard with contempt, so that they bestowed the name of Pelasgi on their slaves. A similar circumstance had previously occurred in Asia Minor, where the Carians reduced to servitude such of their brethren as in later times retained the name of Leleges 116. If now we cast a rapid glance over the sciences and civilization of the Pelasgi, we shall probably have acquired as complete an idea of that ancient people as existing monuments enable us to frame. 117 Tradition attributed to them the invention of several arts of primary necessity, as those of building houses and manufacturing clothing, which they did from the skins of wild boars, the animals first slain by man for food. A relic of this primitive style of dress remained, we are told, to a very late age among the rustics of Phocis and Euboea. 118 Other traditions will have it that mankind fed on grass and herbs until the Pelasgi taught them the greater refinement of feeding upon acorns. But leaving these poetical fancies, we shall find in many genuine monuments and facts undisputed proofs of the power and knowledge of the Pelasgi. In the first place, they it was who bequeathed to their Hellenic descendants some knowledge, though imperfect and obscure, of the true God. 119 In their minds the recognition of the unity of the divine being formed the basis of theology, and the philosophers of after ages who reasoned best and thought most correctly rose no higher on these points than their rude ancestors. But the natural tendency of the human mind to error soon disturbed the simplicity of their faith, for as the tribes separated, each taking a different direction, they all in turns learned to consider the god as their patron, so that speedily there were as many gods as tribes, and polytheism was created. Thus the Pelasgi, who had at first like the polished nations of modern times no name for the gods, because they believed in but one, degenerated in the course of time, and invented that system of divinities and heroes which afterwards prevailed in Greece. They, too, it was, who in the development of their superstition made the first steps towards the arts by setting up rude images of the powers they worshipped, and to them accordingly the introduction of the Hermean statues at Athens is attributed. 120 There was likewise in a temple of Demeter between Mount Eborus and Taygetos, a wooden statue of Orpheus, supposed to be the workmanship of the Pelasgi. 121 Evidently too, the worship of Demeter, and of all the rural gods grew up originally. Among them, as did likewise the adoration of supreme power and supreme wisdom in Zeus and Athena. 122 Usually the Pelasgi are considered as a much wandering people. 123 Though it would be more correct to represent them, like the Anglo-Saxon race in modern times, as the prolific parents of many settlements, spreading widely, but taking root wherever they spread. A proof of this still exists in the vast structures 124 which they reared, whose ruins are yet found scattered through Asia, Greece, and Italy. These cyclopean buildings, palaces, treasuries, fortresses, barrows, were not the works of nomadic hordes, but of a people attached to the soil and resolute in defending it. Navigation, likewise, they cultivated, and were among the earliest nations who possessed a power at sea. 125 Which led necessarily to the study of astronomy, together with the occult science of the stars. 126 Of their progress in the more ordinary arts of utility we have very little knowledge, but we find in the Iliad a Pelasgian woman staining ivory to be used as ornaments of a war horse. 127 The invention of the shepherd's crook was attributed to them, so likewise was the religious dance called hyperchema. 128 Their proficiency in music is spoken of. 129 And their preeminence in war was signified by representing them as inventors of the shield. 130 On the language of the Pelasgi various opinions are entertained. Some, relying on particular passages in ancient writers, have imagined that it was very different from the Greek. 131 But although in support of such an opinion much ingenuity may be exhibited, there are circumstances which compel us to reject it. The Athenians and Arcadians, for example, though of Pelasgian origin, spoke, and that from the remotest times, the same language with the rest of the Greeks, and though the Aeolic dialect. 132 The most ancient in Arcadia, or indeed in all Greece, was transformed to Latin in Italy, we are not on that account to infer that Latin bore a closer resemblance than the Greek to the mother tongue of both. The Pelasgian language indeed appears to have been the Hellenic in the earlier stages of its formation, just as the Pelasgi themselves were Greeks under another name and in a ruder state of civilization. Whether they possessed any knowledge of written characters before 133 the introduction of the Phoenician we have now no means of ascertaining, the passages usually brought forward in behalf of such an opinion being of small authority. To them, however, tradition attributes the introduction of letters into Latium. 134 And there can be no doubt that the use of written characters was known in Greece before its inhabitants had ceased to be called Pelasgi. I have now, I imagine, proved that the Pelasgi whencesoever they came, occupied, under one name or another, the whole continent of Greece and most of the islands. The Athenians, and consequently the Ionians, are on all hands acknowledged to have sprung from the Pelasgian stock. It only remains to be shown that the Dorians also traced their origin to this people, and we shall be satisfied that the whole of the illustrious nation, known to history under the name of Greeks, flowed from one and the same source. The Hellenes, of whom the Dorians were a tribe 135, occupied in later times the south of Thessaly, but at a much earlier period, along with the Selli 136 dwelt in the mountainous tracts about Dodona, where they were known under the name of Greeks or mountaineers 137, which was the original signification of the term. This district of Epirus, it has been shown, was among the very earliest of the Pelasgian settlements, from which of itself it might be inferred that the Hellenes were Pelasgi. We are not left to rely in this matter on mere inference, since Herodotus states distinctly that they were a fragment of the Pelasgi 138. It will be seen that I have hitherto made no allusion to the received fables about Egyptian and Phoenician colonies 139. Nevertheless, it is quite possible that on many occasions certain fugitives, both from Phoenicia and Egypt, may have taken refuge in Greece, and been permitted, as in after ages, to settle there. These persons, coming from countries farther advanced in civilization, would undoubtedly bring along with them a superior degree of knowledge in many useful arts, which, in gratitude for their hospitable reception, they would undoubtedly communicate to the inhabitants. But the most active agent in the diffusion of civilization was probably commerce, which, by bringing neighboring nations into close contact, by enlarging the sphere of their experience, and teaching them the advantages to be derived from peaceful intercourse, has in all ages softened and refined mankind. When the use of letters began first to prevail in the East is not known, but it was probably communicated early to the Pelasgi, along with the materials for writing, and whatever inventions were made on either side of the Mediterranean passed rapidly from shore to shore, so that the civilization of the Egyptians, Phoenicians, and Greeks, advanced simultaneously, though the beginnings of improvement were undoubtedly more ancient on the banks of the Nile and among the maritime Arabs than in Hellas. The amount, however, of Eastern influences I conceive was not great, and as to colonies, properly so called, with the exception of those already described from Asia Minor, I believe there never were any. Chapter 2. Character of the Greeks. Having in the foregoing chapter endeavored to ascertain by what races Greece was originally peopled, we shall next speak of the character and physical organization of its inhabitants. In doing this, it may be useful to consider them in three different stages of their progress: first, in the heroic and poetical times; secondly, in the historical and flourishing ages of the Hellenic Commonwealth; thirdly, in their corrupt and degenerate state under the dominion of the Macedonians and Romans. The most distinguishing characteristic of the Hellenes, when poetry first places them before us, is a profound veneration for the divinity and everything connected with the service of religion. By the force of imagination heaven and earth were brought near each other, not so much, indeed, by elevating the latter, as by bringing down the former within the sphere of humanity. Gods and men moved together over the earth, cooperated in bringing about events, keeping up a constant interchange of beneficence, the god aiding, the mortal repaying his aid with gratitude 140, the god guiding, the mortal submitting to be directed, until, sometimes, as in the case of Odysseus and Athena, the feeling of grace and favor on the one side, and of veneration and gratitude on the other, ripened into something like friendship and affection. No man entered on any important enterprise without first consulting the gods, and throwing himself upon their protection, by sacrifice, divination, and prayer. 141 They conceived, according to the best lights afforded them by their rude creed, that although means existed of warping the judgment, perverting the affections, and vitiating the decisions of their divinities, yet upon the whole and in the natural order of things they were just and beneficent, mercifully caring for the poor and the stranger, the guardians of friendship and hospitality, and avenging severely the offences committed against their laws. Habitually, when not provoked to vengeance by impiety or crimes, the gods they believed were not only beneficent towards mankind, but given among themselves to cheerfulness and mirth, loving music, songs, and laughter, feasting jovially together in a joy serene and almost imperturbable, save when interrupted by solicitude for some favored mortal. Philosophy, in more intellectual times, condemned this rude conception of divine things, but men's ideas, like their offerings, belong to the state of society in which they live, and the Greeks of the heroic ages unquestionably attributed to their gods the qualities most in esteem among themselves. Next to religion, the most prominent feeling in the mind of the early Greeks was filial piety. 142 Nowhere among men were parents held in higher honor. The reverence paid to them partook largely of the religious sentiment. Regarded as the instruments by which God had communicated the mysterious and sacred gift of life, they were supposed by their children to be forever invested with a high degree of sanctity as ministers and representatives of the Creator. Hence the anxiety experienced to obtain a father's blessing and the indescribable dread of his curse. A peculiar set of divinities, the terrible Aranias, all but implacable and unsparing, were entrusted with the guardianship of a parent's rights, and indescribable were the pangs and anguish supposed to seize upon transgressors. These were the powers who tracked about the matricides Orestes and Alcmaeon, scaring them with spectral terrors and filling their palaces with the alarms and agonies of Tartaros. On the other hand, nothing can be more beautiful than the pictures of filial piety exhibited by the nobler characters of heroic times. The examples are innumerable, but none is so striking or complete as that of Achilles towards his father Peleus. Fierce, vehement, stern in the ordinary relations of life, towards his aged father he is gentle as a child. His heart yearns to him with a strength of feeling incomprehensible to a meaner nature. He submits to his sway and authority not from any apprehension of his power, not even from the fear of offending him, but from the fullness of his love, from the natural excellence and purity of his heart. He would erect his valor and the might of his arm into a rampart round the old man, to protect him from injury and insult, and even in the cold region of shadows beyond the grave this feeling is represented as still alive, so that in death, as in life, the uppermost anxiety of the hero's soul is for the happiness of his father. Even in the government of his impetuous passions during his mortal career, in the choice of the object of his love, Achilles expresses a desire to render his feelings subordinate to those of his parent, thus verging on the utmost limits of self-denial and self-control conceivable in a state of nature. Homer understood his countrymen well when he gave these qualities to his hero. Without them, he knew that no degree of courage or wisdom would have sufficed to render him popular, and, therefore, we find him not only preeminent for his piety towards the gods, but at the same time the most affectionate and dutiful of sons, the warmest, most disinterested, and unchangeable of friends. And this leads us to consider another remarkable feature of the Greek character, its peculiar aptitude for friendship. No country's history and traditions abound with so many examples of this virtue as those of Greece. In truth, it was there regarded as the most unequivocal mark of an heroic and generous nature, being wholly inconsistent with anything base, sordid, or ignoble, and flourishing only in company with virtues rarest and most difficult of acquisition. Poetry, no doubt, has clad the friendship of heroic times with a splendor scarcely belonging to real life, but the experience of history warrants us in making but slight deductions. Nature in those ages appeared to delight in producing men in pairs, each suited to be the ornament and solace of the other, possessing different qualities, imperfect when apart, but complete, united. Men thus constituted were a sort of moral twins, an extension, if we may so speak, of unity, the same yet different, bringing two souls under the yoke of one will, desiring the same, hating the same, possessing the same, valuing life and the gifts of life only as they were shared in common, seeking adventures, facing dangers together, conforming their thoughts, opinions, feelings, each to the other, having no distinct interest, no distinct hope, but engrafting two lives on the chances of one man's fortune, and both perishing by the same blow. This feeling has by some been supposed to have owed its strength, in part at least, to the degraded position of women in society, a subject on which I shall have more to say hereafter, but may here remark that such an opinion is wholly incompatible with an impartial interpretation of the Homeric poems and the older traditions of Greece. Throughout fabulous times women are the prime movers in all great events, and the respect which as mothers, sisters, wives, and daughters they received, though expressed in uncourtly language, was perhaps as great as has ever been paid them in any age or country. Every distinguished woman in Homer is the center of a circle of tender and touching associations. We behold them beloved by their relatives, honored by their dependants, enjoying every decent freedom, every becoming pleasure, with all the influence and authority appertaining to their sex. Thus Helen, both before and after her fall, is entire mistress of her house, and treated with all possible deference and delicacy. So Hecuba, Andromache, Penelope, Arete, Nausicaa and Iphigenia in their respective positions, are held in the highest esteem, and command as great a share of love from those whose duty it was to love and honor them, as any other women in history or fiction. Nor were due respect and tenderness confined to the high and the noble, for innumerable proofs occur in Homer that even among the humblest ranks, that delicate self-respect which is shown by respect to our other self, and may be regarded as the pivot of civilization, was already in that age very generally diffused. But if the Greeks of heroic times possessed the good qualities we have attributed to them, they were still more, perhaps, distinguished for others, which often obliterated the footsteps of their virtues, and appeared to be the guiding principles of their lives. Chief among these was their passion for war and violence 143, which engaged them in everlasting struggles with their neighbors, developed overmuch their fierce and destructive qualities, and threw into comparative shade such of their propensities as were gentler and more humane. War by land, piracy by sea, filled the whole country with incessant alarms. Commerce was checked and confined within very narrow channels, both traveling and navigation being exceedingly unsafe, while bands of marauders traversed land and sea in quest of rapine and plunder. In some states no other mode was known of arriving at opulence, and the humbler classes of society were wholly subsisted by it. 144 The laws of war, too, were proportionably savage. It was customary either to give no quarter, or to devote all prisoners taken to servitude, and, accordingly, every petty state was filled with unfortunate captives, many of them of illustrious birth and qualities, reduced to the humblest conditions, being compelled to earn their bread by the sweat of their brow. In peace, too, and in their own homes their warlike habits led frequently to the perpetration of violence, their passions being strong and unbridled they resented insults on the spot, and numerous homicides were, in consequence, found flying from the country whose infant institutions their passions had sought to overthrow. But in all stages of society it has been ordained by Providence that out of the wickedness of man some compensating good shall flow. Thus, from the dangers and difficulties surrounding the stranger the virtue of hospitality 145 sprang up in generous minds. From the distress and misery of the passionate or accidental slayer of man arose the merciful rites of expiation, and all the friendly ties which subsisted between the purifier and the purified. Wanderers driven from their home often found a better in a foreign land, and thus even the transgressions and misfortunes of men, by breaking down the narrow enclosures of families and clans, and connecting persons of distant tribes together by benefits and gratitude, hastened the progress of refinement and paved the way for the greatness and glory of succeeding ages. It will, from what has been said, be seen that among the elements of the Greek character passion greatly predominated, but, even from the earliest times, the existence was apparent of other powerful principles, by the influence of which the nation was led to emerge rapidly from its period of barbarism. These were an innate love of magnificence, and a striking inclination towards all social enjoyments, the former leading to the cultivation of commerce and industry, the latter communicating an extraordinary impetus to the natural desire common to mankind for companionship and society. But in developing these principles nature pursued in Greece a peculiar route. Instead of establishing a common center, towards which the energies of the whole nation might tend, society was broken up into numerous parts, each forming, when considered separately, a whole, but united with its neighbors by identity of origin, language, religion, and national character. Philosophers usually seek in geographical position a key to the fact of the formation of so many separate states as the Hellenic population was divided into, but the cause was probably of a different kind. Among every other people, a difficulty has always been experienced in discovering men capable of conducting public affairs, and, when any such have arisen, they have easily subdued to their will their less intellectual and, consequently, less ambitious neighbors. Among the Greeks the case was wholly different. Every province, every district, nay, every town and village abounded with men endowed with the ability and passion for governing. These feelings begot the aversion to submit to the government of others. This aversion engendered strife, and it was only the accident of a numerical superiority existing in one division of the country, or of a statesman of extraordinary genius springing up, that enabled one village to subdue its neighbors for a few miles around, and thus establish a small political community. History rarely penetrates back so far as the period in which the state of things existed. But we have an example in the annals of Attica, where the 12 small municipal states, if one may so speak, were, partly by persuasion, partly by force, brought under the authority of one city, possessing the advantages of a superior position and wiser and more enterprising leaders. These diminutive polities once formed, many causes concurred to preserve their integrity, of which the most obvious and powerful was the pride of race, and, next to this, certain religious feelings and peculiarities, which stationed gods along the frontier line of states, and rendered it impious for the worshippers of other divinities to invade or dispossess them of their lands. Communities having at first been thus isolated, numerous circumstances arose to make eternal the separation. The ready invention of the people gave to each state its heroes and heroic traditions, based, perhaps, on the exploits of border warfare, in which the ancestors of one community had suffered or inflicted injuries on the ancestors of another. Poets sprang up who celebrated these deeds in song, and every assembly, every festival, every merry-making resounded with the commemoration of deeds as galling to one people as they were glorious to the other. These prejudices, this cantonal patriotism, this tribal vanity, if I may coin a new word to express a new idea, constituted a far more impassable barrier between the diminutive states of Greece, than either mountains or rivers, though, in process of time, some few cases occurred in which very small communities were immersed and lost in greater ones. The heroism, however, with which the smallest commonwealth struggled to preserve its separate existence, the watchful jealousy, the undying solicitude, the fierce and sanguinary valor by which it hedged round its independence, the indescribable agonies of political extinction, may be seen in the examples of Aegina, Megara, Plataea, and Messenia. In fact, the most remarkable peculiarity in the Greek character was a certain centrifugal force, or abhorrence of centralization, which presented insurmountable obstacles to the union of the whole Hellenic nation under one head. The inhabitants of ancient Italy exhibited on this point an entirely dissimilar character. Though differing from each other widely in manners, customs, and laws, they still possessed so much of affinity as enabled them successively to unite themselves with Rome, and melt into one great people. The causes lay in their moral and intellectual character, possessing little genius or imagination, but much good sense. They experienced less keenly the misery of inferiority, the anguish of defeat, the tortures of submission, and calculated more coolly the advantages of protection and tranquility, and all the other benefits of living under a strong government. Where the masses are but slightly impregnated with the fire of genius, they are naturally disposed to amalgamation, and form a vast body necessarily subjected to one head. But where a nation is everywhere pervaded and quickened by genius, where imagination is an universal attribute, where to soar is as natural as to breathe, where the principal enjoyment of life is the exercise of power, where men hunger and thirst more for renown than for their daily bread, where life itself without these imaginary delights is insipid and despicable, no force, while the vigor of the national character continues unbroken, can erect a central government, or achieve extensive conquests, that is, subject one part of the nation to the sway of the other. And perhaps it may be found when we shall farther have perfected the science of government, that in politics as in physics the largest bodies are not the most valuable, or the most difficult to be shattered. The diamond resists when the largest rock yields. The true tendency of civilization, therefore, is to reduce unwieldy empires into compact bodies, which the light of education can penetrate and render luminous. Vast empires are but opaque masses of ignorance. From precisely the same causes arose the peculiar notions of the Greeks on the subject of government, that is, the citizens of each state applied to one another the principle which regulated the conduct of communities. Every man experienced an aversion to yield obedience to his neighbor, every man was ambitious to rule, but, as this was impossible, it became necessary to invent some means by which public business could be carried on without offering too much violence to the national character. Hence the origin of republicanism and the establishment of commonwealths, in which the sovereignty was acknowledged to reside in the body of the people, and where such of the citizens as by abilities, rank, friends, were qualified, might rule in vicarious succession. But the various families of the Hellenes were not all equally endowed with the energy and intellect which belonged to their race, some possessed more of these qualities, others less, and there were besides in operation numerous peculiar and local causes which modified the forms of polity adopted by the various states of Greece. The heavier, the colder, the more inert naturally chose that form of government which would least tax their mental faculties, and most completely relieve them from the care of public affairs, in order the more sedulously to attend to their own, while the fierier, the busier, more active and buoyant preferred that political constitution which would afford their energetic natures most employment, and supply a legitimate outlet for the ardour and impetuosity of their temperament. Thus, in certain communities there was a leaning towards monarchy, in others towards oligarchy, in a third class towards aristocracy, while Athens and some few smaller states preferred the stir, bustle, and incessant animation of democracy. Again, these institutions, springing at first out of national idiosyncrasies, became in their turn among the most active causes which impressed the stamp of individuality on the population of each separate state, for the principle which animates a form of government is not a barren principle, but impregnates, leavens, and vivifies the community subjected to its influence, and produces an offspring analogous to the source from which it sprang. Thus, in monarchies the summits of a nation are rich with verdure and glorious with light, in aristocracies a broad table-land is fertilized and rendered beautiful, while in commonwealths, properly so called, the whole surface of society unrolls itself like a vast plain to the sun, and receives the light and comfort, and invigorating influence of its beams, and all these various modifications of civil polity were at different times and in different parts of the country beheld in Greece, where they produced their natural fruits. Among the principal results of the causes we have enumerated were a high intellectual cultivation, the profoundest study of philosophy, the most ardent pursuit of literature, a matchless taste for the beautiful in nature and in art, an irrepressible enthusiasm in the search after knowledge of every kind, and, joined with these, as their cause sometimes, and sometimes as their consequence, an invincible and limitless craving after fame. And these characteristic qualities of the people exhibited themselves in various ways. Sometimes, as in Thessaly, men sought to distinguish themselves by their wealth and the pomp by which they were surrounded. Sometimes their ruling passion urged them to pluck, amidst blood and slaughter, the laurels of war, as in Crete and Sparta, where military discipline was carried to its utmost perfection, where men lived perpetually encamped around their domestic hearths, cultivated the habits, preferences, tastes, and feelings of soldiers, and looked upon dominion as the supreme good. Sometimes religion, with its rites and pomp and sacrifices, absorbed the whole people, as in Elis, where the worship of supreme Zeus and the celebration of sacred games conferred a sanctity upon the land and people which all men of Hellenic blood respected. Elsewhere mountaineers 146 of indomitable valor, hired out their swords to the best bidder, and became, as it were, the journeymen of war. Elegant pleasures in many cities, and commerce and magnificence, occupied and depraved the whole community, while others 147 of grosser minds and more sordid propensities, passed their whole lives in indolent gluttony round the festive board, amid crowds of singers, flute players, and dancers, or else, like the Delphians, were ever seen hovering amid the smoke of the altars, whetting their sacrificial knives or feasting on the savory victims. And yet the triumphs of the Thebans proved that even the lowest of the Greeks, when circumstances led them to cultivate the arts of war, were capable of planning and executing great designs, and acquiring lasting celebrity. The arts, however, by which the Greeks rose to greatness 148 and became the instructors and everlasting benefactors of mankind, flourished chiefly at Athens, and in the numerous colonies which she planted in various parts of Asia and the islands. To men of Ionian race we owe, in fact, the invention and most successful culture of poetry and philosophy, and those plastic and mimetic arts which added to the world of realities another world more beautiful still. If the Greeks borrowed, as no doubt they did, certain varieties and forms of art and learning from the barbarians, they immediately so refined and improved them, that the original inventors would no longer have recognized the works of their own hands. The glory of giving birth to several of the arts and sciences belongs to them. They were the inventors of the art of war. Among them alone, in the ancient world, painting and sculpture assumed their proper dignity, and in politics and statesmanship, and that art of arts, philosophy, they led the way, and taught mankind the steps by which to arrive at perfection. Greece, by the means we have described, was gradually reclaimed from the state of nature, covered with beautiful cities, harbors, docks, temples, palaces adorned with infinite variety of works of art, with sculpture in ivory and gold, with paintings, gems, and vases, which converted her principal cities into so many museums. Her plains, her dells, her mountain recesses were studded with sanctuaries and sacred groves, conferring the external beauty of religion on the whole face of the country. Public roads, branching from numerous capital cities, traversed the land in every direction, bridges spanned her rivers, agriculture covered her hills and plains with harvests, the vine hung in festoons from tree to tree, the foliage of the olive clothed the mountain sides, and a belt of beautiful gardens surrounded every city, town, and village. The primary cause of all this amazing activity has, by philosophers, been sought for in various circumstances of the condition of the Greeks, in the form of their institutions, in the rivalry of so many small communities, in the fact of their being inventors, and the consequent freshness of their pursuits. But although all these circumstances and many others contributed, as we have shown, to expedite the progress of the Greeks in civilization, they were none of them the fountainhead, which lies far beyond our ken. It were in fact as easy to tell why one star differs from another star in glory, as why one nation or one man rises in intellect above his fellows. But we are supplied with a link in the chain which connects the above effects with their cause, by the physical organization of the Greeks, who possessed the most perfect forms in which humanity ever appeared. Their frame exhibiting all the beauty of which the human body is susceptible, uniting strength with lightness, dignity and elegance with activity, the utmost robustness of health with extreme delicacy of contour, the muscles developed by exercise, and developed over the whole structure alike, suggested the idea of power and indefatigable energy, the stature, generally above the middle size, the free and unembarrassed gait, the features 149 full of beauty, the expression replete with intellect, and the eye flashing with a consciousness of independence. All these united conferred upon the form of the Greek an elevation, a grandeur, a majesty which we still contemplate with admiration in their sculpture, and denominate the ideal. Above all things, the form of the Grecian head was most exquisite, with its smooth, expansive, almost perpendicular forehead and majestic outline, describing a perfect oval. Generally the complexion was of a clear olive, the hair and eyes black, the temperament inclined to melancholy, though numerous instances occurred of sanguine fair persons with light eyes and chestnut or auburn hair, which the youth wore, as now, in a profusion of ringlets falling to the shoulders. Instances likewise occurred among the Greeks of individuals, who, like our own Chatterton, had eyes of different colors. Thus the poet Timorous 150 is said to have had one eye gray, the other black. Nay, this peculiarity was even remarked among the inferior animals, more particularly the horses. 151 The characteristic beauty of the nation displayed itself in every stage of life, only assuming new phases in its progress from the beauty of infancy to the beauty of old age, inspiring the mingled feelings of love and admiration, and notwithstanding the effects of time, and intermarriage with barbarous races, the same is the case still. For nowhere in Europe do we meet with infants so lovely, with youths so soft, so virginal, so beautiful in their incipient manliness, with old men so grave, stately, and with countenances so magnificent, as among the living descendants of the Hellenes, whose destiny may yet be, one day, as enviable as their forms. To push our inquiry one step further, it may be questioned, whether the glorious organization we have been describing was not itself an effect of air, climate, and soil. 152 Certain at any rate it is, that the atmosphere of Greece is clearer, purer, more buoyant and elastic, than that of any other country in our hemisphere. At night, particularly, there is a transparency in the air, which appears to impart additional luster and magnitude to the stars and moon. Its mountain tops, the intervening space being, as it were, removed, seem to mingle with the constellations which cluster in brightness on the edge of the horizon. A principal cause of this clearness and pellucidness is the great prevalence of the north wind. 153 which brings with it few or no vapors, but gathers together the clouds in heaps and rolls them from the land towards the Mediterranean. The reason why this wind so often prevails may be discovered in the geographical configuration of the country, which is not, like Italy, divided from the rest of the continent by a range of Alps that might have screened it from the colder blasts, but lies open like an elevated threshing floor, to be purged and winnowed on all sides by the winds, which in many parts are so violent that no tree can attain to any great height, while the stunted woods throw all their branches in one direction, and the vines and other climbing shrubs are laid prostrate along the rocks. These winds, however, prevail not constantly, but the southern and western breezes, blowing at intervals, bring along with them the warm atmosphere of Syria or Egypt, or the cooling freshness of the ocean. Another cause, which greatly tends to promote the purity of the air, is the lightness, friability, and dryness of the soil, which, distributed for the most part in thin layers over ledges of rocks, permits no stagnation of moisture, but enables the rain that falls to trickle through, collect in rills and brooks, and find its way rapidly to the sea. The plains and irregular valleys, which form an exception to this rule, are not numerous enough, or of sufficient magnitude to affect the general proposition. There appear, moreover, to be many peculiar properties and virtues in the soil itself, causing all fruits transplanted thither to attain to speedy ripeness and superior flavor, while odoriferous plants and flowers, as the jasmine, the wild thyme, and the rose exhale sweeter and more delicious fragrance. This is more particularly the case in Attica, which accordingly produced in antiquity, where due care was bestowed on gardening and agriculture, the finest fruits and sweetest honey in the world. 154 The same qualities in soil and climate which affect vegetation, likewise powerfully influence the character and temperament of men and animals. It is, for example, well known in the Levant, that the Bedouins inhabiting Arabia proper and the eastern desert degenerate both in character and physical organization when transplanted to the Libyan wastes on the western banks of the Nile. But if particular soil and situation engender particular diseases, if the air of fens and marshes blunt the senses and paralyse, to a certain degree, the intellectual faculties, the converse of the proposition must also hold good, so that it is conceivable that the light soil and pure air of Greece may have produced corresponding effects on the bodies and minds of its inhabitants. The experiment, in fact, is made daily, for strangers arriving there with the germs of disease in their constitution, are, in most cases, speedily destroyed by the force of the climate, while the healthy and vigorous acquire the vivacity, the cheerfulness, the nervous and impetuous energy of the natives themselves, and, like them, extend the term of life to its utmost span. Greece, indeed, has always been the habitation of longevity, its philosophers in antiquity, its monks, anchorites, and rural population in modern times, furnishing, perhaps, more examples of extreme old age than could be found on the same extent of territory in any other part of the globe. Now this excess of vitality, this superabundance of the principle of life, which constitutes what we intend by physical or moral energy, almost inevitably produces, among an ill-governed, ill-educated people, a large harvest of crime, and, accordingly, the modern Greeks have often been distinguished for audacious villainy, the intrepid vigor of their character, controlled neither by religion nor philosophy, easily breaking through the restraints of tyranny and unjust laws in the chase after power or excitement. That Frenchman spoke more truly than he thought, who said the Greeks were still the same Canaile as in the days of Themistocles, for, give them the same laws, the same education, the same incentives to virtue and to heroism, and they will probably be again as virtuous, as wise, and as heroic as their illustrious ancestors. I judge in this way partly from my own experience, for I have seldom become acquainted with a Greek, and I have known many who has not improved upon acquaintance, won my esteem, and, in most cases, my affection, and impressed me with the firm belief that there is no nation in the varied population of Europe which, if ruled with wisdom and justice, would exhibit loftier or more exalted qualities. In these views I am happy to be borne out by the testimony of Monsieur Frederick Thiersk, whose facilities for studying the modern Greek have been far more ample than mine, and whose opinions are marked by the cautious acuteness of the statesman with the depth and originality of the philosopher. In alluding to the causes which pervert the feelings and misdirect the energies of the existing race, I have touched also at the great source of crime among their ancestors, I mean, defective laws and institutions, for although the Greek character was, in force and excellence, all that I have said, and more, it, nevertheless, contained other elements than those I have described, which it now becomes my duty to speak of. From a very early period there existed in Greece two political parties, variously denominated in various states, but upholding the one, the doctrine that the many ought to be subjected to the few, the other, that the few ought to be subjected to the many, in other words, the oligarchical and democratical parties. From the struggles of these two factions the internal history of Greece takes its form and color, as to them may be traced most of the fearful atrocities, in the shape of conspiracies, massacres, revolutions, which, instructing while they shock us, stain the Greek character with indelible blots. 155 Ambitious men are nowhere scrupulous. To enjoy the delight imparted by the exercise of power, individuals have in all ages stifled the dictates of conscience, and where, as in modern Italy and in ancient Greece, numerous small states border upon each other, sufficiently powerful to dream of conquest though too weak to achieve it, the number of the ambitious is of necessity greatly multiplied. In proportion, however, to the thirst of power in one class was the love of freedom and independence in the other, so that the process of encroachment and resistance, of tyranny and rebellion, of usurpation and punishment, was carried on perpetually, the oligarchy now predominating, and cutting off or sending into exile the popular leaders, while the Democratic party, triumphing in its turn, inflicted similar sufferings on its enemies. By degrees, moreover, there sprang up two renowned states to represent these opposite principles, and the contests carried on by them assumed consequently many characteristics of civil war: its obstinacy, its bitterness, its revenge. In these struggles seas of blood were shed, and crimes of the darkest dye perpetrated. Cities, once illustrious and opulent, were razed to the ground, whole populations put to the sword or reduced to servitude, fertile plains rendered barren, men most renowned for capacity and virtue made a prey to treachery or the basest envy, the morals of great states corrupted, their glory eclipsed, their power undermined, and a way paved for the inroads of barbarian conquerors who ultimately put a period to the grandeur of the Hellenes. Examples without number might be collected of these horrors. It will be sufficient to advert briefly to a few, more to remind than to inform the reader. In the troubles of Corcyra 156 the nobles and the commons alternately triumphing over each other, carried on with the utmost ruthlessness the work of extermination with abundant baseness and perfidy, some portion of which attached to the Athenian generals, the wrongs and sufferings inflicted by the Spartans on the brave but unfortunate inhabitants of Messenia, with the annual butchery of the Helots, the treacherous withdrawal of suppliants from sanctuary, and their subsequent slaughter. 157. The extermination of the people of Hysia. 158. The precipitating of neutral merchants into pits. 159. The betrayal of the cities of Chalcidice and the islands, the massacre in cold blood of the Plataeans, of 4,000 Athenians in the Hellespont. 160. The reduction of innumerable cities to servitude, by the Athenians, the extermination of the people of Melos. 161. The slaughter of 1,000 Mytileneans, the cruelties at Skion, Aegina, and Cythera. 162. But beyond these, and beyond all, the fearful excesses of civil strife at Miletos, where the common people called Gergiths, having risen in rebellion against the nobles and defeated them in battle, took their children and cast them into the cattle stalls, where they were crushed and trampled to death by the infuriated oxen. But the nobles, renewing the contest and obtaining ultimately the victory, seized upon their enemies men, women, children, and covered them with pitch, to which setting fire they burnt them alive. 163. From these glimpses of guilt and suffering, we may learn to what extremes the Greek was sometimes hurried by passion and the thirst of power. But propensities so wolfish were not predominant in his nature. 164 On the contrary, in private life, even the Spartans and the Dorians generally put off their cruel and severe habits, and relaxed on all proper occasions into joviality and mirth. In their social intercourse, in fact, few nations have been more cheerful or addicted to jokes and pleasantry than the Greeks, and above all the Athenians, whose hours of leisure were one continued round of gossip, sport, and laughter. 165 Never in any city were newsmongers, or even news forgers, so numerous. In the mouth of young and old no question was so frequent as, "What is the news?" These were the sounds that circulated from rank to rank in the assembly of the people before the orators began their harangues, that were bandied to and fro in the agora, that filled by their incessant repetition the shops of barbers and perfumers. 166 Akin to the itching ear was the passion for show and magnificence, every man, from highest to lowest, affecting as far as possible spacious dwellings, superb furniture, and costly apparel. Even the bravest of the brave, the heroes of Marathon, were petits maîtres maîtres at their toilette, and went forth to the field in purple cloaks, their hair curled, adorned with golden ornaments, and perfumed with essences. The study of philosophy itself failed in most cases to subdue this ostentatious spirit. Plato loved rich carpets and splendid raiment. Even Aristotle was an exquisite, and Aeschines an acknowledged coxcomb. From several of these weaknesses the Spartans were free. They cared little for news, still less for dress, and less still for cleanliness, so that their beautiful long hair and waving beards swarmed with those autochthonal beasts, for the expulsion of which there was no law in Sparta. Though neither a knowing nor cleanly race, however, their wit was bright and piercing. No people uttered pithier or finer sayings, and their taste both in music and poetry was cultivated and refined. Probably, therefore, the dining halls and gymnasia and public walks of Sparta were enlivened by as much mirth as those of any other Grecian city, where usually cheerfulness was so prevalent, that to be as merry as a Greek, has become a proverb in all countries. On the third period of the Greek character it is unnecessary to speak at any length. Most of their good qualities having departed with their freedom, they degenerated into a dissembling, hypocritical, fawning and double-dealing race, with little or no respect for truth, without patriotism, and without genuine valor. The literature, painting, and sculpture, to which in their period of degradation they gave birth, bore evident marks of their degeneracy, and tended by the corruption they diffused to avenge them on their conquerors the Romans, whose minds and morals they vitiated, and whose career of freedom and glory they cut short. Through their vices, however, the fame of their more noble and virtuous ancestors has greatly suffered, for the Romans, contemplating the Greeks they saw before them, and implanting their opinion throughout the whole civilized world, their false and unjust views have been bequeathed to posterity, for it is still in a great measure through the Romans that people study the Greeks. 1 Plutarch, Life of Themistocles, in Langhorne's plain and vigorous translation. 2 Mitford, History of Greece, 3. 53-3. Paus. V. 21. 10 Palm. Desk. GR&P 32. Exercede. P 397. 4 IL. Beta 190. Strab. 95. 297 Tauchnitz. With the authorities quoted by Palmarius, Gryce and I3. 5 Fish. Ad Theof. Char P5. El Boss. And Gr Zeun. I1. 6 Hooker, ECC. POLIP 95. 7 Paus. 8 1. 6, 2. 14 4, 22. 1 Herod, 2. 56 S Prom. 859 sub 248. Nieb. History of Rome, I-24. Apollodd. 2-1. Serve ad Ni 628, 2. 83 SCH Apol. Road. I-580. Sets. Ad LYC. 177 481. Natal. Commander P96. And CONF POM. Gry and P41. SQQ. Exercede. P527. With button. Lexel. P155. 8 Philocker. Siebel. P14. 9 Marsh. Chronicles Sector 9. P130. 10 Strab. 8-3. P127. 11 Apollodd. I-9. 18 The mythology describes the Pelasgi as driven out of Thessaly by the Aeolians, and, under the guidance of Cyzicus, taking possession of the peninsula of that name previous to the Argonautic expedition. They fought with the Argonauts, and were afterwards expelled by the Tyrrhenians, who in their turn were driven out by the Milesians. Fought. Bib P 139. A25. Beck. 12 IL. Beta 857. 13 Payne Knight, on the worship of Priapus, P 147. 14 Lambda Epsilon Gamma Alpha Gamma Rho Phi Alpha Sigma Iota Pi Rho Tau Epsilon Rho Omicron Nu Alpha Tau Omicron Pi Rho Omicron Sigma Alpha Gamma Omega Rho Epsilon Upsilon Omicron Mu Nu Omicron Upsilon, Delta Iota Tau Pi Omicron Kappa Epsilon Nu Tau Sigma Alpha Iota Tau Omicron Pi Pi Omicron Upsilon Pi Rho Omicron Sigma Alpha Gamma Omicron Rho Epsilon Upsilon Theta Nu Alpha Iota Pi Pi Omicron Kappa Epsilon Nu Tau Alpha Rho Omicron Upsilon SCH pinned. PYTH. 278. CF SCO L History de la Lit. Grec. I4. SEQ 15. SCH Apol. Road. I-1024. CF Winkle. History de l'Art. I-317. 16 Strab. X3. P349. 17 Strab. X3. P349. SCH pinned. Olymp. 319. Pliny, 4. 2 Eustath. Ad IL. Beta 637. Certain ancient writers maintain that the Aetolians were called Curetes by Homer, and at a still earlier period Hyantes, and the country Hyantes-Steph. Byzant. V alpha tau omega lambda P71. APOM. G and P426 Acarnania itself was formerly called Curetes de Met. AP Steph. V theta nu P45. A hard. Ad plin. 42. P7. 18 Strab. 77. P124. SEQ Hesiod. Frag. 54 ET 124. Goetala II Dodona is supposed to have existed in Thessaly C. Thurl. History of Greece, I-36 cf. Button. Dissertation de Auric. Dodon. Orad. ATT 7. 133 SQQ. 19 IL. Pi 233. 20 Herod. 251. 21 Justin. 71. Thucyd. 299. 22 Muller, Doric I2. 23 Herod, I57 on the situation of the city C. Popo, Proleg. Ad Thucid. 2p 383. 24 Justin, 7. 1s sub p 261. Cf Thucid. 4 109. 25 Diod. VP 396. Wesseling. 26 Steph. BYZ. V Chi Alpha Omicron Nu Alpha, P 753. G27. Herman, however, Polit and P14, imagines that the Caucons, Leleges, and C were independent races, though less civilized and illustrious than the Pelasgi. 28 Plin. 4-1. 29 Scholl. Ad Aristov. EQ 78. 30 Aristo. Meteorol. I14. P39 IL. Pi 234. SEQ 31. Steph. BYZ. V Phi Upsilon Rho Alpha, P 367. C Strab. 77 P 119. See also Mol. Doric I6. Plud. PYRRH. 1 See the authorities collected by Niebuhr, I26. 32 Dolops was the son of Hermes, and dying in the city of Magnesia in Thessaly, had there a tomb erected by the seashore. SCH Apol. Road. I587. 558-33. Palmer. Exercede. P527 SCH Apol. Road. I500 Dion. Hal. I3. 134. Athen. 1445. 35 Servad. N8. 725-36. Paus. 436. 1 SCH Apol. Road. 1239. 37 Pliny, 4. 14 Even Thyades itself, one of the earliest cradles of the Hellenes, is recorded to have been a Pelasgian settlement. SCH Apol. Road. I14 CF Ad. I40. 580-38. SCH Apol. Road. 426, I906. 580-39. Steph. Bizant. V lambda rho iota sigma sigma P 511. B, C, D SCH Apol. Road. I40. 40 That the Dryopes were Pelasgi, appears from this they received their national appellation from Dryops, son of Lycon, SCH Apol. Road. I1218, who was himself the son of Pelasgo Suid. V lambda upsilon kappa CF etim mag 154, 7. 288, 32. Paus. 82. 141. Just. 13 For the Epicnemidian Locrians were anciently called Leleges, and by them the channel of the Cephisos was open to the sea. Pliny, 4. 12 Solon. 7 p 55. Bipont. Hesiod. Frag. 25 Goedel Strab. 7 p 115, 9. 1 p 248. SCYMN. Choose, p 24 Fod. Bib 321. B 42. Nasius of Patria PSCH pinned. PYTH. 4104 Dion. Hal. And Romi 31, is one of those writers who considers the Pelasgi miserable because they were wanderers. Upon this notion Palmarius remarks judiciously, sed si tales migrations misery sunt, miserami olim Galli majors nostri, qui usque in Asiam, post multas errors, armis victricibus penetrassa historiae omnes testintur, et hoc seculo miserami tartari et Arabs, qui nomadies vivant, et seds identitem mutans, non se miseros existimant, et id genus vitae adolicis conditionibus mutare recuserant. Grici Antique p. 60. 43. According to the reading of Callus thence, Homer himself fixes their residence in Paphlagonia cf. Strab. 13 p. 16. 8 p. 157. Sch Hom. Upsilon 329. Unless we adopt this reading we must suppose with the scholiast, that they were not separately mentioned in the catalogue, because Homer confounded them with the Leleges, or because they arrived late in the war. 44 Omicron mu nu sigma kappa theta alpha phi alpha sigma nu, Omicron delta tau nu mu alpha kappa epsilon delta nu omega nu tau iota nu, Omicron delta tau nu pi epsilon lambda alpha sigma gamma nu strab. 13 p. 16. To the same tradition alludes the scholiast, theta nu Omicron pi alpha phi lambda alpha gamma Omicron nu alpha, Omicron delta sigma kappa upsilon theta alpha Omicron delta tau Omicron lambda epsilon gamma Omicron mu nu Omicron upsilon kappa alpha upsilon nu Omicron upsilon epsilon pi Omicron nu. Il kappa 429. 45. In the dialect of the Dryopes, this mountain was known by the name of Beta Eta Lambda, by which word the Chaldeans denoted the highest circle of the heavens. Etim Mag 196. 19 Seq 46. Plin. V 39. 47 Paus. 838. 2 Sch Apol. Road. I 599. Mers. CYPR. I 28. P 76. Steph. Bizant. V lambda upsilon mu pi p 612. E mention, moreover, is made of an eighth Olympos in Cilicia. Sch Apol ut sup. A ninth in Lycia. Plin XXI. 7, 48. Fod. Bib 139. A12. 25 Herod. 742. CFI 57. Pomp. Maela. I 19. 49 Sch Apol. Road. I 40. 50 Pliny, 15. 39 51. Plato, Cradle. I 4. P 58c, likewise, Muller, Doric I 9 to 11, where, however, too much ingenuity by far is displayed. Another proof of relationship is supplied by Homer, Il Row 288, who represents Hippotheus, a Pelasgian, insulting the body of Patroclus Strab. 13.3. P 142 Niebuhr, I 28, conjectures that the Trojans were not a Phrygian, but a Pelasgian tribe, though, in reality, both Phrygians and Trojans sprang from the same stock. 52 Strab. 13.3. P 144. 53 Paus. 7.2. 854. WF7. P 114. The Carians themselves are said to have lived habitually amid inaccessible rocks. Shoal. Arist. AV 292. 55 Athen. 1421. 56 Thucyd. I8. 57 Paus. 72. 8 Steph. Bizant. V gamma lambda lambda alpha, P 30, D. Ed Burkle. 58 Athen. 1512. Thurl. History of Greece, I-43. Sch Apol. Road. I-14. 59 Pliny, 2. 31 Steph. De Urb. V mu lambda epsilon tau p 559. B.C. Eustath. In Dion. Perig. 825 456. Sch Apol. Road. I-186. 60 il. Phi 86. CFSCH ad kappa 429. 61 A glimpse of this fact is obtained from a tradition preserved by Hecatius tau omicron delta lambda lambda epsilon gamma alpha tau iota nu mu nu tau omicron kappa alpha rho sigma nu epsilon kappa zeta omicron upsilon sigma iota nu. Strab. 77. P 114. From other authorities we learn that the Carians were regarded as Pelasgians habitator incerti originis. Alii indigenas, sunt qui Pelasgos, quidem Cretas existim ant. Pomp. Mela, I-16 see likewise Barnes ad Europe. Heracle. 317 But the strongest testimony is that of Herodotus, I-171. 62 Strabo, 14. 2p 208. Thucyd. I-8. 63 Strabo, 8. 6p 204. 64 Strab. A.P. Palmer. Gr and I-10, p 65. Serve ad N8. 725 We again find these two people united at Troy, but not mentioned in the catalogue, because their leader had fallen and there were few of them left to be ranged under Hector. Their leaders were Helicon and his sons. Their capital city Thebes with lofty gates had been sacked by Achilles. Strab. 13-3. P 141. 65 Travels of Ali Bey. 66 Fod. Bib 141. A 67. According, however, to a tradition preserved by Ephoros, the city of Carides, in this island, was founded by those who escaped with Makar from the deluge of Deucalion. Athen. 366. 68 Plin. V 39. 69 Paus. 722. 70 Suid. V Romunu iota omicron Cairo iota. TIP 1044. 71 Herm. POL Antique P13. Herod. 6 138, 140. V26. 72 Herod. 251. 73 Thucyd. I98. Come not. Was. 74 Fod. Bib 139. A75. Fod. Bib 141. A both the island of Lesbos, and its city Himera were called Pelasgia. Pliny, v 39. 76 Serve ad N3. 131 Strabo, x3. Pelasgic remains are still found in the island. Pashli, Trav in Crete, I-152. 77 Apollod. 2-1. Cately, Mythol 405. 78 Cf Athen. 1463. 79 Set. Ad Lyc. 177 Plin. 4-5. Sch Apol. Road. I-1024. NIC Damask. In Excellency p 492. 80 sch Eurip. Orist. 1245 81. S sub 642. 919 82. Strab. 86. P 202. Mul. Doric I 90. Frag. Insert. Pinned. P 660. Dissertation 83. Aristo. Meteorole. I 14. P 38. 84 Strab. 86. P 204. 85 which Strabo, 83, 157, says was the original seat of the Caucons. 86 sch Apol. Road. 4264. 87 Clem. Alex. I 6. 88 Herod. I 146. Pliny 4. 10 Nic Damask. In Excellency P 494. Paus. 81. 489. Paus. 312. 5 I1. The country, moreover, obtained the name of Lelija, 4. I1. 90 Apolloid. 310. 391. Strab. 77. P 115. 92 from whom the people were called Leliges. Paus. I 39. 6 He was said to be the son of Poseidon and Libya, and his tomb was shown near the seashore, 44. 393. Thurl. History of Greece, I 38. 94 Paus. 41. Mul. Doric I 116. 95 Paus. 436. I 96. Strab. 83. 156 97. Ibid 8. 3 152. 98 Ibid 8. 3 157. 99 Ibid 8. 3 151. 100 Ibid 8. 3 157. 101 Ibid 8. 3 151. The Caucons, however, mentioned by Athena in the Odyssey, Theta 366, were different from those of Triphylia. The Triphylian Caucons held all the land lying southeast of Pylos on the way to Lacedaemon. Strab. 83. 157 102. Strab. 83. 157 103. Ibid 104. Herod. 714. 105 Paus. I 14. 2 106. Mul. Doric I 12. 107 sch Arist. Acarn. 75 Nub. 971 108. Herod. I 56. 7 161. Lesbon. Prot Report. 222. FCONF Wessel. Ad Herod. P 26. 109 Herod. I 57. 844. 110 Suid. V Caparo Alpha Nu TIP 1518. D 111. Strab. 77. P 114. 112 Palmer. Grice Antique P 62. 113 Paus. 28. 3 Philic. P 13. Siebel. Herod. 251. SEQ 114. Escal. Supple 259. SQQ. 115 Go edel at Hes. Theog. 311 1014. Omicron tau upsilon rho sigma 8 nu omicron delta, pi epsilon lambda alpha sigma gamma omicron sch apol. Road. 580 The Pelasgi were the founders of Agila, afterwards Seri in Etruria. Steph. Byzant. V gamma lambda lambda alpha, p30. Deeplin. 38. Serve ad n8. 479, who also gives another tradition according to which Agila was built by Tyrrhenians from Lydia. Cf. Vibius, Sequest. 421, who says that the Tuscans were Pelasgi. The Posiadoniati, a Tuscan tribe, entirely forgot their original language, the manners of their country, and all its festivals, save one, in which they assembled to repeat the ancient names of kings, and recall the remembrance of their original home. They then separated with groans, cries, and mingling together their tears. Athen. 1481. The Brutii are said to have been driven out of their country by the Pelasgi, Plin 38, who also settled in Lucania and Bruttium, 9, 10. Pelasgi came out of Peloponnesus into Latium, settled on the Sarna, called themselves Sarhastes, and built, among others, the town of Nuceria. Serve ad n7. 738 A different tradition brings them from Attica, another from Thessaly, because of the many Pelasgian relics found there. Idem. 8600. Dion. Hal. I33. 116 Nieb. I22. Steph. Byzant. V Chi Omicron, P 758. B Victor. Various lect I10. Athen. 6 101. 117 C Nieb. I24. 118 Paus. 81. 5 119. Herod. 232. 51 Plato, Tim T7. 22 to 31. 96 142. 120 Herod. 251. 121 Paus. 320. 5 122. We find mention, too, of a Pelasgian Hera, Alex. Ab. Alex. P 321. SCH Apol. Road. I14. 123 Strab. 13-3. P 144. 124 Serve ad N6. 630 Winckelmann, 2. 557 On the Cyclopean walls of Crotona. Mus Cortonan. PLIROM 1756. 125 Palm. GRNP 60. Herm. POLNP 13. 126 Palm. GRNP 72. 127 Delta 142. SCH Apol. Road. 3 1323. Natal. Commander 611. 128 Fod. Bib 320. B 129. They were the inventors of the trumpet. Pi epsilon lambda alpha sigma gamma iota beta rho epsilon mu epsilon sigma lambda pi iota gamma xi, non. Dion. 47 568. Cf. Paus. 221. 3 Go edel at Hes. Theog. 311 130. Serve ad N9. 505 131. Nieb. I-23. 132 Palm. GRNP 55. 133c, however, the question discussed in Palmarius, GRNP 49. SQQ. CONF Justith. Ad IL. Beta 841. 134 Plin. 756. Tacit. Annal. 1114. E.T. Rupert ad LOC Hygiene. Feb. 277 p 336. 135 Serve ad N2. For 136. Aristo. Meteorole. I-14. P39. 137 Palm. GRN5. 138 I-58. 139 C. Mitford, History of Greece, 81 ff, who is full of these colonies. Herod. I-2. CONF Thurl. I-185. Cately, History of Greece, p11. Mull. Doric I-16. 140 cf Plud. Pericle. 13. 141 C. Man Moscow. AP Arist. Nub. 982 142. Respect for old age is still a remarkable feature in the Greek character. Theursk. Eta actual de logres, I-292. On the same trait in their ancestors see Mif. I-186. Otis. Omega 254. Plat. Republic 6. P6. Fs Kant. Tim. 7. 143 C. Thirlwall I-180. SQQ. And Mitford I-181 among the Sauromatae, in the time of Hippocrates, even the women mounted on horseback and fought in battle. They were not allowed to marry until they had slain 3 enemies de air. E.T. LOC 78. A circumstance is related of the Parthian court, illustrative of the ferocity which prevailed generally in antiquity. The monarch, it is said, kept a humble friend, whom he fed like a dog, and whipped till the blood flowed, for the slightest offense at table, apparently for the amusement of the guests. Athen. 438. This trait of barbarism was imitated by the Tsar Peter, by servile historians denominated the Great, who used brutally to maltreat the Princess Galitzine before his whole court. Mem. Of the Margrave. Of Bayreuth, Volume IP 34. 144 Thucid. I5. 145 IL. Row 212. Sec. The words I knew Omicron signified, actively and passively, the host and the guest. The rights of hospitality were hereditary, the descendants of men being compelled to entertain the descendants of those with whom their forefathers had contracted hospitable ties. Pyros I epsilon nu omicron iota sometimes signified persons who publicly received ambassadors, as Antenor among the Trojans. Agamemnon had hospitable ties with the Phrygians, because he came of Phrygian ancestors. Dam. Vis I nu omicron. Sch Aristov. EQ 347. Cf. Berg. N8. 165 ET Serve ad LOC Plat. Sophomore T4. P 125, where Socrates alludes to a passage in Homer, in which Zeus is said to be the companion of the wanderer, observing jocularly that the Eleatic stranger might probably have been some deity in disguise. Cf. Tamash. Tess. Hosp C 23. AP Granove. Thisor. 9266. SQQ. It was a proverb at Athens that the doors of the Prytaneum would keep out no stranger. Sch Aristov. ACH. 127. The Lucanians had a law thus expressed: if a stranger arriving at sunset ask a lodging of anyone, let him who refuses to be his host be fined for want of hospitality. The object, I imagine, of the law, says Elian, various History 4I, was at once to avenge the stranger and hospitable Zeus. 146. According to Hippocrates, the inhabitants of lofty mountains, well watered, are generally hardy and of tall stature, but fierce and ferocious. In saying this, the philosopher describes the Arcadians without naming them. De Air. ETLOC 120. 147. Athen. 474. 148. Clam. Alex. Strom. IP 355. L12. Wink. History de l'Art, I 316. 149. Among the ancient Scythians an extraordinary uniformity of feature was observable, as also among the Egyptians. The same is the case at present, supposed to proceed, in the one case from the rigor, in the other from the extreme heat, of the climate. Hippoc. De Air. ETLOC 91. But in every country, the climate being alike for all, the same effect ought to be produced on the whole population. The similitude is chiefly to be traced to the absence of all mixture with foreign races, and the equal indevelopment of the mind. 150. Pole. For 141. 151. Aristo. De General Anum vi 152. Cf. Hippoc. De Air. ETLOC 125, SEQ 23, SEQ K-Sob. Ad Theof. Char P 94. SEQ 153. This wind, wherever it prevails, increases the appetite, and the Greeks were a hearty eating people. Aristo. Problu. XXVI 45. The wind Ornithius was often so cold as to strike birds dead on the wing. Shoal. Aristov. ACH. 842 154. Aristo. Problu. XX20. The black myrtle, which is much larger than the white, grew wild about the hills. XX36. The southern breezes were considered highly salutary to the plants of the Thriasian plain. XXVI 18. 155. See the savage anecdote of Stratocles in Plutarch. Demet. 12. 156. Thucyd. 370. SQQ. 157. Elian. Various History 6. 7. Cf. Europe. Andr. 445. SEQ 158. Thucyd. V 83. 159. Thucyd. 267. 160. Pazin. 932. 9 161. Thucyd. V 126, 3. 50 162. Thucyd. V 32, 4. 57 163. Heracle. Pont. AP Athen. 1226. 164. Cf. Wink. History de l'Art, I 320. Thirsk, État. Act. De Logres, IP 290. SQQ, and for their disinterestedness, Pashley, Trav in Crete, I 221. 165 Loud laughter was nevertheless considered vulgar among the Greeks. Platt. Republic T6. 112 The Athenians were addicted to the language of shrugging and nodding, kappa dot tau dot lambda. To nod upwards was to deny, downwards to confess. Sch Aristov. ACH. 112 166. Aristotle says that the orators of Athens, who governed the people, passed sometimes the whole of the day seeing mountebanks or jugglers, or talking with those who had travelled as far as the Phasis or Boris thence, and that they never read anything save the supper of Philoxenos, and that not all Athen. I-10. It was in the opinion of these persons perhaps, that a great book was a great evil. ID 3. 1 Chapter 3. Geographical Outline. To render still clearer the point we have been insisting on in the foregoing chapter, it may be useful to take a rapid survey of the geography of the country, and enter somewhat more at length into its peculiar configuration and productions. 167 Considered as a whole, the most remarkable feature in the aspect of Greece consists in the great variety of forms which its surface assumes in the territories of the numerous little states into which the country was anciently divided. Of these no two resemble each other, whether in physical structure, climate, or productions, so that it may be said that in general the atmosphere of Greece is mild. 168 But not in every part, for within its narrow boundaries are found nearly all grades of temperature. The inhabitants of Elis and the valley of the Eurotas are exposed to a degree of heat little inferior to that of Egypt, while the settlers about Olympos, Pindos, and Dodona, with the rough goatherds of Parnassos, Doris, and the Arcadian mountains experience the rigors of an almost Scandinavian winter. In this extraordinary country the palm tree and the myrtle flourish within sight of the pine, the larch, and the silver fir of the north. In several of the islands and on parts of the continent certain tropical birds, as the peacock and the golden pheasant, have long been naturalised, while in other districts snipes and woodcocks. 169 Appear early, storms of sleet and hail are frequent, and the summits of mountains are capped with eternal snow. 170 A no very elevated range of hills separates the marsh Miasmata and wit-withering fogs of Boeotia. 171 The home of gluttony and stupidity, from the bland transparent cheerful atmosphere and sweet wholesome soil of Attica, where, as a dwelling place for man, earth has reached her highest culminating point of excellence, and where, accordingly, her noblest fruits, wisdom, and beauty, have ripened most kindly. To proceed, however, with an outline of the country, along the shores, more especially towards the west, rugged cliffs of great elevation impend over the deep, and in stormy weather present an appearance highly desolate and forbidding. But descending the Ionian Sea, and doubling Cape Cryo, the southwesternmost promontory of Crete, the approach towards the tropics is felt both in the air and in the landscape. The nights are beyond description lovely, the stars appear with increased size and brilliancy. 172 And morning spreads over both land and wave a beauty but faintly reflected even in poetry. Every rock and headland, clothed with the double light of mythology and the sun, emerges from the obscurities of the dawn glittering with dew and fresh as at the creation. The slopes of the mountains, feathered with hanging woods, lead the eye upwards to those aspiring peaks, the cradle of many a Hellenic legend, where snows pale and shining as those of Mont Blanc. 173 Descending on all sides in wavy gradations to meet the forests, rest forever, and at the opening and the close of day exhibit that crimson blush which we observe among the higher Alps. All the lowlands at their base are meantime covered, perhaps, with heavy mists, while lighter and more fleecy vapors hang here and there upon the mountain tops, augmenting their grandeur by allowing the imagination like a titan to pile them up as high as it pleases towards heaven. The coasts of eastern Hellas, including those of Euboea, along the whole line of Thessaly to the confines of Macedonia, are bold and rocky, frowning like the ramparts of freedom upon the slaves of the Asiatic plains. Traversed in almost every direction by mountain chains infinitely ramified and towering in many places to a vast height, Greece has, likewise, its elevated tablelands, lakes, bogs, morasses, with extensive open downs and heaths. Lying between the 36th and 41st degrees of north latitude, and excepting on the Illyrian and Macedonian frontier everywhere surrounded by the sea, it may in many respects be said to enjoy the most advantageous position on the globe. From the barbarian countries of Macedonia and Illyria it is divided by a series of contiguous mountain ridges, which commencing with Olympos, covered all the year round with snow, amid which the poet Orpheus 174 was interred, and including the Campanian range, with the lofty peak of Lachmos, stretches westward across the continent, and terminates in the stormy Acroceraunian promontory. The most northern provinces of Hellas, immediately within this boundary and west of the Pindos range, were Chaonia and Malatia, and towards the east Thessaly, a circular valley of exceeding fertility, encompassed by chains of lofty mountains. This province contains the largest and richest plains in Greece, and many of the names most hallowed by its religious traditions and most renowned in poetry, belong to Thessaly. Here, in fact, was the supposed cradle of the Hellens. From hence sailed the Argo, and incomparably the greatest of all the heroes who fought at Troy mixed with auxiliar gods. The geography of Thessaly is remarkable. According to a tradition already mentioned, it was once a mountain-girt lake, the waters of which, augmented by unusual rains, burst their stupendous barriers and tore themselves away through opposing rocks to the sea. Among the tribes of northern Hindustan a similar tradition prevails respecting the formation of the Vale of Kashmir, and whether in these cases the voice of fame has preserved or not an historical truth, such events may be regarded as not improbable in countries abounding with mountain lakes whose beds lie considerably above the level of the sea. The lofty ridge which skirts the shores of the Aegean, and is said to have been rent in remote antiquity by the waters of the lake, presents a highly varied aspect to the approaching mariner. First, on sailing northward, Pelion comes in sight, a broad ridge rising from the waves like a huge uncrenellated wall, and covered in Homeric times with fiercely waving woods. To this succeeds Ossa, with its steep conical peak, clothed with durable snows and divided by a narrow dusky gap from Olympos. This gap is Tempe 175, whose savage beauties poets and sophists have vied with each other in describing, though the reality is still finer than their pictures. On entering the defile of the mountains, a narrow glen hemmed in by precipitous rocks, bare in some places, in others verdant with hanging oaks, receives the waters of the Peneios, which, like the Rhone at St. Maurice and the Nile at Silsiles, in some places fill up the whole breadth of the pass, leaving scarcely room for a straightened road carried over rocky ledges. Farther on they diffuse themselves over a broad pebbly bed, and narrow prospects are opened up through woody vistas into soft pastural recesses, carpeted with emerald turf, and perfumed with flowers and shrubs of the richest fragrance. Anon the vale contracts again, gloomy cliffs frown over the stream and sadden its surface with their shadows, until at length the whole chain is traversed and the Peneios precipitates its laughing waters into the Aegean. 176 Crossing the great range of Pindos we enter Epirus 177, a country anciently divided into many provinces, and partly inhabited by semi-barbarous tribes, where on the borders of a lake singularly beautiful and picturesque stood the fane and oracle of Dodonian Zeus. Homer, accustomed to the mild skies of Ionia, speaks of its climate as rude and severe. But Byron, born among the hungry rocks of Caledonia, and habituated to the savage features of the north, was smitten with its wild charms, and thus describes one of the scenes in the neighborhood near the sources of the Acheron. Monastic Zitza, from thy shady brow, thou small but favored spot of holy ground, where'er we gaze around, above, below, what rainbow tints, what magic charms are found. Rock, river, forest, mountain all abound, and bluest skies that harmonize the whole. Beneath, the distant torrent's rushing sound tells where the volumed cataract doth roll between those hanging rocks which shock yet please the soul. Clusters of islands clothed with poetical verdure stretch along the coast thickly indented by diminutive bays and embouchures of rivers. On a point of the Acarnanian shore 178 in the mouth of the Ambracian Gulf, the Commonwealth of Rome which had foundered so many rival states suffered final shipwreck, and the shores of avenged Hellas were strewed with the wrecks of Roman freedom. Aetolia, Doris, Locri, Phocis, in which was the mystic navel of Gaia 179 and the deep valley of Boeotia, divided from each other by mountains or by considerable rivers, minutely intersected by streams, and broken up into a perpetual succession of hill and dale, conduct us southward to the Corinthian Gulf and the borders of Attica. Reserving this illustrious division of Hellas, and Megaris which originally formed a part of it, for the close of our rapid outline, we enter the Peloponnesus, a country remarkable both for its physical configuration, and for the races which anciently inhabited it. Connected with the continent by the narrow isthmus of Corinth, it immediately expands westward and southward into a peninsula of large dimensions, in form resembling a ragged plantain leaf or outstretched palm 180. Like the northern division of Hellas, the Peloponnesus is rough with mountain chains, and belted round with cliffs. Towards the center it swells into a lofty plateau, known to antiquity under the name of Arcadia. Foreign poets, misapprehending the nature of the country, have described this province as a succession of soft pastoral scenes 181, but its real character is very different, consisting chiefly of an extensive tableland, supported by vast mountain buttresses, which in some places tower into peaks of extraordinary elevation. It is broken up into innumerable valleys and deep glens, overhung with wild precipitous rocks, clothed with gloomy forests, and buried during a great part of the year in clouds and snow. The inhabitants were rough and unpromising as the soil, distinguished like the modern Swiss for no quality but bravery, which, like them too, they sold with a mercenary recklessness to the best bidder. 182 Achaia is a slip of sea coast sloping towards the north. Elis, a succession of beautiful plains with few eminences intervening, well-watered, and renowned for their fine breed of mares. This, the holy land of the Hellenes, sacred every rood to Zeus, was to the Greeks a place of pilgrimage, as Mecca to the Arabs and Palestine to the Christians of the West. In the Homeric age it was confined within narrow limits, its sea coast only extending from Buprasium to the promontory of Hiermen, scarcely indeed, so far, as Myrs-Enos is said to be its last city towards the north, and Buprasium is mentioned rather as a separate state. It was divided from Achaia by Mount Scalis, which Homer calls the rock Olenia, and Alasian is the boundary to the south. Consequently, neither Mount Pholo nor Olympia, nor the Alpheus was then included in Elis, still less Triphylia. Argolis, on the opposite side of the peninsula, is traversed by a broad ridge of hills, which, branching off from Mount Selene and Parthenion in Arcadia, abounds in deep ravines and spacious natural caverns. It contains, however, several plains of much fertility, but, though marshy and subject to malaria, the neighborhood of the capital is deficient in good water. The fame of Argos 183 rests almost wholly on a fabulous basis. It was great in the infancy of Greece, it took the lead in the Trojan War, but, with the eruption of the half-barbarous Dorians into the Peloponnesus, the glory of the old heroic race that fought at Thebes and Ilion, waned visibly, and Argos and its twin city, Mycenae, sank into comparative insignificance. Laconia consists of a hollow valley, enclosed between two mountain chains, proceeding from the great Arcadian barrier, Parnon and Kronios, and stretching southward to the sea. Down the center of this vale flows the Eurotas, whose sources lie above Bellamina, among the steep recesses of Taygetos 184. Though enlarged by several tributary brooks, it preserves, until some way below Sparta, the character of a mountain torrent, but after precipitating itself in a romantic sparkling cascade, appears for some time to be lost in a morass. Escaping, however, from the swamp, it flows during the remainder of its course over a firm gravelly bed to the Laconian Gulf. Immediately above Sparta the valley narrows exceedingly, but, at this point, the hills receding suddenly on both sides, sweep round a small circular plain, and, a short distance below the city, again approach and press upon the bed of the Eurotas 185. The site of Sparta, therefore, resembles on a small scale that of the Egyptian Thebes, which is similarly hemmed round by the Arabian and Libyan mountains. It follows, too, that the condition of the atmosphere must to a certain extent be alike in both places, for the ridges of Taygetos and Thornax rising to a great height, not only intercept the cooler breezes from the west and north, but, bending amphitheatrically round the plain, concentrate the sun's rays, which, being bare and rocky, they reflect with great force. In summer, therefore, the heat is intense. In winter, on the other hand, their great elevation suffices morning and evening to exclude the slanting beams, thus causing a degree of cold little inferior, perhaps, to what is felt in the highlands of Arcadia. But though lofty and bleak, the uplands of Laconia are not incapable of cultivation, and in many places were anciently covered with forests of plane trees. Their eastern slopes were likewise clothed with vines, irrigated, as in Switzerland and Burgundy, by small rills, conducted through artificial channels from springs high up in the mountains. 186. The summits of Taygetos are waste and wild, rent and shattered by frequent earthquakes, lashed by rainstorms, and here and there bored and undermined by gnawing streams. Working their way to the valley, it presents the aspect of a fragment of nature in its decrepitude. South, however, of Mount Evoras the country opens into a plain of considerable fertility, extending eastward towards Mount Xarax and the sea. On the Messenian frontier, also, are many valleys highly productive. This portion of Lacedaemon obtained in the time of Augustus the name, given perhaps in mockery, of the land of the Eleutherolacans, or Free Laconians. 187. Protected on the land side by mountains difficult to be traversed, and presenting towards the sea an inhospitable harborless coast, Laconia seems marked out by nature to be the abode of an unsocial people. Like that of many Swiss cantons, its climate is generally harsh and rude, vexed by cold winds alternating with burning heats, and appears to communicate analogous qualities to the minds of its inhabitants, who have been in all ages remarkable for valor untempered by humanity. In such a country the nobler arts can never be completely naturaliste. The virus imbibed from nature will find its way into the character, and defy the influence of culture and of government. Messenia presents, in every respect, a contrast to Laconia. Along the sea-coast, indeed, particularly from Pylos to Cape Aradas, its barrenness is complete, neither woods nor thickets, nor any vestige of verdure being visible upon the red cinder-like precipices beetling over the sea, or sloping off into grey mountains above. But having passed this alpine barrier, we find the land sinking down into rich plains, which on the banks of the broad Pamesus were anciently, for their luxuriant fertility 188 denominated the happy. North, and about the sources of the Balera, the Amphitos, and the Neta the scenery grows highly romantic and picturesque, the eye commanding from almost every elevated point innumerable narrow meandering glens, each with its bubbling streamlet circling round green eminences, clothed to their summits with hanging woods. Messenia, which, as soon inhabited, must have been wealthy, appears to have been a favorite resort of poets in remote antiquity. Here the Thracian timorous, in a contest, as was fabled, with the Muses, lost his sight, together with the gift of song, and in a small rocky island on its coast the haunt, when I saw it, of sea mews and cormorants Sparta received from an Athenian general of mean abilities one of the most galling defeats recorded in her annals. Returning out of the Peloponnesus by way of the Isthmus, and quitting at the Laconian rocks the territories of Corinth, we enter the Megaris 189 originally, as I have before observed, a part of the Athenian territories. Attica is a triangular promontory, of small extent, projecting into the Myrtoan Sea, between Argolis and Euboea. A mountain chain, of no great elevation, forms, under several names, the boundary between this country and Boeotia, and Mount Carida, in later times, divided it from Megaris. On every other side Attica is washed by the sea, which, together with nearly all the circumjacent islands, was, in antiquity, regarded as a part of its empire 190. This minute division of Greece, fertile in nothing but great men, is seldom viewed with any eye to the picturesque. Satisfied that Athens stood there, we commonly ask no more. Genius has breathed over it a perfume sweeter than the time of its own hills has painted it with a beauty surpassing that of earth rendered its atmosphere redolent forever of human greatness and human glory and casts so dazzling an illusion over its very dust and ruins, that they appear more beautiful than the richest scenes and most perfect structures of other lands. Independently, however, of its historical importance, Attica is invested with numerous charms. Consisting of an endless succession of hill and dale 191 with many small plains interspersed, and swelling towards its northern frontier into considerable mountains, it presents a miniature of the whole Hellenic land 192. In antiquity its uplands and ravines and secluded hollows were clothed with wood oaks, white poplars, wild olive trees, or melancholy pines. The arbutus, the agnus castus, wild pear, heath, lentisk, and other flowering shrubs decked its hillsides and glens, on the brow of every eminence wild thyme, sweet marjoram, with many different kinds of odoriferous plants exhaled their fragrance beneath the foot 193, while rills of the clearest and sweetest water in the world, leaped down the rocks, or conducted their sparkling currents through its romantic and richly cultivated valleys. Southward, among the mountains of Scorii of the mining district, springs of silver 194 may be said to have usurped the place of fountains. The face of the country is nearly everywhere arid and barren, the plains are parched, the gullies encumbered with loose shingle, the eminences unpicturesque and dreary, yet wherever vegetation takes place, the virtue of the Attic soil displays itself in the production of fragrant flowers, whence the bee extracts the most delicious honey in the world, superior in quality to that of Hybla or high meadows. Comparative barrenness may, however, upon the whole, be considered as characteristic of Attica. Indeed, Plato 195 in a very curious passage, likens to a body emaciated by sickness the hungry district round the capital, where the soil has collapsed about the rocks. But from this innumerable advantages have arisen. The earth being light and porous permits whatever rain falls immediately to sink and disappear, as in Provence 196, which, more than any other part of Europe, resembles Attica. Hence, except in some few inconsiderable spots 197 no bogs, no marshes exist to poison the air with cold effluvia, a ridge of mountains protects it against the northern blasts, mild breezes from the ocean prevail in almost all seasons, snow seldom lies above a few hours on the ground. The atmosphere, accordingly, kept constantly free from terrene exhalations, is buoyant and sparkling as on the Libyan desert, when, at noon, every elevated rock appears to be encircled by a luminous halo. 198 In air so pure the act of breathing is a luxury which produces a smile of satisfaction on the countenance, the mind performs its operations with ease and rapidity, and life, everywhere sweet, appears to have a finer relish than in countries exposed to watery and unwholesome fogs. It was perfectly philosophical, therefore, in Plato 199 to regard Attica as a place designed by nature to bring the human intellect to the greatest ripeness and perfection, a quality extended by Aristotle to Greece at large. The same atmospheric properties were favorable to health and long life, warding off many disorders common in other parts of the country. A learned and ingenious but fanciful writer 200 considers Peloponnesus to have been the heart of Greece. Following up this idea, we must unquestionably pronounce Athens to have been the head, the seat of thought, the place where its arts and its wisdom ripened. But ere we touch upon the capital, which cannot be slided over with a cursory remark, it will be necessary to enter into some little detail respecting the demi or country towns of Attica, 201 of which in the flourishing times of the Republic there existed upwards of 174. Of these small municipal communities, of which too little is known, several were places of considerable importance, possessing their temples, their agori, their theatres, filled with walks and surrounded by impregnable fortifications. The Athenians regarded Athens, indeed, as the Hebrews did Jerusalem, in the light of their great and holy city, the sanctuary of their religion and of their freedom. But this did not prevent their preferring the calm simplicity of a country life to the noisier pleasures of the town. Many distinguished families, accordingly, had houses in these demi, or villas in their vicinity. Here, also, several of the greatest men of Athens were born. Thucydides was a native of Halymos, 202 Sophocles of Kalanos, Epicurus of Gargetos, Plato of Aegina, Xenophon of Urchia, Tyrtios, Harmodios, and Aristogiton of Aphidne, Antiphon of Rhamnos, and Aeschylus of Eleusis. In other points of view, also, the towns and villages of Attica possessed great interest. They long continued to be the seats of the primitive worship of the country, where the tutelar deities of particular districts, of earth-born race, were adored with that affectionate faith and that fervency of devotion which peculiarly belong to small religious communities. The gods they worshipped appeared almost to be their fellow citizens, and to exist only for their protection. In fact, they were the patron saints of the villages. Fabulous legends and historical traditions combined with religion to shed celebrity over the Attic demi. There was hardly in the whole land a single inhabited spot which did not figure in their poetry or in their annals as the scene of some memorable exploit. Aphidne 203 was renowned, for example, as the place whence the Dioscuri bore away their sister Helen, after her rape by Theseus, in revenge for which the youthful heroes devastated the whole district. Grey Marathon, 204 as Byron aptly terms it, was embalmed forever in Persian blood, and rendered holy by the vast barrows raised there by the state over the ashes of its fallen warriors. Rhamnos on the Attic Dardanelles became famous for its statue of Nemesis, originally of Aphrodite, the work of Diodotos or Agorikritos of Paros, not unworthy to be compared for size and beauty with the productions of Phidias. The eruption of the Peloponnesians conferred a melancholy celebrity on Decelia 205 and Phyle obtained a place in history as the stronghold where Thrasybulus gathered together the small but gallant band which avenged the cause of freedom upon the 30. Of Eleusis 206 it is enough to say that there the ceremonies of initiation into the mysteries were performed. The capital of Megara, like Athens, stood a short distance from the sea, but was joined by long walls to its harbour Nicaea, protected from the weather by the Minoan promontory. In sailing thence to the Piraeus we pass several islands, none of which, however, are of any magnitude, save Salamis, in remote antiquity a separate state governed by its own laws. The old capital, already deserted in the time of Strabo, stood on the southern coast over against Aegina, but the principal town of later times was situated on a bay at the root of a tongue of land projecting toward that part of Attica 207 where Xerxes sat to behold his imperial armada annihilated by the republicans of Hellas. Salamis was known of old under various names Scyras, Cycrea, and Pituessa, from the pitus, or pine tree, by which its rocks and glens were in many places shaded. Immediately before the engagement in which his navy was destroyed, the Persian monarch sought to unite Salamis to the continent by a dam 2 stadia in length. His project, had it succeeded, would have ruined the ferrymen of Amphiale, a class of individuals whose operations Solon judged of sufficient importance to be regulated by a particular article in his code. Of the smaller islets that form the outworks of the Attic coast, little need be said, since they were nearly all barren, and inhabited only by a few legendary traditions. The tomb of Circe was shown on the larger of the Pharmacusi, and the island of Helena, east of the Samian promontory obtained the reputation of having been the spot where the faithless queen of Menelaus consummated her guilt. 208 Aegina belonged to Attica only by conquest, but as when subdued its subjection was complete and lasting, it must not be altogether omitted in this glance over the home territories of the great Demos. Like Attica itself, the island lying in the Saronic Gulf is of a triangular shape. By proximity it belongs to the Peloponnesus, being within 30 stadia of the Methanian Chersonesos, while to Salamis is a voyage of 90 stadia, and to the Piraeus 120. But the sea itself having been considered a part of Attica, whose flag, like that of England, streamed for ages triumphantly over its billows, the islands also which it surrounded fell one by one into the hands of the people, and this small Doric isle among the rest. A number of diminutive islets, or rather rocks, cluster round the shores of Aegina, some barren and treeless, others endued with a certain degree of fertility and verdant with pine woods. The most remarkable objects in Aegina were placed at the angles of the island. The city and harbour towards the west, on the east looking towards Attica the temple of Athena, and, near its southern extremity, a magnificent conical mountain, which from its grandeur, its form, and its historical recollections, is the most remarkable among the natural features of Aegina. 209 An eminence so lofty and in shape so beautiful would naturally be an object of much interest in so small an island. The local superstitions would necessarily cluster round it, as around Ida in Crete and Olympos in Thessaly. Accordingly on the summit of this mountain the fables of Aegina represent King Aeacus praying, in the name of the whole Hellenic nation, to Zeus for rain, as the prophet prayed for the Israelites, and with equal success. Here, therefore, a recent traveler has with great judgment fixed the site of the Panhellenion, near the spot where a chapel, dedicated to the prophet Elias, now stands. In dimensions Aegina, according to Scylax, ranked 12th among the isles of Hellas. Strabo attributes to it a circumference of 180 stadia, but Sir William Gell, in his Argolis 210 considers its perimeter, not including the fluctuations of the bays and creeks, to be not less than 210 stadia, and its square contents 3,164 stadia, or 41 square miles. 211 The interior is rocky, rough, and perforated with caverns, in which, according to fabulous legends, the Myrmidons resided, and Chabrias afterwards lay in ambush for the Spartan Gorgopas and his Aeginetan allies. 212 A light thin soil nourishes but sparing vegetation on the mountains, but several of the small valleys, filled with earth washed down by rains from the uplands, are rich and fertile, watered by springs and rivulets, and beautified with groves of imperishable verdure. 213 Much has been written on the extent and population of Attica, respecting which most of the philosophers of the last generation entertained very erroneous ideas. An examination of their statements might still, perhaps, be interesting, but it would lead me far beside the scope of my present work, and occupy space that can be better filled up. According to the most careful calculation, Attica contains 720 square miles, or taking into account the island of Salamis 748. The whole of this extremely limited space swarmed, however, with population, for even so late 214 as 317 BC, after all the calamities which the Republic had undergone, Attica still contained 527,660 persons, or nearly 773 to the square mile, a proportion much higher than is found in the most thickly peopled counties of England. This, however, taking into account the form of government, the industrious habits, and extreme frugality of the people, is entirely within the bounds of probability. But in what is related of the population of Aegina, the calculations current among learned authors are so extravagant as to exceed all belief. Muller and Boeck 215, who on other occasions, and sometimes very unseasonably affect scepticism, unhesitatingly admit the account in Athenaeus, which attributes 470,000 slaves to the Aeginetans. 216 to these the former adds a free population of 40,000, making the whole amount to upwards of 500,000, or 12,457 to the square mile. Mr. Clinton 217, clearly perceiving the absurdity of this calculation, proposes to read 70,000, which will leave a population in the proportion of 2,682 to the square mile. The passage in Athenaeus is no doubt, as Bockhart suspects, 218 corrupt, and this being the case, nothing is left but to determine from analogy the population of Aegina, which, supposing it equally dense with that of Attica, would have amounted to something more than 30,000 souls. 167 cf. Hermann, Pol and 6. Mull. Doric 2. 425 168. Varro gave the preference to the soil and climate of Italy, where everything good was produced in perfection. He thought no barley to be compared with the Campanian, no wheat with the Apulian, no rye with the Falernian, no oil with the Venafran. The whole country was so thickly planted with trees that it seemed to be an orchard. Not even Phrygia itself abounded more in vineyards, nor was Argos so fertile as parts of Italy, though it was said to produce from 10 to 15 pipes the jugger. De Re Rustica, I2. p. 46. b. 169. Woodcocks and snipes, I am informed, visited the neighborhood of Attica during the winter in considerable quantities. I heard the curlew and the red shank cry along the marsh to the right of the Piraeus. Subth. In Walp. Mem. I-76. 170 Kramer, Desk. Of Greece, I-8. 171 Beta Omicron Iota Omega Tau Alpha. Pinned. Olymp. 6,151. Cram. 200 thick and foggy atmosphere. Hip. De air. 55. Plat. De leg. VT7. p. 410. Sex Cicero observes it anem licet vidir acquiescere ingenia et ad intelligendum acquiescere eorum, qui terras incolant eas, in quibus air sid purus ac tenuis, quam illorum, qui ut inter crasso scylla et con siri 2. De nat de 216. The purple and the grey heron frequent the marshes of Boeotia. Subth. In Walp. Mem. I-76. 172 I never saw the Pleiades appear so large as on the coast of Messenia. C. Corre, Disc. Prol. Ad hip. De air. ETLOC 115. 173 Even the Cheviot Hills are sometimes, as in 1838, covered all the summer with patches of snow, on which occasions the peasants are said to pay no rent. Tyne Mercury, July 1, 1838. 174 Paus. 930. 9 Anthol. Gry C7. 9 Manag. Ad Diog. Laird. Prium. 5. Here, too, one of the 3 Corybants, when he had been slain by his brethren, found a grave. Clem. Alex. Prot Report. C11. TIP 16. From the blood of this man sprang the herb parsley. 175 AEL Various History 3. 1 Holland 291-95. Clark 4. 290-97. Dodwell, 109. SQQ. Gel. Itiner. Of Greece, 280. 176 Aristotle accounts for what every traveler will have remarked, the extreme blueness of the sea, which he contrasts with the whitish waves of the Pontos Euxeinos. In the latter case, he observes, the air, thick and whitish, is reflected from the surface of the turbid waters, while, in the Aegean, the sea, transparent to a great depth, reflects the bright rich color of the sky. Prop XXIII. 6 He adds that the sea is more transparent during the prevalence of the north wind. 177 Though this country be not generally included by geographers within the limits of Hellas, I have considered it as a part of Greece, because Homer evidently so thought it. He reckons the Peribi and Enyans, and the dwellers about the cold Dodona, among the followers of Agamemnon, that is classes them among the Greeks. Il. Beta 749-755. The ancient name of the country is said to have been Isa. Etim Mag 39. 19 cf. Steph. Byzant. V delta omega delta nu p 319. DSQQ. 178 Where stood a celebrated temple of Apollo Thucyd. I-29. 179 The rocky Pytho afterwards Delphi. Iliad, Beta 519. 180 STRB 8. 2 140. Dion. Perig. AP Palm. GRN 16. 181 CF Palm. GRN 61. On the climate of Arcadia see Aristo. Problem. XXVII 60. He observes that the winds, blowing in from the sea, were not colder there than in other parts of Greece, but that during calms the exhalations from the stagnant waters were particularly chill. See also Hippoc. De air. ETLOC 120. 182 CF Steph. Byzant. V Rho Kappa Alpha P 166. BSEQ 183. IL Beta 559. Mazas, an Argive city, is mentioned by Homer in conjunction with Aegina, which island also belonged at that time to Argos. This place, in later ages, was the harbor of the Hermionians Pausan. 236, 83. Cf. Mul. Aeginet. P 85. 184 This mountain, which in one place via sequester converts into a river, P 19, cf. Berg. George. 2487, was sacred to Bacchus. Servad. Verg. Ut Substrabo describes it at length, and Pausanias observes that it was adapted to the chase. On its summit horses were sacrificed to the sun Paus. 320. 2 cf. Oberlin, Advib. Sequest. p. 375. 185 Coronelli, MEM. History et Geographique. Duroy. De la Maurie, and CP 90. SQQ. Pauqueville, Travels in the Morea, p. 87. Chateaubriand, Itinéraire, TI pages 102 to 118. Cf. the Ersk, État actuel de la Grèce, I 287, who gives the following romantic glimpse of the Laconian Valley KCE pays état beau, lorsqu'au mois de mai 1832, nous traversons ses ravissantes vallées au milieu de montagnes de la Laconie, ETSES villages situés au bord de ruisseaux limpides et entourés d'arbres fruitiers tout en fleurs. Quelle était belle cette terre, lorsque, le soir, revenant de ruins de Sparte à Mistra, nous étions combens de ces parfums tu exhalant les oranges qui remplissent la plaine, et rafraîchis par la brise délicieuse descendue de montagnes majestueuses du Taillet, dont les cimes, encore couverts de neige, semblaient toucher le ciel parsemé d'étoiles. Notre sommeil fut interrompu la nuit par le chant mélodieux d'une troupe de rossignols. 186 Allemand, AP Athen. I-57. 187 Strab. 86. P 190. Paus. 321. 6 188. Cf. Subth. In Walp. MEM. I-60. 189 Strab. 9 IP 232. 190 Strab. 91. Philic. Siebel. P 28. 191 Martinius, in fact, found Attica too hilly for the operations of cavalry Omicron Tau Epsilon Pi Pi Alpha Sigma Mu Eta Chi Rho Eta Nu Tau Tau Iota Kappa. Herod. 913. 192 c, in Plato's Critias, T7. P 153. The eulogium of its beauty and fertility. At present the plain of Attica, if we accept the olive tree, is extremely destitute of wood, and we observed, on our return, the peasants driving home their asses laden with passerina hirsuta for fuel. Subtherp in Mitchell, Knights, p. 155. But the description by no means applies to the whole country. At the foot of Cithaeron there are still forests 4 hours in length. Subth. In Walp. MEM. I-64. 193. This is accounted for by the dryness and purity of the atmosphere, for, as Pliny remarks, hortensi ora moderatissima qui sicca, ut ruta, mentha, apium, et qui in siccus nascentur. History Natxxi. 18 p. 46. 194 Rogamero Omicron Upsilon Pi Eta Gamma Tau Iota Alpha Tau Omicron Sigma Tau Iota, Beta Eta Sigma Alpha Upsilon Rho Chi Theta Omicron Nu. Escal. PERS 238. In all countries the waters of mining cantons are bad hypocrite. De air. ETLOC 35. 195 Critias, T7. P 154. Words. Athens and Attica, 62. 196 Corre, Notes Sir Hippoc. De air. ETLOC 126. T2. P 403. 197 Vitae sch Aristov. Lis. 1032 198. Aristid. I 187. Jeb. Aristophanes appears to speak of the brilliance of its atmosphere in the following verse, Ran 155 psi epsilon iota tau iota phi kappa lambda lambda iota sigma tau omicron nu, sigma pi epsilon rho nu theta delta epsilon. Though Spanheim supposes him to mean the light of the world generally not in LOC 199. Platt. Tim T7. Pages 12. 15 SQQ. Beck. Aristo. POL 7. 6 CF Corre, Disc. Prelim. Ad Hippoc. De Air. ETLOC Peak 6. SQQ. 200 mul. Doric I-76. 201 C kernel leak, transaction Roy. SOC lit. I-114 to 283. 202 Popo, Proleg. In Thucid. I-22. 203 Paus. I-17. 5204. Paus. I-32. 3 SQQ. We observed the long-legged plover near Marathon, the grey plover and the sand plover on the eastern coast of Attica. Subth. Walp. MEM. I-76. Chandler, 2. 83 205. Where Sophocles and his ancestors were buried. Chandler, 2. 95 206. Clem. Alex. Prot Report. 2. TIP 16. SEQ where he relates the story of Demeter and Baubo. 207 on one of the projecting roots of Mount Aegaleus, which anciently, according to Statius, was well wooded, and clothed like high meadows with thyme Thebe. 12631. Suid. V mu sigma sigma omicron nu. This mountain produced likewise an abundance of figs, Theoc. Idle. I-147, which were considered the best in Attica Athen. 1466. Mers. RELATTCIP 4. SEQCF leak, Topog 71. 208 IL. Gamma 445. Where we find its ancient name to have been Crani CF Europe. Helen. 1672 Strab. 91. P245 Pausanias, I-35-1, has preserved another tradition representing Helen as landing here on her return from Troy. Chandler, 2. 7209. Wordsworth, Athens and Attica, P262. 210 IB 28. AP Mol. Egenet. P8. 211 CF Clint. Fest. Helen. 2335. 212 Zen. Helen. V1. 11213. Chandler, 212, speaks of the whole island as covered with trees. 214 Clint. Fest. Helen. 2386. SQQ. CF Boek, Pub Econ. Of Athens, I-44. Sec. On the number of the citizens Vitae Philic. Siebel, P17. 28 Shoal. Vesp. Aristov. 709 Strab. 9 IT2. P234. Herman. POL and 18. Bockhart, Geographic Sac. I-286. 215 Egenet. 128 Econ. Of Athens, I-55, SEQ 216. Deep Nazaf. 6103. CF Shoal. Pinned. Olymp. 830. 217 Fest. Helen. 2423. 218 Geographic Sac. Pars Prior, L4. C20, P286. Chapter 4. Capital Cities of Greece. Athens. From these more general considerations, into which it was perhaps necessary to enter, let us now pass to the picture antiquity has left us of the principal capitals, confining ourselves chiefly to Athens and Sparta, which may be regarded as the representatives of all the rest. The physiognomy of these, like the features of an individual, may in some respects be considered as a key to the character of the inhabitants, a remark which, with great truth, may be applied to all capitals. In the structure of the one, external and internal 219 there was everywhere visible an effort to embody the principle of beauty, improving the advantages and overcoming the difficulties of position. In the other little could be discovered indicative of imaginative power, of the thirst to create, of the yearning of the mind after the ideal, of the desire of genius to breathe the soul into stone, to live and obtain a perpetuity of existence in the works of its own hands, to gaze on its own beauty reflected on all sides from its own creations as from a concave mirror. At Athens everything public, everything which had reference to the united efforts of the people wore an air of grandeur. The Acropolis inhabited only by the gods appeared worthy to be the dwelling place of immortal beings, all the poetry of architecture was there, it seemed to have owed its birth to a concentration of the best religious spirit of the ancient world, aiming at giving earth a resemblance to heaven, at peopling it with mute deities, speaking only through their beauty and surrounding these representatives of the invisible Olympos with everything most excellent, most valuable, most cherished among men. At Sparta a spirit of calculating economy entered into the very worship of the gods. They seemed, in the manner they lodged and entertained them, to have always had an eye to their common tables and their black broth. Between the temples of Athens and Sparta there was, in fact, the same contrast that now exists between St. Peter's at Rome and a Calvinistic conventicle. Accordingly, several ancient writers have vied with each other in heaping encomiums upon Athens, which they regarded as at once the most glorious and the most beautiful of cities. Athenaeus denominates it the Museum of Greece, Pindar, the Stay of Greece, Thucydides, in his epigram upon Euripides, the Greece of Greece, and the Pythian Apollo, the home and place of council of all Greeks. 220 by others it was termed the opulent, though the principal part of its riches consisted in the wise and great men whom it produced, and whose achievements covered it with glory. In the same spirit the Arabs call Cairo the mother of cities, and all nations concentrate more or less upon their capital, their affection, and their pride. The superior magnificence of Athens appears from this, that it was always the place to which the Greeks referred when desirous of magnifying the splendor of their own country, in comparison with what could be found elsewhere. Thus Dion Chrysostom 221 affirms that Athens and Corinth in all that constitutes real grandeur surpass the famous capitals of Persia, Syria, and Ecbatana, and Babylon, and the metropolis of Bactriana. Nay, in the opinion of this writer the Cranion with its gymnasia, fountains, and shady walks, and the Acropolis with its propylaea, antique altars, temples, and population of gods, exceeded in magnificence the palaces of the great king, though there was something exceedingly striking in the site and structure of what may properly be called the Acropolis of Ecbatana 222. The city itself was unwalled, but the citadel, which probably rose in the midst of it, occupied the slopes of a conical hill. Not unlike Mount Tabor, and was girt by 7 walls of different colors and elevation, rising in concentric circles above each other to the summit. The circumference of the lowest is said to have equaled that of Athens, including the Piraeus. The color of this wall was white, the next being black for the sake of contrast, was succeeded by one of light purple, which was followed by walls of sky blue, of scarlet, of silver and of gold. In mere magnitude the great capitals of the East far exceeded Athens. The circuit, for example, of Babylon, is said to have been at least 400 stadia, while, according to the orator Dion, that of Athens was in round numbers 200 stadia, or 25 miles. Aristides probably adopted the same calculation when he pronounced it to be a day's journey in compass. But there is some exaggeration in these accounts, for, according to Thucydides, the total extent of the walls did not exceed 178 stadia. The area, however, of the city was not proportioned to the vast range of its fortifications, consisting of 2 distinct systems of buildings, the astu or city proper, and the Piraeus or harbor, connected together by 3 walls more than 4 miles in length. There were other capitals in the Western world equal in dimensions, as Syracuse, 180 stadia in circumference, and Rome, which in the time of Dionysios of Halicarnassos did not command a larger circuit, though the space included within the walls was much greater. In order, however, to convey a more complete idea of the ancient home of democracy and the arts, we must, as far as possible, open up a view into the interior of Athens, which, with its harbors, docks, arsenals, its marketplaces, bazaars, porticos, public fountains and gymnasia, probably formed the noblest spectacle ever presented to the eye by a cluster of human dwellings. From whatever side approached, whether by land or by sea, the city appeared to be but one vast group of magnificence. In sailing up along the shore from the promontory of Sunium, the polished brazen helmet and shield of the colossal Athena 223 standing on the brow of the Acropolis, were beheld from afar flashing in the sun. On drawing nearer, the Parthenon, the Propylaea, the temple of erect hues, with the other marble edifices crowning the Cecropian rock, glittered above the pinnacles of the lower city, and the deep green foliage of the encircling plain and olive groves. Among its principal ornaments in the later ages of the Republic was a remarkable monument in the road to Eleusis, the tomb of the Hetaira Pythionica, who dying while her beauty still bloomed and her powers of fascination were unimpaired, the love she had inspired survived the grave and manifested itself by rearing a costly pile of marble over her ashes. 224 Upon sailing into the Piraeus 225, where generally ships from every quarter of the ancient world lay at anchor, the stranger was immediately struck by manifestations of the people's power and predilection for stateliness and grandeur. The entrance into the port, barely wide enough to admit a couple of galleys abreast, with their oars in full sweep, lay between 2 round towers, in which terminated on either hand the maritime fortifications of the city. Across the mouth vast chains were extended in time of war, rendering the Piraeus a closed port. 226 arrived within which, the pleased eye wandered over the spacious quays, wharfs, and long ranges of warehouses extending round the harbor, with tombs and sepulchral monuments rising here and there in open spaces between. Among them was a cenotaph in the form of an altar, raised by the repentant people in memory of Themistocles. 227 The founder of the naval power of Athens, whose bones however it has sometimes been supposed were brought thither from Magnesia. The Piraeus consisted of 3 basins, Zea, Aphrodisian, which was by far the largest, and Kantharos. On the western shore were the vast docks and arsenals of the Commonwealth erected by Philon. 228 in which, during peace, all that portion of the public navy not engaged in protecting its trade in distant colonies, was drawn up in dry docks, roofed over and surrounded by massive walls. Towards the center of the town stood the Hippodamia 229, an agora or marketplace, which appears to have resembled Covent Garden, with ranges of stalls in the area and surrounded by dwelling houses. This building derived its name from Hippodamos of Miletos, the architect who erected it, and laid out the whole maritime city in the regular and beautiful style of which he was the inventor. 230 Here, also, were several other marketplaces or bazaars, among which may be reckoned a place 231 resembling the Laura of Samos, the sweet Ancon of Sardis, the Street of the Happy at Alexandria, and the Tuscan Street at Rome, in which fruit, confectionery, with delicacies and luxuries of every kind were exposed for sale. In these agora, as now in the bazaars of Cairo, Damascus, and Constantinople, were beheld, in close juxtaposition, the wines of Spain and Portugal, amber from the shores of the ocean, the carpets, shawls, and jewels of the East, fruit and gold from Thassos, ivory and ostrich feathers from Africa, and beautiful female slaves from Syria, Dardania, and the southern shores of the Euxine, the Mingrelians and Georgians of the modern world. 232 Around these singular groups the young men of Athens, in an almost oriental pomp of costume, might be seen lounging, some perhaps purchasing, others merely looking on, half in haste to return to the gymnasium or to the lectures of Socrates. Among the public buildings 233 in the harbor were the Degma 234 or exchange, where the merchants met to transact business, bringing along with them samples of their goods, the Sarangian 235 or public baths, the superb temples of Zeus and Athena adorned with exquisite pictures and statues, where in an open court seems to have stood the celebrated altar erected by Demos. Thence 236 in commutation of his fine of 30 talents, the long portico which served as an agora to those living near the shore. 237 the theatre 238 and the court of Phraeates. 239 on the beach, where the accused pleaded his cause from a galley lying afloat. Somewhere in the Piraeus was an altar to the unknown gods, 240 which, notwithstanding that the plural form is used, may possibly have been that to which St. Paul alludes in his speech to the Athenians on the hill of Areopagus. Besides the Piraeus, Athens possessed two other harbors, Munichia and Phaelron, which were enclosed by the same line of fortifications, and in process of time formed but one city, superior in extent to the Istu itself. Of these the latter was the most ancient, and from hence Mnestheus sailed for Troy and Theseus for Crete. 241 the Munician promontory 242 abounding in hollows and artificial excavations, and connected by a narrow neck of land with the continent, was the strongest position on the coast, and may be regarded as the key of Athens, since whoever held possession of it could command the city. In this demos stood the Bendidion 243 where shows were exhibited in honor of Bendis the Thracian Artemis, to behold which Socrates and his friends came down from the city, when at the house of Cephalos that conversation took place with Glaucon and Adamantos, out of which arose the Republic of Plato. This division of the port likewise possessed its theatre 244 and here were fought some of those battles with the 30 that re-established the liberty of the Commonwealth. Proceeding inland towards the Istu or city of Athens proper, the stranger beheld before him a straight street upwards of 5 miles in length, extending from the Piraeus to the foot of the Acropolis, between walls 245 of immense elevation and thickness, flanked by square towers at equal distances. Along the summit of these vast piles of masonry a terrace was carried, commanding superb views of the Saronic Bay and distant coasts of Peloponnesus, and, on the other hand, of the city relieved against the green slopes of Lycabettos. 246. The space between the long walls abounded with remarkable monuments. Here were the tombs of Diopeths, Menander, and Euripides, the temple of Hera, burned by the Persians, and left in ruins as a memento to revenge, and numerous cenotaphs and statues of illustrious men. Spacious and lofty gates admitted you into the Astu, through a belt of impregnable fortifications, and the appearance of the interior 247. Though the streets for military purposes were mostly narrow and winding, and the houses low, projecting over the pavement or concealed by elevated front walls, surpassed in all probability the promise of its distant aspect. The grandeur which peculiarly belonged to the Athenian democracy was visible at every step. But it would weary the reader to lead him in succession through all the public places, the Pnyx, the Agora, the Ceramicos. Let us ascend the Acropolis, from whose ramparts the plan of the whole city will unfold itself before us like a map. Half the beauty of all civilized countries springs out of their religion. At Athens nearly everything costly or magnificent belonged to the gods, even the Propylaea 248, apparently a mere secular or military structure, probably owed its erection in so expensive a style to the circumstance of its adorning the entrance to the sacred enclosure of Athena, and the other tutelary divinities of Athens, and spanning the road by which the pomp of the Panathena procession descended and ascended the mount. Be this as it may, a road 249 which, by running zigzag up the slope, was rendered practicable for chariots, led from the lower city to the Acropolis, on the edge of the platform of which stood the Propylaea, erected by the architect Nicicles in 5 years, during the administration of Pericles. A pile of architecture, similar in name, is usually found at the entrance of the court of Egyptian temples, and the Propylaea Luxor and Karnak, with their aspiring obelisks, couchant sphinxes and ranges of colossal statues, may be reckoned among the most chaste and beautiful monuments in the valley of the Nile. The Propylaea of Athens, richer in design and materials, and executed with a grace and perfection unknown to the Egyptians, enjoyed in its mere sight an immense advantage over their noblest works which, the pyramids and the great temple of Cumambos excepted, stand on a dead level, while this occupies the brow of a precipitous rock, visible on every side from afar. Pillars, architraves, pediments, walls, and roof, were all of snow-white marble, with mouldings of bright red and blue, and ceilings of azure beddropped with stars 250 externally, on either hand, were equestrian statues of the sons of Xenophon 251 placed on lofty square basements, and, overlooking the whole on the left, stood the colossal statue of Athena Promachos 252. On entering through the gates of the Propylaea, a scene of unparalleled grandeur and beauty burst upon the eye. No trace of human dwellings anywhere appeared, but on all sides temples of more or less elevation, of Pentelic marble, beautiful in design and exquisitely delicate in execution, sparkled like piles of alabaster in the sun. On the left stood the Erectaion or fane of Athena Polias, to the right that matchless edifice known as the Hecatompedon of old, but to later ages as the Parthenon. Other buildings, all holy to the eye of an Athenian, lay grouped around these master structures, and in the open spaces between, in whatever direction the spectators might look, appeared statues, some remarkable for their dimensions, others for their beauty, and all for the legendary sanctity which surrounded them. No city of the ancient or modern world ever rivaled Athens in the riches of art. Our best-filled museums, though teeming with her spoils, are poor collections of fragments compared with that assemblage of gods and heroes which peopled the Acropolis, the genuine Olympos of the arts, where all the divinities of the pagan heaven appeared grouped in immortal youth and beauty round the Thunderer and his virgin daughter. Many volumes were written in antiquity on the pictures, statues, and architectural monuments which thronged the summit of this rock, and though those works have perished, a long and curious list might still be given of the objects of this kind which we know to have existed there 253. It will, however, be sufficient to glance over a few of the more striking features of the scene. On one side of the entrance stood a chariot drawn by 4 horses in bronze, and directly opposite a chapel of Aphrodite, containing a bronze lioness, with a statue of the goddess herself by Calames. A little further the eye rested on Diotrephes, pierced like Saint Sebastian with arrows, 2 figures of the goddess Health, a youth in bronze, by Lycios, bearing the Perirenterion, or brush for sprinkling holy water, Myron's group of Perseus cutting off the head of Medusa, and the 3 Graces. Draped by Socrates 254 son of Sophroniscos. Advancing past the chapel of Artemis Brauronia you beheld, amid numerous groups of less striking monuments, the Attic conception of the Trojan horse, Athena smiting Marsyas, Heracles strangling the serpents in his cradle, Phrixus sacrificing the ram, and Theseus, the national hero, slaughtering the Minotaur in the Cretan labyrinth 255. Here, too, was an Athena issuing from the head of Zeus, together with the figure of a bull presented by the Senate of Areopagos, and, a little beyond, an embodiment of a very pious and a very beautiful thought, a figure of Earth, the mother of gods and men, praying to the ruler of Olympos for rain. Of Zeus, the cloud compeller, there were numerous representations by artists of celebrity. The figure of Apollo, by Phidias, standing before the eastern front of the Parthenon, was lighted up by the first rays of the morning. But the tutelar gods of Attica, Athena, and Poseidon, the genii of political wisdom and maritime power, exhibited as struggling for the mastery over the Athenian mind, met the eye in various parts of the Acropolis, the piety of the people delighting to reproduce with various attributes the objects of their affectionate adoration. Among these divinities, the statues of several poets, orators, and generals were found: Anacreon, Epicharmus, Phormio, Timotheus, Conon, Pericles, and Isocrates. On drawing near the Parthenon, its sculptured pediments and metopes, representing legends in the mythology and religious processions of Athens, excited admiration, and still excited, by their original design and matchless workmanship, and, suspended from its highly painted friezes, and resting on its white marble arched raves, were rows of highly burnished shields of gold. 256 technical descriptions of buildings, whether religious or civil, would be out of place in the present work, but a compendious account of the Erectaion and Parthenon, the 2 great sanctuaries of the Acropolis, could not with propriety be omitted. To commence with the former, as the more ancient and sacred, this edifice, of irregular design though highly beautiful, contained 3 chapels, with the same number of porticos. The chapel of erect hues, entered through a portico of 6 columns, faced the east, where stood the altar of supreme Zeus, never stained by blood or libations of wine. The pavement of this portion of the edifice was raised 8 feet above the level of the other chapels. Here the piety of Athens had erected altars to erect hues, Poseidon, Boutas, and Hephaestos, and pictures dedicated by the sacred family of the Aetiobudidae adorned the walls. In a subterraneous chamber beneath the floor lay the mortal remains of Erecthonios, a man sprung in a mysterious manner from the gods. The Erectaion being about 24 feet square, some have imagined it must have been hypaethral, unless the stone blocks of the roof were supported by pillars. But the ancients employed slabs of much greater dimensions in building and roofing their temples, for at the Egyptian quarries of Hyarsil, Elis and Assuan we observed blocks from 42 to 70 feet in length and of suitable proportions, while others equally vast had been removed. Volney, too, as the reader will remember, found masses of no less magnitude in the walls of Syrian temples. Besides, several obelisks, now on their pedestals, fall little short of 100 feet in height. Between the Erectaion and the chapel of Athena Polias there was no door of communication. Having surveyed the former, therefore, the stranger again issued into the open air, and turning to the left entered the stately portico leading from the north into the temple of Pendrassos, where, constructed of Pentelic marble, stood the altar of frank incense. Passing this, and traversing the Pendrosian, he entered the ancient sanctuary of Athena, unwindowed and gloomy, whither not even that dim religious light which contends with obscurity in our Gothic cathedrals could find its way. This is the case in many Egyptian temples where the addata are totally dark. But sunshine and the splendor of day would ill have suited the mystic rites here celebrated, for which reason these sacred recesses were lighted up with lamps, magnificent in form and materials, that shed a soft pale ray over the worshippers. The many-branched 257 golden candelabrum of Athena's sanctuary was furnished with asbestos wicks, and, according to the temple wardens, of sufficient dimensions to contain oil for a whole year. Once lighted, therefore, it burned with perennial flame, and the smoke was received and conducted to the roof by a hollow bronze palm tree reversed. This inextinguishable lamp was kindled and kept burning, through reverence for that antique image of Athena in wood of olive which constituted one of the Palladia of Attica. In honor, moreover, of this primitive statue the Panathena procession is said to have been instituted, during which, like the velabrum of the Temple of Mecca, the Peplus 258 whatever this may have been, was dedicated with vast pomp and ceremony to the service of the goddess. The principal argument, however, against supposing the Peplus to have been designed for the gold and ivory statue of the Parthenon that it was not needed, is of very little weight. None of the ceremonies attending its presentation were necessary. The offering was a work of devotion, and however costly in itself and elaborately adorned, may have been simply designed to protect the image from dust and the action of the air. That Phidias represented the goddess without her Peplus, is no argument that his statue needed none, but the contrary. He may have omitted it expressly that it might be supplied by the piety of the state. Besides, the sculptured metopes of the Parthenon, representing the Panathena procession, are themselves a strong argument for connecting the presentation of the Peplus and the other ceremonies of the festival with that more splendid structure and image rather than with the Erectaion. As the Athenians supposed the islands of the blessed and the dwelling place of their gods to have been somewhere in the regions of the west, they were accustomed to pray with their faces turned in that direction 259 and so also buried they their dead. For this reason, desiring to behold the countenance of their divinities during this religious service, the statues of the gods were generally set up with their faces eastward, and hence, too, the front of the temples looked in the same direction. This was the case with the olive wood image of Athena Polias, and in the reign of Augustus the Athenians, rendered more superstitious than ever by their misfortunes, were vehemently terrified on finding that the goddess had turned her back upon them 260 as if preparing to seek her ancient home in the Atlantic Ocean. But her real presence had forsaken the city long before the Battle of Chaeronea. But Athena, though the principal, was not the sole inhabitant of her sanctuary. On one side of the door stood a phallic statue of Hermes, originally set up by the Pelasgians 261 and in later ages nearly concealed by a profusion of myrtle branches. Here, also, in a very extraordinary inmate were found traces of that animal worship which extended so widely over the ancient world. In a den constructed for its use lived a great serpent, considered as the guardian of the temple, and supposed to be animated by the soul of Erycthonios, who here performed the part assigned in the fane of Demeter to Cadmos, likewise believed to have undergone a similar transformation after death. The snake god of the Acropolis received its daily sustenance from the priestess of Athena, and once every month was propitiated with pious offerings of cakes of the purest honey. 262 relics of this worship are still found in Egypt. In a deep chasm, among the wild rocky mountains on the Arabian side of the Nile, we were shown a fissure in a hermit's cell, whence a large reptile of this species is said to issue forth at stated days to receive the offerings of food brought him by the neighboring peasants. This creature, as well as the guardian of the Athenian temple, is supposed to possess a human soul, that of the holy Sheikh Herodite. Like most other Hellenic sanctuaries, the chapel of the goddess was a kind of museum filled with memorials of Athenian victories and other remarkable objects. Here were shown curious or beautiful specimens of arms or armor, taken from the enemy, among which were the breastplate and scimitar of Maces Teos 263, commander of the Median cavalry at the Battle of Plataea. Close beside these warlike memorials, stood a folding camp stool, the invention, it was said, and workmanship of Daedalus, the archetype of all those portable seats borne after the maidens of Attica by the daughters of aliens in the grand Panathena procession. Not the least interesting portion of this extraordinary edifice dedicated to the worship of so many gods and heroes, was the small chapel of Pandrasos, where Pandora and Thallo were said to have lived, and where the ashes of Cecrops reposed. Here dwelt the priestess, shut up for several months with the Ursephori. This cell may, therefore, be said to have belonged not only to Pandrasos, who was one of the earliest ministers of these rites, but to all who from her received the office. The building opened on the south into a portico, adorned with caryatides instead of columns, and filled with ceremonial and religious associations. Here grew the pankupos, or sacred olive tree, which, burned by the Persians, shot up a cubit in a single night, and was thought to be endued with the power of undying vegetation, for, if the trunk were cut down, new shoots immediately succeeded. Near the sacred olive was the salt well, called the Sea of Erect Hues, which Poseidon is said to have produced by smiting the rock with his trident. In the hollow of this fountain, during the prevalence of the south wind, a sound like the murmuring of the waves was supposed to be heard. This well has not been discovered in modern times, but in another part of the citadel there existed a spring of brackish water, known by the name of the Clepsydra, which, about the rising of the Dog Star, while the Etesian winds were blowing, overflowed, but on their cessation again subsided. 264 We have perhaps too long lingered among the dusky recesses of this ancient fane, spellbound by the charms of a beautiful mythology. We emerge now into the light of history, and approach that matchless structure erected by Iktinos where the Athenian people offered up their daily prayers to heaven. 265 The Parthenon occupies the most elevated platform of the Acropolis, the pavement of its peristyle being on a level with the capitals of the columns of the Propylaea. It was constructed entirely of white Pentelic marble 266 and consisted of a cella surrounded by a Doric peristyle having 8 columns on either front, and 17 on the sides. These pillars, 34 feet in height, sprang from a pavement elevated 3 steps above the rocky platform, from whence the total height of the building was about 65 feet. The arrangement of the interior, like that of the great temples of Egypt, had reference rather to utility and the convenience of public worship, than to the effect which long ranges of lofty pillars, extending through unencumbered space, would have produced upon the mind, for the cella, 62 feet in breadth, was divided into 2 chambers of unequal size, the western about 44 feet in length, the eastern nearly 100. In both these chambers the ceiling was supported by columns. Colonel Leake, to whose elaborate work I beg to refer the reader desirous of entering into minute details, concludes his general description as follows: Such was the simple construction of this magnificent building, which, by its united excellencies of materials, design, and decoration was the most perfect ever erected. Its dimensions of 228 feet by 102, with a height of 68 feet to the top of the pediment, were sufficiently great to give an impression of grandeur and sublimity, which was not disturbed by any obtrusive division of parts, such as is found to diminish the effect of some larger modern buildings. In the Parthenon, whether viewed at a small or at a great distance, there was nothing to divert the spectator's contemplation from the simplicity and majesty of mass and outline which forms the first and most remarkable object of admiration in a Greek temple, and it was not until the eye was satiated with the contemplation of the entire edifice that the spectator was tempted to examine the decorations with which this building was so profusely adorned, for the statues of the pediments the only elevation which was very conspicuous by its magnitude and position, being enclosed within frames, which formed an essential part of the design of either front, had no more obtrusive effect than an ornamental capital has to a single column. 267 That object of art, whatever its dimensions, is sufficiently great, which fills the mind with high ideas of grandeur and beauty. There is, moreover, in mere size, a point, beyond which if we proceed, the eye will fail to grasp the whole at a glance, and create a feeling of want of unity, but, in proportion as we fall short of that point will be our sense of the absence of sublimity. In this predicament, perhaps, the temples of Greece too generally stood. Considerations of expense, which in the end affected their habits of thinking, cramped the ideas of the architects, or forced them to direct their studies towards beauty of form unconnected with that grandeur which springs out of mass and elevation. Among the barbarous nations of the East, where the whole resources of the country lay at the disposal of the monarch or of the priestly caste, as in Hindustan, Persia, and Egypt, full scope, on the contrary, was given to the imagination of the architect, who, if his invention were equal to it, might give his structures the elevation of a mountain and the spaciousness of a vast city. Hence, the grandeur arising from magnitude, is, in most cases, found to belong to the sacred edifices of Egypt 268 and in some instances a feeling of symmetry, a sense of the beautiful, appears to have restrained the artist within due bounds, as in the great temple of Apollinopolis Magna, which, whatever may be the imperfections of its architectural details, is invested, as a whole, with an air of genuine magnificence and sublimity. Proceeding from the contemplation of these to the religious structures of Greece, there would be found, I imagine, in most minds a slight feeling of disappointment, and though afterwards, the delight imparted by the presence of extreme beauty, a delight serene, soft, and inexpressibly soothing, may more than compensate for the want of awe and wondering admiration, their absence will still be felt. But to proceed, in rich and elaborate decorations the Parthenon resembled the temple of Tentarus. Every part of its exterior, where ornament was admissible, presented to the eye some creation of Hellenic taste and fancy, figures in high and low relief, grouped in action or repose, conceived and executed in a style worthy of the prince of the mimetic art. 269 Many wrecks of these matchless compositions are now protected from further defacements in the metropolis of Great Britain, but withal so mutilated and decayed that none but a practiced eye can discern, through the ravages of age, all the sunshine of beauty and loveliness which beamed from them when fresh from the Phaeacian chisel. One of the greatest works of this artist filled the interior of the Parthenon with the emanations of its beauty, the statue of Athena in ivory and gold 270, which, representing a form distinguished for all the softness and roundness belonging to womanhood, and a countenance radiant with the highest intellect, must in some respects have borne away the palm from the Olympian Zeus, for in the latter, after all, nothing beyond masculine energy, dignity, majesty could have existed. These indeed were so blended, so subdued into a glorious and godlike serenity, that this creation of human genius, like the august being of which it was a mute type, possessed in a degree the celestial power of chasing away sadness and sorrow, and shedding benignity and happiness over all who beheld it. 271 But for men at least, the Zeus must have lacked some attributes possessed by the Athena. She was in all her ethereal loveliness, a woman still, but without a woman's weakness, or a single taint of earth. The Athenians paid the highest possible compliment to womanhood when they gave wisdom a female form, and the delicacy of the thought was enhanced by surrounding this mythological creation with an atmosphere of purity which no other divinity of the pagan heaven could lay claim to. Nor in beauty did Athena yield even to Aphrodite herself. Her charms partook indeed of that noble severity which belongs to virtue, and to intimate that she was rather of heaven than of earth, her eyes were of the color of the firmament. Yet this spiritual elevation above the reach of the passions, only appears to have enhanced, in the estimation of the Athenians, the splendor of her personal beauty, which shed its chastening and ennobling influence among her worshippers like the droppings of a summer cloud. According to Philokoros 272, this colossus was set up during the archonship of Theodoros, that is, in the 3rd year of the 85th Olympiad. The Athenians, it has been ingeniously conjectured, seized for the dedication of the statue, on the period of the celebration of the most gorgeous festival in their calendar, the Greater Panathenaea, which like a kind of jubilee occurred but once in an Olympiad 273. What length of time Pheidippides employed in finishing this statue we possess no means of determining, but as the Parthenon itself is supposed not to have been completed in less than 10 years, the artist need not have been hurried in. His work 274 in the Temple of Zeus at Olympia and in every sacred structure we visited in Egypt and Nubia, there was a staircase conducting to the roof. No positive testimony remains to prove this to have been the case in the Parthenon, though antiquarians, with much probability, have supposed it to have been so. 275. Let us therefore assume the fact, and ascending to the summit of the edifice survey the surrounding scene and the superb city encircling the rock at our feet. Few landscapes in the world are more rich or varied, none more deeply interesting. History has peopled every spot within the circle of vision with spirit-stirring associations, or if history has passed over any, there has poetry been busy, building up her legends from the scattered fragments of tradition. Carrying our eye along the distant edge of the horizon we behold the promontory of Sunium, Aegina rising out of the Myrtoan Sea, Troezen, the birthplace of Theseus the national hero, the mountains of Argolis, the hostile citadel of Corinth, with Philae and Decelia rendered too famous by the Peloponnesian War. Nearer the shore is sea-born Salamis, and that low headland where the barbarian took his seat to view the battle in the straits. Yonder at the extremity of the long walls are the ports of Munichia, Phaelron, and Piraeus. On our left is high meadows with its bee swarms and odoriferous slopes. 276 to the right Kalanos, the grove of the terrible Arrhenius, and the chasm in the rock by which the wretched Oedipus, having reached the end of his career, descended to the infernal world. 277 beyond lies Eleusis and the sacred way. 278 yonder in the midst of groves is the academy, here is the Ceramikos. 279 filled with the monuments which the Republic erected to its heroes, there the Cynosarges and the Lyceum. The hill of Areopagos, contiguous to the rock of the Acropolis, divides the Pnyx from the agora planted by Conon with plane trees. Near at hand, encircled by ordinary dwellings, are the Leocorian, the Temple of Theseus, the Odeon, the Stoa Posile, and the Dionysiac Theatre, with various other monuments remarkable for their beauty or historical importance. 280-219. Democrat Olynthe. 3-9. Palm. Exercede. In Oct. Gry CP 622. Xander, Deluxu Athen. C3. 5, 6. 220 Athen. V12. Sophomore Oedip. Kernel 107. SEQ 221. Orad. 6 TIP 199. 222 Herod. I-98. Bockhart, Geographic Sac. Pars Prior, L3. C14. P222. Aristo. Demond. Ch6. Apuleios, P19. 223 Paus. I28. 224. Athen. 1367. 225 cf. Steph. De urb. V pi epsilon iota rho alpha iota P633. GSQQ. 226 leak, top. Of ADHP 311. SQQ. 227 Paus. I1, 2. Plot. Them. 32. MERS. Per. C3. 228 Strab. 91. P239. 229 Harp. V pi pi omicron delta zen. Hell. 24. Democrat in Timoth. 5. Andoc. Demist. 10. 230 Arist. Polit 6. 8 P40. 16 7. 11 P199. 25 Hesic. V pi pi omicron delta nu mu eta sigma iota. 231 Athen. 1257, 58. Animad. T11. P468. SCH Aristov. Pacific 98. 232 C for the authorities, Book 6. Chapters 11 and 12. 233 MERS. Per. C4, 5, 6. 234 Harpocrat. In VP 74. Mozak. Etymol. Mag 259. 51 Suid. In VTIP 665. Zen. Helen. V1. 21 Aristov. EQ 975. ET Scholl. Democrat adverb lacrit. 7. Lis. Kant. TYND. Frag. 120 Polyen. Strat. 62. 235. Harpocrat. In VP 166. Suid. In VT2. 734 Aicius de Philoct. Heerd. 6. 236 MERS. Per. C7. 237 Paus. I13. 238 Zen. Helen. 24. 33 239. Paus. I28. 11 240. Paus. I1. 4, V14. 8 241. Paus. I1, 2. 242 Strab. 91. T2. P239. 243 Zen. Helen. 24, 11. 244 Thucid. 893. Lis. In Agora. 7. 245 of which there were 3. Plat. Gorg. T3. P22. Wordsworth, Athens, and Attica, P187. Dr. Kramer, Desk. Of Greece, 2. 346, SEQ understands the long walls to have been but 2 in number. 246 Marin. VIT. Procl. P74. Ed. Fabric. 247 Boek, Pub Econ. Of Athens, I-88. SEQ 248. Suid. In VT2. P611. D. Harpocrat. In VP 254. Paus. I-22. 4 Leak, Topog P177. Wordsworth, Athens, and Attica. P112. 249 Up this road goats were never allowed to ascend, Athen 1351. Even crows were said never to alight on the top of the sacred rock, and Chandler, 261, remarks, that although he frequently saw these birds flying about the Acropolis, he never observed one on the summit. The hooded crow, which retires from England during the summer, is a constant inhabitant of Attica, and is probably that species noticed by the ancients under the name of Kappa Omicron Ronuata. It is the word applied at present to it by the Greek peasants, who are the best commentators on the old naturalists. Subtherp in Walp. MEM. L75. 250 Wordsworth, Athens, and Attica, P 114. 251 Paus. I-22. 4252. Mul. Defid. VIT. P18 SEQ 253. Somewhere in a cavern in the rock of the Acropolis was a slab called the Pillar of Infamy, on which were engraved the names of traitors and other public delinquents. Thrasybulus accused Leodamas of having had his name on this pillar. Aristo. Ret 2. 23 254. Paus. I-22. 8 255. On the labyrinth at present shown in Crete, see Tournefort, I-76. SQQ. 256 They were votive offerings, and the impressions they made are still visible upon the marble words. Athens and Attica, 117. Lachares afterwards, when Athens was besieged by Demetrius, carried them away with him into Boeotia. Paus. I-25. 7 To facilitate his escape, he is said to have scattered handfuls of golden darics on the road, which, tempting the cavalry in pursuit, prevented his capture. Polyan. 37. 1 257. A conjecture of Muller, Minerve. POLV 25. 258 Antiquarians have formed many ingenious conjectures, but to me it appears evidently to have been a female veil, such as Helenos in the Iliad, Sigma 734, commands to be offered to the same goddess of citadels, by his mother and the other matrons of Troy. 259 Plot. Solution 10. Visconti, MEM. P18. Mul. Minerve. POLP 27. 260 Dion. Cass. 47. 261 Herod. 251. 262 Herod. 841. Cum, Terracottas of the British Museum, PL 28. Petit. Radel, Musée Napole. 433. 263 Paus. I-27. 1 The Athenians in the age of this traveller confounded, it seems, Maces Teos with Martinius, nothing very extraordinary several hundred years after the event referred to. Pausanias speaks of it as a mistake, Mr. Muller, who is less ceremonious, as a falsehood. Minerve. POL 29. The passion for relics, which led to the preservation of these objects, existed in all its whimsicality among the ancients. But they were scarcely so ingenious as the Roman Catholics of the continent, whose sacred treasures include a number of feathers from the wings of the angel Gabriel, a small bone of one of the cherubim, and a few rays of the star by which the wise men of the East were led to Bethlehem. They have also a small phial, containing some of the darkness that overspread the land of Egypt. Cf. Fabric ad Cod. Sud Epigr. VIP 93. T11. And Christophori Carmen, AP Boisonnet ad Unip. P 277. SEQ. In the temples of antiquity relics nearly as curious were preserved. They had an egg of Leda, possibly, as Lobeck conjectures, an ostrich's, Ulp 552, Paus 3. 16.1, the teeth of the Erymanthian boar, Paus 8. 24.2, whose spoils were also shown at Tasia, Lucian Adverb in Doc 13, the teeth of the Caledonian boar were preserved at Beneventum, Procop. Bell. Goth I 15. 349 c, they had also the sword of Memnon, Paus 3. 36, the iron spear of Epius, Justin XX 7, the brazen vessel in which Peleus was boiled, the arrows of Teucer, the chlamys of Odysseus, were preserved in the temple of Apollo at Sicyon. Ample. Mimer. 868. Beckm. History of Invent. 2364. Germ. In Lobeck. In the Troad the anvils were shown which Zeus suspended to the heels of Hera, when he hung her up between heaven and earth, Eustath P 15 L30, here, too, anyone might see the Cythera of Paris. Plud. Alex. 15. Like the Catholics, too, they showed the same thing in 2 or 3 places. For example, the hair of Isis might be seen at Coptos, Etim Mag V Kappa Pi Tau Omicron, 522:12, and at Memphis. Luke Adverb IND 13. The Romans, according to Horace, Carm 2. 321, possessed the bronze wash-hand basin of Sisyphos. A much more extensive list may be found in Beckmann, History of Inven. 242. SEQENGTR 264. This fountain was likewise called Empedu Sch Arist. Vesp. 857. I may here mention, by the way, that most ancient cities were supplied with water by pipes underground, as Syracuse Thucyd. 6100. CFSCH Arist. Achar. 1145 265. It is worthy of remark that from this temple all persons of Doric race were excluded. King Cleomenes, therefore, when desirous of obtaining admission, denied his birthright, and called himself an Achaean Herod. V 72. 266. The quarries of this mountain, worked to so great an extent by the ancients, are now filling again with marble which grows rapidly. Chandler, 2. 191 cf. Magius, Various Lect T4. 182 B. Gem Physicus Soterranea, L1. C9. 6. P87. For the manner in which it is thought to vegetate, see Tournefort, I pages 225. 228 SQQ. 267 Topog of Athens, pages 211, 212. See also Chandler, 2. 49 SQQ. 268 of these temples Lucian says, mu omicron iota alpha iota, tau omicron alpha gamma upsilon pi tau omicron iota epsilon rho omicron, kappa kappa epsilon gamma rho, alpha tau mu nu epsilon kappa lambda lambda iota sigma tau tau epsilon kappa alpha mu gamma iota sigma tau omicron, lambda theta omicron iota tau omicron pi omicron lambda upsilon tau epsilon lambda sigma iota nu sigma kappa eta mu nu omicron, kappa alpha chi rho upsilon sigma, kappa alpha gamma rho alpha phi alpha delta iota eta nu theta iota sigma mu nu omicron. Nu delta omicron nu delta nu zeta eta tau tau nu beta epsilon nu pi iota theta eta kappa sigma tau iota nu, beta iota, tau rho gamma omicron, alpha lambda omicron upsilon rho omicron. Imagine. 11. 269 vid. Mol. De Parthenon. Fastig. P72, SQQ. 270 Thucid. 213. Shoal. TVP 375. Bipont. Mol. Defid. VIT. P22. 271 Orion. Epict. I6. P27, SEQ 272. Frag. Ed. Siebel. P54. Mol. Fid. VIT. 11. P22. 273 Boek. Corpin Scrip. P182. 274 Quadrimera de Quincy, Jup. Olymp. P222. 275 Leak, Topog P215. 276 About half a mile from Athens in this direction was a temple of Artemis, Gamma Rho Alpha, on the Ilissos, with an altar to Boreas, where, according to the fable, the god carried away Oretheia while playing on the rock with Pharmacia Plat. Fod I7. In consequence of the alliance thus contracted, Boreas always felt a particular friendship for the Athenians, to whose succor he hastened with his aerial forces during the Median War. Herod, 7. 189-277. Antigone, in Sophocles, Oedip. Colonel 14-18, speaks of the towers of Athens as seen from Kalanos, and describes that village, the birthplace of the poet, as rendered beautiful by the sacred grove of the Eumenides, consisting of the laurel, the olive, and the vine, in which a choir of nightingales showered their music on the ear. 278 Near this road stood the Hierosouk. Athen. 36. 279 Kappa epsilon rho alpha mu epsilon iota kappa, pi tau omicron kappa epsilon rho alpha mu epsilon. Etim mag 504. 16 cf Suid. Et Harpocrat. In Voci. Paris, in like manner, has given the name of Tuileries to its principal palaces and gardens, from the tiles, tuiles, which were anciently manufactured on the spot. 280 Strab. 91. 239 to 241. Chapter V. Capital cities of Greece. Sparta. From what has been said, the reader will, perhaps, have acquired a tolerably correct idea of the city of Athens, its splendor and extent. But the remaining fragments of Hellenic literature do not enable us to be equally clear or copious in our account of Sparta. 281. In fact, so imperfect and confused is the information that has come down to us respecting it, so vague, unsatisfactory, and in many respects contradictory are the opinions of modern scholars and travelers, that after diligently and patiently examining their accounts, and comparing them with the descriptions of Pausanias, the hints of Xenophon, Livy, Polybius, and Plutarch, with the casual references of the poets, I am enabled to offer the following picture only as a series of what appear to me probable conjectures based upon a few indisputable facts. The reader who has endeavored to discover anything like order in Pausanias' topography of Sparta 282 will fully comprehend the difficulty of constructing from his information anything like an intelligible plan of the city. Nevertheless, by setting out from a fixed point, by laboriously studying the thread of his narration, by divining the secret order he seems to follow in enumerating and delineating the various public buildings of which he speaks, and by comparing his fragmentary disclosures with the present physiognomy of the site, I have formed a conception of the features of ancient Sparta which may, perhaps, be found to bear some resemblance to the original. We will suppose ourselves to have passed the Eurytos, and to be standing on the summit of the loftiest building of the Acropolis, the Alpion for example, or the Temple of Athena Calcioikos 283, from which we can command a view of the whole site of Sparta from the Eurytos, where it flows between banks shaded with reeds and lofty rose laurels 284 on the east, to the brisk sparkling stream of the Tiasa, and the roots of the Taygetos on the west. North and south the eye ranges up and down the valley 285, discovering in the latter direction the ancient cities of Therapne 286 and Amyclae 287, celebrated for their poetical and heroic associations. Beyond the Eurytos eastward, occupying the green and well-wooded acclivities upwards, from the banks of the stream towards the barren and red-tinted heights of the Manila in 288 lay scattered the villas of the noble Spartans, filled with costly furniture and every other token of wealth 289, while here and there, on all sides, embosomed in groves or thickets, arose the temples and chapels of the gods, surrounded by a halo of sanctity and communicating peculiar beauty to the landscape. Contracting now our circle of vision, and contemplating the distinct villages or groups of buildings of which the capital of Laconia anciently consisted 290, we behold the encampments as it were of the 5 tribes, extending in a circle about the Acropolis 291, the quarter of the Pitinati 292, commencing about the Isarion and the bridge over the Tiasa on the west, extended eastward beyond the Hyacinthine Road 293 to the cliffs overhanging the valley of the Eurytos above the confluence of that river with the Tiasa. Immediately contiguous to the dwellings of this tribe in the northeastern division of the city, opposite that cloven island in the Eurytos, which contained the temple of Artemis, Orthia, and the goddess of birth, dwelt the Limnadi 294, who possessed among them the temple erected by the Spartans to Lycurgus. North again of these, and clustering around that sharp eminence which constituted as it were a second Acropolis, were the habitations of the Cynosuri 295, whose quarter appears to have extended from the old bridge over the Eurytos to the temple of Dictynna, and the tombs of the Eurypontid kings on the west. From this point to the Dramos, lying directly opposite the southern extremity of the Isle of Plane Trees, formed by the diverging and confluent waters of the Tiasa, lay the village of the Mesoitai 296, where were situated the tomb of Alcman, the fountain d'Orsay, and a very beautiful portico overlooking the Platanistus. The road extending from the Dramos to the Isarion formed the western limits of the tribe of the Aegidi, 297, whose quarter extending inward to the heart of the city, appears to have comprehended the Acropolis, the Lescha Posile, the theatre, with all the other buildings grouped about the foot of the ancient city. The prospect presented by all these villages, nearly touching each other, and comprehended within a circle of 6 Roman miles, was once, no doubt, in the days of Spartan glory, singularly animated and picturesque. The face of the ground was broken and diversified, rising into 6 hills of unequal elevation, and constituting altogether a small tableland, in some places terminating in perpendicular cliffs 298, in others, shelving away in gentle slopes to meet the meadows on the banks of the surrounding streams. Over all was diffused the brilliant light 299, which fills the atmosphere of the south, and paints, as travelers uniformly confess, even the barren crag and crumbling ruin with beauty. The structures that occupied the summit of the Acropolis appear to have been neither numerous nor magnificent. The central pile, around which all the others were grouped, was the temple of Athena Chalcioikos 300, flanked on the north and south by the fanes of Zeus Cos Amatus and the Muses. Behind it rose the temple of Aphrodite Arria, with that of Artemis Nagia, and in front various other edifices and statues, dedicated to Euryleonis, Pausanias, Athena Ophthalmitis, and Ammon. Somewhere in the neighborhood of the Temenos of Athena stood two edifices, one called Scinoma and the other Alpion. The relative position of all these it is now extremely difficult, if not impossible, to determine. Let us therefore descend into the agora, and having briefly described the objects which there offered themselves to the eye of the stranger, endeavor to thread our way through the various streets of Sparta, pointing out as we go along the most remarkable monuments it contained. In all Greek cities the point of greatest importance, next to the citadel, was the marketplace, where the body of the citizens assembled not only to buy and sell, but to transact public business, and perform many ceremonies of their religion. Thus, in the agora of Sparta, in the center of which probably stood an altar, surrounded by the statues of Apollo, Artemis, Leto, and the soothsayer Hagias who foretold the victory of Lysander at Aegispotamos, sacred choruses and processions were exhibited during the gymnopaedia in honor of Phoebos Apollo, in consequence of which, a part at least of the place obtained the name of Choros. Here, likewise, was a colossal statue, erected in honor of the Spartan Demos, with a group representing Hermes bearing the infant Dionysus in his arms, and a statue of King Polydoros, doubtless set up in the neighborhood of his house, Bunitos, lying between the street of Fidi and the steep road leading up to the citadel. The edifices by which the agora was encircled, though in most cases, perhaps, far from magnificent, when separately considered, presented a grand coup d'oeil. This will be made evident if, placing ourselves near the central altar, we enumerate and briefly describe them in the order in which they followed each other in the great circle of the agora. First, beginning on the right-hand corner of the street of Fidi, we behold the palace of the Baidiae, the 5 magistrates who watched over the education of the youth. Next succeeds that of the Nomophilises, or guardians of the laws, then that of the Ephori, and, lastly, the Senate House, standing at the corner of the street leading to Therapne. Crossing over to the southeastern side of the agora we behold a spacious and stately portico called the Persian, because erected from the spoils of the Persians. Its columns of white marble were adorned with bassi relievi representing Persian warriors, among others Mardonius and Artemisia daughter of Lygdamis queen of Halicarnassos, who fought in person at the battle of Salamis. Beyond the road to Amyclae, we meet with a range of temples to Gaia, Zeus Agorios, Athena, Poseidon the Preserver, Apollo and Hera, and traversing the western street opening into the Theomelida, and affording us a glimpse in passing of the tombs of the aged kings, we arrive at the ancient halls of the Ephori, containing the monuments of Epimenides and Ephorius. To this edifice succeed the statues of Zeus Xenios and Athena Xenia. Next follows the Temple of the Fates, near which was the tomb of Orestes lying on the left hand of the road leading to the sanctuary of Athena Chalcioikos. On the other side stands the house of King Polydoros, which obtained in after ages the name of Bunitos because purchased of his widowed queen with a certain number of oxen. With this terminates the list of the buildings by which the agora was encompassed. Quitting, now, this central point, we proceed northward through the street called Aphidi, and observe on the right hand at a short distance from each other 3 temples of Athena Keluthia, together with the hero of Iops, Lelex, and Amphiaraos. On the opposite side apparently, stood the Temenos of Taenarian Poseidon, with a statue of Athena, erected by the Dorian colonists of Italy. We next arrive at a place called the Hellenion, probably nothing more than a large open space or square in which the deputies or ambassadors of foreign states assembled on extraordinary occasions. Close to this was erected the monument of tall Thibios. A little further on were the altar of Apollo Acharetas, the Gasepton, a temple of earth, and another altar sacred to Apollo Malates. At the end of the street, near the walls of the late city, was a temple of Dictynna, with the tombs of the kings called Eurypontidi. Returning to the Hellenion, and proceeding eastward up the great public road leading to the bridge Babeques, you saw the temple of Arsinoe, daughter of Leucippus, and sister to the wives of Castor and Polydeuces. Further on, near the Fruria or barriers, stood a temple of Artemis, and advancing a little you came to the monument of the Elean soothsayers called Iamete, and the temple of Maron and Alpheus, who were among the bravest of those who fell with Leonidas at Thermopylae. Beyond this stood the fane of Zeus Tropios erected after the reduction of Amyclae, when all the ancient inhabitants of Laconia had been brought under the yoke of the Dorians. Next followed the temple of the Great Mother and the heroic monuments of Hippolytos and Aulon. On a spot commanding the bridge stood the temple of Athena Olia. Setting out once more from the Agora, and advancing up the street leading towards the east, the first building on the left hand was called Skias 301, contiguous to the Senate House. It was of a circular form with a roof like an umbrella, and erected about 760 years before Christ, by Theodoros of Samos, inventor of the art of casting statues in iron. Here the Spartan people held their assemblies even so late as the age of Pausanias, who relates that the lyre of Timotheus 302, the Miltian, confiscated as a punishment for his having added 4 strings to the 7 already in use, was suspended in this building as a warning to all innovators. Near the Skias was another circular building erected by Epimenides, containing statues of Olympian Zeus and Aphrodite. On the other side apparently of the street, in front of the Skias, were the tombs of Idas and Lyncers, the temple of Chrysoteira, said to have been built by Orpheus, or Abaris the Hyperborean, the tomb of Synordas and the temple of Castor. Near these were the statues of Apollo Carniaios, and Aphidios, the latter of which marked the point whence the suitors of Penelope started in their race for a wife, running up the street Aphidi, whence the name. Immediately beyond this was a square surrounded with porticos, where all kinds of cheap wares were anciently sold. Further on stood altars of Zeus, Athena, and the Dioscuri, all surnamed Ombolioi, opposite which was the hill called Colonna whereon was erected a temple of Dionysus, and close at hand a temenos sacred to the hero who conducted the god to Sparta. Not far from the Dionysian was a temple of Zeus Euonymus, giver of gentle breezes, and immediately to the right the Heroon of Pleuron. On the summit of a hill at a little distance stood a temple of the Arge of Hera, together with the fane erected in honor of Hera Hyperchiria, built by order of the oracle after the subsiding of an inundation of the Eurotas. In this edifice was a very ancient wooden statue of Aphrodite Hera. Close to the road which passed to the right of the hill was a statue of Etemochus, many times victor in the Olympic Games. In descending towards the Eurotas you beheld a wooden statue of Athena Olia, and a little above the banks a temple of Zeus Plaugios. On the further side of the river were temples of Ares and Asclepios. Once more retracing our steps to the Agora, and quitting it by a street leading towards the west, the first remarkable object that struck the eye was the cenotaph of Brasidas, and a little beyond it a spacious and beautiful theatre of white marble 303. Directly opposite were the tombs of Leonidas and Pausanias, and near these a Sippus, on which were engraved the names of the heroes who fell at Thermopylae, together with those of their fathers. At this spot games were annually celebrated, in which none but Spartans were allowed to contend for the prizes. Discourses were likewise here pronounced in honor of the dead. The multitudes at these games required a large clear space in which to congregate, and this I suppose to have been the place called Theomelida, opening on both sides of the road, and extending as far as the tombs of the Agid kings, and the Lesha of the Crotoniatai. Near this edifice stood the temple of Asclepios, the tomb of Tinaros, and temples of Poseidon Hippocurios, and Artemis Aegania. Turning back towards the Lesha, probably round the foot of the hill of the Isarian 304, you observed on the slope of the eminence towards the Tiasa the temple of Artemis Limnia, the Britomartis of the Cretans, somewhere in the vicinity of which were temples of Thetis, Chthonian Demeter, and Olympian Zeus. Starting from the crossroad at the northwest foot of the Isarian, on the way to the Dramos, the first edifice which presented itself on the left was the monument of Euames, one of the sons of Hippocoon. A little further on was a statue of Heracles, and close at hand, near the entrance to the Dramos, stood the ancient palace of Menelaus, inhabited in Pausanias' time by a private individual. Within the Dramos itself were two gymnasia. This was the most remarkable building in the western part of the city, from whence branched off many streets, while numerous public structures clustered round it. To the north, for example, the temples of the Dioscuri, of the Graces, of Iliotheia, of Apollo Carnios, and Artemis Hegemona; on the east the temple of Asclepios Agnetas, and a trophy erected by Polydeuces after his victory over Lyncers. On the west towards the Platonistas were statues of the Dioscuri Apheterii, and a little further was the Heroon of Alcon, near which stood the temple of Poseidon Domitites, near the bridge leading over to the island covered with plane trees. On the other hand apparently of the road a statue was erected to Sinisca, daughter of Archidamos, the first lady who ran horses at Olympia. Along the banks of the Tiasa from the Dramos to a line extending westward from the temple of Dictynna to the upper bridge leading to the Platonistas, lay a road adorned with numerous public buildings, among others a portico, behind which were two remarkable monuments, the hero of Alcimos and Enarephoros. Immediately beyond were the hero of Dorsers and Spros, and the fountain Dorsi flowing between them. The whole of this little quarter obtained from the latter hero the name of Sprian. To the right of the last mentioned Heroon was the monument of the poet Alcman 305, beyond which lay the temple of Helen, and near it that of Heracles close to the modern wall. Hard by a narrow pathway, striking into the fields from the road leading eastward from the Dramos, was the temple of Athena Axiopenos, said to have been erected by Heracles. Leaving the Dramos by another road running in a southeasterly direction through the midst of the quarter of the Aegidi, we behold, on one hand, the temples of Athena and Hippos thence, and directly opposite the latter, a statue of Ares in chains. At a short distance beyond these was the Lesha Posile, and in front of it, the Heroon of Cadmos son of Agenor, those of two of his descendants, Euryalykos and his son Asius, and that of Amphilochos. Farther on lay the temples of Hera Egophagus, so called because she-goats were sacrificed to her, and at the foot of the Acropolis, near the theatre, the temples of Poseidon Genethlius, on either side of which probably stood an Heroon, the one sacred to Cleidios son of Hylos, and the other to Ebalos. We must now return to the Lesha Posile, and following a road skirting round the hill of the Acropolis, towards the east-southeast, pass by the monument of Teleclos, and the most celebrated of all the temples of Asclepios at Sparta, situated close to the Bunitos. Traversing the street of Fidi and proceeding along the road leading to the Limni, the first temple on the left was that of Aphrodite, on a hill, celebrated by Pausanias for having 2 stories. The statue of the goddess was here seated, veiled, and fettered. A little beyond was the temple of Haliara and Phoebe, wherein were statues of the 2 goddesses, the countenance of one of which was painted and adorned by one of the priestesses according to the later rules of art, but warned by a dream she suffered the other to remain in its archaic simplicity. Here was preserved an egg adorned with fillets and suspended from the roof, said to have been brought forth by Leda. In a building near at hand, certain women wove annually a tunic for the Apollo of Amyclae, from which circumstance the edifice itself obtained the name of Chiton. Next followed the house of the Tyndaridii, the hero of Ilan and Athenaeus, and the temple of Lycurgus, with the tomb of Eucosmus behind it. Near them was the altar of Lythria and Anaxandra, and directly opposite the monuments of Theopompus and Eurybiades and Astrabacos. In an island in the marshes were the temple and altar of Artemis Orthia, and the fane of Iliotheia. On the road leading from the Agora to Amyclae 306 there were few remarkable monuments. One only, the Temple of the Graces, is mentioned north of the Tiasa, and beyond it the Hippodrome, towards the west the Temple of the Tyndaridii near the road, and that of Poseidon Gauchos towards the river 307. Let us now consider the proofs on which the above description is based. Pausanias informs us that the citadel was the highest of the hills of Sparta. Colonel Leake observes that the eminence found in the quarter which I have assigned to the cynosure is equal in height to that immediately behind the theatre, but the former is pointed and appears to have retained its natural shape, while the summit of the latter has been levelled for building. Now if its height be still equal, it must have been considerably greater before the levelling process took place. Therefore the hill behind the theatre was the Acropolis. Admitting this, the spacious flat or hollow immediately at its foot on the southeast side must have been the Agora 308. For that the Agora was close to the citadel is clear from history, which represents Lycurgus and King Charilaus escaping thither from the marketplace 309. Again we know from Pausanias that it lay a little to the east of the theatre, having nothing between them but the cenotaph of Brasidas. The position of the Agora being thus fixed beyond dispute, we arrive with certainty at the direction of the four great streets that diverge from it. For, first, we know that the road to the Isarion lay towards the west, the road to Amyclae towards the south. The street called Scias terminated at the extremity of the city between two small hills. These two hills are still there on the brink of the high ground overlooking the valley of the Eurotas on the east. This therefore was the direction of the Scias. As an additional proof, it may be mentioned that the temple of Hera Hyperchiria was erected in commemoration of the subsiding of an inundation of the Eurotas, which shows it must have been somewhere nearly within reach of the waters of that stream. For the street of Phete no direction is left but that towards the northwest or the northeast, but the latter led to the temple of Artemis Orthia in the Limni, the former to the temple of Dictynna. The street of Phete led therefore to the northwest, no other road being mentioned but that leading from Mount Thornax over the bridge Babeques, which was not the street called of Phete. Thus we have the direction of every one of the great streets of Sparta incontrovertibly determined. Proceed we now to establish the position, with respect to the citadel, of each of the 5 tribes who occupied as many quarters of the city. First we learn from Pausanias that the Pitonati inhabited the quarter round the Isarion 310 from Pindar 311 and his scholiast that they dwelt likewise near the banks of the Eurotas. They possessed therefore the whole southern quarter of the city 312 as the Limnati obtained their name from the marshes near which they lived. The position of the Limni determined by the chain of reasoning given above, proves them to have occupied the eastern quarter of the city directly opposite the temple of Artemis Orthia. That the tribe of the Aegidi inhabited all that part extending in one direction from the Isarion to the Dramos, and in the other from the banks of the Tiasa to the Bunitos, may almost with certainty be inferred from the circumstance that the tomb of Aegus, their founder, was situated in this quarter, close to the Lesha Posile. The quarter of the Mesoeti lay in the northwest, between the Dramos and the temple of Dictynna, for here was found the tomb of Alcman who belonged to that tribe. All the rest of the site being thus occupied, there remains only for the tribe of the Cynosure that part lying between the road to Thornax and the temple of Dictynna, where accordingly we must suppose them to have lived. With respect to the bridge Babeques, if bridge it really was, it appears very difficult 313 to believe that it spanned the Tiasa, though we still find massive ruins of arches in the channel of that stream. There seems to be much stronger reason for supposing it to have been thrown over the Eurotas, where the road from the isthmus traversed it. 314 We should then understand by the oracle which commanded Lycurgus to assemble his people between Babeques and Gnossian. 315 That he was to gather them together anywhere within the precincts of the city. Accordingly we find in the time of Lycurgus, that the agora in the center of Sparta was the place where the Apoli 316 were held. This, too, is evident, by the sense in which the matter was understood by Plutarch, who, speaking of the victory of the Boeotians over the Spartans at Tegira, observes, that by this event it was made manifest that not the Eurotas, or the space between Babeques and Gnossian alone produced brave and warlike men. 317 Now it appears to me, that a few meadows without the city on which assemblies of the people were occasionally convened could never be said to produce these people. I have therefore supposed that Babeques was the bridge by which travelers coming from the isthmus entered Sparta. 281 The plan which accompanies the present chapter, based on the description of Pausanias, agrees in many of the main points with that given by Mr. Muller in his map of the Peloponnesus. M. Barbie du Bocage's essay on the topography of Sparta, upon the whole faulty, is, nevertheless, in my opinion, right with respect to the portion of the bridge Babeques which Mr. Muller throws over the Tiasa, contrary to all the reasonable inferences to be derived from history. Colonel Leake's plan, given in his travels in the Morea, conveys a different idea of Spartan topography, but I am unable to reconcile his views with the account of the city in Pausanias, though I very much regret that the plan I have adopted should not be recommended by the support of a writer so learned and so ingenious. 282 3. 11-20. Cf. Polyb. v. 22. Liv. Thursiv. 26 Seq 283. In the precincts of this temple, evidently the strongest place in the city, the Aetolian mercenaries took refuge after the assassination of Nabis. Liv. XXX v. 36. 284 Plud. Instead. Lacan. 10. Chateaubriand, Idin 11. 110 Pauquevil's description of the stream is striking and picturesque. The banks, he says, are bordered with never-fading laurels, which, inclining towards each other, form an arch over its waters, and seem still consecrated to the deities of whom its purity is a just emblem, while swans, even of a more dazzling whiteness than the snows that cover the mountain tops above, are constantly sailing up and down the stream. Travels, p. 84. The Viscount Chateaubriand, however, sought in vain for these poetical birds, and, therefore, evidently considers them fabulous. 285 Strabo's brief description of the site deserves to be mentioned. Sigma tau iota mu nu omicron nu kappa omicron iota lambda omicron tau rho chi omega rho tau tau pi lambda epsilon omega delta alpha phi omicron, kappa alpha pi epsilon rho pi omicron lambda alpha mu beta nu omicron nu rho eta mu epsilon tau alpha xi. 85. T2. P 185. 286 Zen. Helen. V5. 287. At this ancient city Castor and Polydeuces were worshipped not as heroes but as divinities. Isaac. Incom. Helen. 27. Cf. Pinned. Pyth. 1160, SQQ. Nem. X56. Dyson supposes these tombs to have been vaults underground in the Phoeba and COMMP 508. 288 Steph. De URB. V mu epsilon nu lambda alpha omicron, P 551, A Burkle Polyb. V 22. 289 Zen. Helen. 6-5. 27,290. Thucid. I-10. 291 C. Molar, Doric 2. 48,292. Paus. Olymp. 627. Dissertation pi iota tau nu eta phi upsilon lambda. Hesic. Cf. Herod. 355. 953. Eurip. Troid. 1101 Thucid. I-20. Et Scholl. Plut. De Exil. 6. Apophth. Lacan. Missile. 48 Plin. HN4. 8 Athen. I-57. Near this Kappa Mueta were the villages of Enos, Onagli and Stithmi, celebrated for their wines. 293 Athen. 474. 294 Strab. 84. P 184. 5 P 187. The marshes existing in this quarter anciently had been drained by the age of Strabo lambda lambda omicron delta nu gamma epsilon mu rho omicron alpha tau omicron lambda iota mu nu zeta epsilon iota tau delta pi alpha lambda alpha iota nu lambda mu alpha zeta epsilon tau pi rho omicron sigma tau epsilon iota omicron nu kappa lambda omicron upsilon nu alpha tau lambda mu nu alpha tau tau omicron delta iota omicron nu sigma omicron upsilon epsilon rho nu lambda mu nu alpha iota phi gamma rho omicron beta kappa omicron tau gamma chi alpha nu epsilon nu delta pi iota rho omicron tau nu delta rho upsilon sigma iota nu chi epsilon iota. 5 P 185. SEQ 295. Hesic. In V. Burkle. Ad Steph. Bizant. P 490. Scholl. Ad Kalim. In Dion. 94 Span. Observe. In LOCP 196. 296 Steph de URB. In VP 554. B who refers to Strabo, 8. 6p 187. The words of the geographer are mu epsilon sigma alpha nu delta omicron tau chi rho alpha epsilon nu alpha iota mu rho omicron, tau sigma pi rho tau eta delta kappa alpha theta pi epsilon rho kappa alpha tau lambda iota mu nu alpha omicron nu paus. 720. 8297. Herod. 4149. 298 Leek, Trav in Moria, VIP 154. 299 CF Chateaub. Iden I 112. Similar, also, is the testimony of Mr. Douglas. The mixture of the romantic with the rich, which still diversifies its aspect, and the singularly picturesque form of all its mountains, do not allow us to wonder that even Virgil should generally desert his native Italy for the landscape of Greece. Whoever has viewed it in the tints of a Mediterranean spring, will agree with me in attributing much of the Grecian genius to the influence of scenery and climate. Essay, and CP 52. 300 Plut. Apophtheg. Lacan. Arcad. 6 Lycurg. 7 301. Sigma kappa iota, tau delta epsilon omicron nu kappa alpha lambda epsilon tau omicron tau nu lambda alpha kappa epsilon delta alpha iota mu omicron nu omega nu kappa alpha tau nu rho chi alpha nu phi omega nu kappa tau lambda etim mag 717. 36 SEQ 302. CF Plut. AGIS, 10. 303 This theatre, as Mr. Douglas has observed, is the only remaining fragment of ancient Sparta, the other ruins still visible on its site, belonging all to Roman times. Essay on certain points of resemblance between the ancient and modern Greeks, p. 23. 304 sigma sigma rho iota omicron nu, rho omicron tau lambda alpha kappa omega nu iota kappa phi omicron rho tau epsilon mu iota sigma sigma omega rho alpha dot steph. BYZ. In v 426. D with the note of Berkel. Cf. Hesick. In v Pauli n. Strat. 2-1. 14 Plud. A. Giesel. 32. 305 lambda kappa mu nu, lambda kappa omega nu pi mu epsilon sigma sigma alpha dot. He was an erotic poet said to have been descended from servile parents. Suid. IP 178. Ed. Port. 306 omicron tau tau omicron pi lambda lambda omega nu omicron epsilon rho nu. Strab. 85. T2. P 185. 307 Zen. Helen. 65. 3308. Plud. Lycurg. 11. Lacan. Apov. Lycurg. 7309. Plud. Lycurg. 5. 310 Pauli n. Stratig. 2-1. 14 with the notes of K-Sob. And Mosvik. 311 Olymp. 628. Cf. Spanheim, ad Kalim. Indian. 172 312. Cf. Athen. I-57. 313. This, however, is the opinion of Mr. Muller, Doric 2. 456 314. See the passage in which Xenophon, v. 527, describes the advance of the Thebans upon Sparta. 315 Plud. Lycurg. 6. 316 Goetel ad Aristo. Pol excurs. IP 464. 317 Palop. 17. Book 2. Education. Chapter I. Theory of Education. Birth of children. Infanticide. Whether on education the Greeks thought more wisely than we do or not. 318 They certainly contemplated the subject from a more elevated point of view. They regarded it as the matrix in which future generations are fashioned, and receive that peculiar temperament and character belonging to the institutions that presided at their birth. Their theories were so large as to comprehend the whole development of individual existence, from the moment when the human germ is quickened into life until the grave closes the scene, and in many cases looked still further, for the rites of initiation and a great part of their ethics had reference to another world. On this account we find their legislators possessed by extreme solicitude respecting the character of those teachers into whose hands the souls of the people were to be placed, to receive the first principles of good or evil, to be invigorated, raised, and purified by the former, or by the latter to be perverted, or precipitated down the slopes of vice and effeminacy, by which nations sink from freedom to servitude. Among them, moreover, it was never matter of doubt, whether the light of knowledge should be allowed to stream upon the summits of society only, or be suffered to descend into its lower depths and visit the cottages of the poor. Whatever education had to impart was, in most states, imparted to all the citizens, as far as their leisure or their capacity would permit them to receive it. The whole object, indeed, of education among the Greeks was to create good citizens, from which it has by some been inferred that they confined their views to the delivering of secular instruction. But this is to take a narrow and ignorant view of the subject, since religion was not only an element of education but regarded as of more importance than all its other elements taken together. For it had not escaped the Hellenic legislators, that in many circumstances of life man is placed beyond the reach and scrutiny of laws and public opinion, where he must be free to act according to the dictates of conscience, which, if not rightly trained, purified, and rendered clear-sighted by religion, will often dictate amiss. It is of the utmost moment, therefore, that in these retired situations man should not consider himself placed beyond the range of every eye, and so be tempted to lay the foundation of habits which, begun in secrecy, may soon acquire boldness to endure the light and set the laws themselves at defiance. Accordingly, over those retired moments in which man at first sight appears to commune with himself alone, religion was called in to teach that there were invisible inspectors, who registered, not only the evil deeds and evil words they witnessed, but even the evil thoughts and emotions of the heart, the first impulses to crime in the lowest abysses of the mind. Consistently with this view of the subject, we discover everywhere in Greek history and literature traces of an almost puritanical scrupulousness in whatever appeared to belong to religion, so that in addressing the Athenians St. Paul himself was induced to reproach them with the excesses of their devotional spirit, which degenerated too frequently into superstition. But the original design with which the spirit was cultivated was wise and good, its intention being to rescue men from the sway of their inferior passions, from envy, from avarice, from selfishness, and to inspire them with faith in their own natural dignity by representing their actions as of sufficient importance to excite the notice, provoke the anger, or conciliate the favor of the immortal gods. This religion, which base and sordid minds regard as humiliating to humanity, was by Grecian lawgivers and founders of states contemplated as a kind of holy leaven designed by God himself, to pervade, quicken, and expand society to its utmost dimensions. The question which commands so much attention in modern states, viz., whether education should be national and uniform, likewise much occupied the thoughts of ancient statesmen, and it is known that in most cases they decided in the affirmative. It may however be laid down as an axiom, that among a phlegmatic and passive-minded people, where the government has not yet acquired its proper form and development, the establishment of a national system of education, complete in all its parts and extending to the whole body of the citizens, must be infallibly pernicious. For such as the government is at the commencement, such very nearly will it continue, as was proved by the example of Crete and Sparta. For the Cretan legislators, arresting the progress of society at a certain point by the establishment of an iron system of education, before the popular mind had acquired its full growth and expansion, dwarfed the Cretan people completely, and by preventing their keeping pace with their countrymen rendered them in historical times inferior to all their neighbors. In Sparta, again, the form of polity given to the state by Lycurgus, wonderful for the age in which it was framed, obtained perpetuity solely by the operation of his patronomical institutions. The imperfection, however, of the system arose from this circumstance, that the Spartan government was framed too early in the career of civilization. Had its lawgiver lived a century or two later, he would have established his institutions on a broader and more elevated basis, so that they would have remained longer nearly on a level with the progressive institutions of neighboring states. But he fixed the form of the Spartan commonwealth when the general mind of Greece had scarcely emerged from barbarism, and as the rigid and unyielding nature of his laws forbade any great improvement, Sparta continued to bear about her in the most refined ages of Greece innumerable marks of the rude period in which she had risen. From this circumstance flowed many of her crimes and misfortunes. Forbidden to keep pace with her neighbors in knowledge and refinement, which by rendering them inventive, enterprising, and experienced, elevated them to power, she was compelled, in order to maintain her ground, to have recourse to astuteness, stratagem, and often to perfidy. The Spartan system, it is well known, made at first, and for some ages, little or no use of books. But this, at certain stages of society, was scarcely an evil. 319 For knowledge can be imparted, virtues implanted and cherished, and great minds ripen to maturity without their aid. The teacher, in this case, rendered wise by meditation and experience, takes the place of a book, and by oral communication, by precept and by example, instructs, and disciplines, and molds his pupil into what he would have him be. By this process both are benefited. The preceptor's mind, kept in constant activity, acquires daily new force and expansion, and the pupils in like manner. In a state, therefore, like that of Sparta, in the age of Lycurgus, it was possible to acquire all necessary knowledge without books, of which indeed very few existed. But afterwards, when the Ionian republics began to be refined and elevated by philosophy and literature, Sparta, unable to accompany them, fell into the background, still preserving, however, her warlike habits. She was enabled on many occasions to overawe and subdue them. Among the Athenians 320, though knowledge was universally diffused, there existed, properly speaking, no system of national education. The people, like their state, were in perpetual progress, aiming at perfection, and sometimes approaching it, but precipitated by the excess of their intellectual and physical energies into numerous and constantly recurring errors. While Sparta, as we have seen, remained content with the wisdom indigenous to her soil, scanty and imperfect as it was, Athens converted herself into one vast mart, whither every man who had anything new to communicate hastened eagerly, and found the sure reward of his ingenuity. Philosophers, sophists, geometricians, astronomers, artists, musicians, actors, from all parts of Greece and her most distant colonies, flocked to Athens to obtain from its quick-sighted, versatile, impartial, and most generous people that approbation which in the ancient world constituted fame. Therefore, although the laws regulated the material circumstances of the schools and gymnasia, prescribed the hours at which they should be opened and closed, and watched earnestly over the morals both of preceptors and pupils, there was a constant indraft of fresh science, a perpetually increasing experience and knowledge of the world, and, consequent thereupon, a deep-rooted conviction of their superiority over their neighbors, an impatience of antiquated forms, and an audacious reliance on their own powers and resources which betrayed them into the most hazardous schemes of ambition. But, by pushing too far their literary and philosophical studies, the Athenians were induced at length to neglect the cultivation of the arts of war, which they appeared to regard as a low and servile drudgery. And this capital error, in spite of all their acquirements and achievements in eloquence and philosophy, in spite of their lofty speculation and style of gods, brought their state to a premature dissolution, while Sparta, with inferior institutions, and ignorance which even the children at Athens would have laughed at, was enabled much longer to preserve its existence, from its impassioned application to the use of arms, aided, perhaps, by a stronger and more secluded position. From this it appears that of all sciences that of war is the chiefest, since, where this is cultivated, a nation may maintain its independence without the aid of any other, whereas the most knowing, refined, and cultivated men, if they neglect the use of arms, will not be able to stand their ground against a handful even of barbarians. They mistake, too, who look upon literature and the sciences as a kind of palladium against barbarism. 321 For a whole nation may read and write, like the inhabitants of the Burman Empire, without being either civilized or wise, and may possess the best books and the power to read them, without being able to profit by the lessons of wisdom they contain, as is proved by the example of the Greeks and Romans, who perished rather from a surfeit of knowledge than from any lack of instruction. But it is time, perhaps, to quit these general speculations, and proceed to develop, as far as existing monuments will enable us, the several systems of education which prevailed in the different parts of Greece. Among Hellenic legislators the care of children commenced before their birth. Their mothers were subject while pregnant to the operation of certain rules, their food and exercises were regulated, and in most cases the laws, or at least the manners, required them to lead a sedentary, inactive, and above all a tranquil life. 322 physicians, guided by experience, prescribed a somewhat abstemious diet, and wine was prohibited, or only permitted to be taken with water, which, where reason is consulted, we find to be the practice at the present day. But Lycurgus, in the article of exercise, gave birth to, or, at least, sanctioned, customs wholly different. 323 Even while enceinte his women were required to be abroad, engaged in their usual athletic recreations, eating as before and drinking as before. On this occasion, too, as on all others, the deep-rooted piety of the nation displayed itself. Prayers and sacrifices were habitually offered up by all married persons for children, as afterwards by Christian ladies to the saints. 324 And these of course were not discontinued, when it appeared by unequivocal signs that their desires had begun to receive their fulfillment. What the divinities were whom on these occasions the Athenian matrons invoked under the name of Tritopateres, it seems difficult to determine. Demon in Suidas 325 supposes them to be the winds, but Philokoros, the most learned of ancient writers on the antiquities of Attica, imagined them to be the first three sons of Helios and Gaia. According to some they were called Katos or Koros, Gyges or Gis, and Briareus, according to others Amalcides, Protocles and Protocleon, the watchers and guardians of the wind. There are authors, moreover, by whom they have been confounded with the Dicabarai of Samothrace. During the period of their confinement women were supposed to be under the protection of Eileithyia. This goddess, who by Olin the Lycian was considered older than Cronus 326 had the honor, as certain mythical legends relate, of being the mother of love. 327 Though several ancient authors appear to have confounded her with Pepramine or Fate, others with Hera, and others again with Artemis or the moon. The traditions of the mythology respecting this divinity were various. Her worship seems to have made its first appearance among the Greeks in the island of Delos, whither she is said to have come from the country of the Hyperboreans, to lend her aid to Leto, when beneath the palm tree, which Zeus caused to spring up over her. 328 She gave birth to the gods of night and day. From that time forward she was held in veneration by the Delians, who in her honor offered up sacrifices, chanting the hymns of Olin, whence we may infer she was a Pelasgian deity. From thence her name and worship were diffused through the other islands and states of Hellas, though the Cretans pretended that she was born at Amnisus in the Nostian territory, and was a daughter of Hera. The Athenians, who erected a temple to Eileithyia, appeared to favor both traditions, since of the two statues which were found in her fane the more ancient was said to have been brought from Delos by Erysichthon, while the second, dedicated by Phaedra, came from Crete. Among the Athenians, alone, as an indication of the national modesty, the wooden images of this mysterious divinity were significantly veiled to the toes. 329 The simple delicacy of remoter ages required women to be attended, while becoming mothers, by individuals of their own sex. But the contrary practice, now general among civilized nations, prevailed early at Athens, where the study of medicine, in which the accoucheurs 330 art is included, was prohibited to women and slaves. The consequences bear stronger testimony to the refined taste and truly feminine feelings of the Athenian ladies than 1,000 panegyrics. Numbers, rather than submit to the immodest injunctions of fashion, declined all aid, and perished in their harems, observing which, and moved strongly by the desire to preserve the lives of her noble-minded countrywomen, a female citizen named Agnotis, disguised as a man, acquired a competent knowledge of the theory and practice of physic in the medical school of Hierophilos. She then confided her secret to the women who universally determined to avail themselves of her services, and in consequence her practice became so extensive that the jealousy of the other practitioners was violently excited. In revenge, therefore, as she still maintained her disguise, they preferred an accusation against her in the court of Areopagus as a general seducer. To clear herself Agnotis made known her sex, upon which the envious Aesculapians prosecuted her under the provisions of the old law. In behalf of their benefactress the principal gentlewomen appeared in court, and mingling the highest testimony in favor of Agnotis with many bitter reproaches, they not only obtained her acquittal, but the repeal of the obnoxious law, and permission for any free woman to become an Acusius. 331 mention is made by ancient writers of several rude and hardy tribes, whose women, like those of Hindustan at the present day, stood in very little need of the midwife's aid. Thus Varro 332 speaking of the rough shepherdesses of Italy, observes that among the country women of Illyria, bringing forth children was regarded as a slight matter, for that, stepping aside from their work in the fields, they would return presently with an infant in their arms, having first bathed it in some fountain or running stream, appearing rather to have found, than given birth to, a child. Nor are the manners of these uncultivated people at all altered in modern times, as appears from an anecdote related to Pietro Vitera 333 by Francesco Sardonati, professor of Latin at Ragusa, who said that he saw a woman go out empty-handed to a forest for wood, and returned shortly afterwards with a bundle on her head and a newborn infant in her arms. At Athens, however, where the women were peculiarly tender and delicate, the young mother remained within doors full 6 weeks. 334 when the festival of the 40th day was celebrated, after which she went forth, as our ladies do to be churched, to offer up sacrifices and return thanks in the temple of Artemis or some other divinity. Newborn infants, when designed to be reared, were at Athens and in the rest of Greece bathed in cold water, at Sparta in wine, with the view of producing convulsions and death should the child be feeble, whereas, were its constitution strong and vigorous, it would thus they imagined, acquire a greater degree of firmness, and get a temper in proportion, as Potter 335 expresses it, like steel in the quenching. Swaddling bands 336 also, in use throughout the rest of Greece, were banished from Sparta, which led the way therefore to that improved system of infant management advocated by Rousseau, Lespard, and others 337 and now generally adopted in this country, though but partially in France. The ceremonies and customs of the Greeks were a kind of symbolical language, many times containing important meaning, and always perhaps indicative of the character and familiar feelings of the race. Much stress was laid on the thing wherein the infant was placed upon its entrance into the world. This, among the Athenians, consisted of a wrapper adorned with an embroidered figure of the Gorgon's head, the device represented on the shield of Athena, tutelar divinity of the state. From the beginning every citizen seemed thus to be placed under the immediate shelter of that goddess's aegis which should be extended over him in peace and in war. In other parts of Greece the child's first bed, and too frequently his last, was a shield. 338 In accordance with this custom we find Alcmena cradling her twin boys Heracles and Iphicles in Amphitrion's buckler, and the same practice prevailed, as might have been expected, at Sparta, where war constituted to men the sole object of life. 339 Elsewhere other symbols spoke to the future sense rather than the present of the new citizen. In agricultural countries the military symbol was replaced by a winnowing van, not unfrequently of gold or other costly materials. 340 Though it may be doubted whether the word so rendered meant not rather a cradle in the form of that rustic implement. In another custom, long on these occasions observed, we discern traces of that serpent worship which at different epochs diffused itself so widely over the world. Among opulent and noble families at Athens, newborn children were laid on golden amulets in the form of dragons, by which they were supposed to commemorate Athena's delivery of Erichthonios to the care of two guardians of that description. 341. But under certain circumstances, instead of the joy and gladness by which the noble and the great are greeted on their entrance into the world, the birth of a child was, as in Thrace 342, an event fraught with sorrow and misery. It announced in fact the approach of an enemy, of one who, if he survived, must snatch from them a portion of what already would scarcely sustain life. Together with the announcement of his birth, therefore, came the awful consciousness that war must be made on him, that he must in short be cast forth, a scapegoat for the sins of society, not for his own, that his parents, who should have cherished him, whose best solace he should have been, must steel their hearts and close fast their ears against the voice of nature, and become his executioners. The poor laws of Greece, or rather their substitutes for poor laws, were exceedingly imperfect, and foundling hospitals had not been introduced. They got rid of their surplus population, as many nations still do, by murder, for infanticide, under various forms, has more or less prevailed in all civilized countries, if the term civilized can properly be applied to nations among whom crimes so demoralizing are habitually perpetrated. No doubt the sullen reluctance of a father to imbrue his hands in the blood of his child produced daily many a heart-rending scene. No doubt the sting of want must have been keenly felt before the habit of slaughter was confirmed, but the fashion once set, children were thrown into an earthen pot and exposed in mountainous and desert places to perish of cold, or fall a prey to carnivorous birds. 343. Or wolves, as coolly as they are murdered by their young and frail mothers in our own Christian land. Under all circumstances, however, the parents thus criminal are objects of pity. Misery is blind, and crime is blind. But what shall we say to those priests of humanity, those sacred and reverend interpreters of nature, the philosophers who come forward to sanction and justify the practice? It would be criminal to disguise the fact, that both Plato and Aristotle, the great representatives of the wisdom of the pagan world, 344, conceived infanticide, under certain circumstances, to be allowable. Near, therefore, as the former stood to the truths of Christianity, there was still a cloud between him and them. What he saw through a glass darkly. Christ had not then stamped the seal of divinity upon human nature, had not shed abroad that light by which alone we discover the true features of crime, no less than the true features of holiness. Philosophy is beautiful, but with the beauty of one involuntarily polluted. Religion alone, breathing of heaven, radiant with light, reflected on its whole form from the face of God, is lovely altogether without spot or blemish. The Greeks, wanting this guide, went astray. They looked at the question of population as coarse utilitarians, all but the gross, unintellectual Thebans, who, relying on the vast fertility of their soil, or led by some better instinct, on this point soared high above their cultivated neighbors, an example of how the foolish things of this world, even in the unregenerate state of nature, may sometimes confound the wise. Among the Tyrrhenians 345 likewise, a people of Pelasgian origin, infanticide was unknown, probably because among them it was accounted no disgrace to be the parents of illegitimate offspring. Indeed, the sense of shame could not, in any case, be very keen among a people whose female slaves served naked at table, and where even the ladies appeared at public entertainments in the same state, drinking bumpers and joining freely in the conversation of the men. In the modern world, to take the life of an infant is a capital offense, yet we see with how little fear or ceremony the law is set at naught. It will, therefore, readily be supposed that in those countries of antiquity where neither law nor public opinion opposed the practice, but in some cases winked at, in others enjoined it, the number of child murders must have been enormous. Sparta very naturally took the lead in this guilty course. 346 Here it was not permitted to private individuals to make away with their offspring stealthily, and with those marks of shame and compunction inseparable from individual guilt. The state monopolized the right to Herodias, and by sharing the criminality among great numbers appeared to silence the objections of conscience. Fathers were compelled by law to bring their newborn infants to certain officers, old, grave men 347 who held their sittings in the lesha of their tribe, and after due deliberation determined on the claim of each child to live or die. By what rules they decided, rude and ignorant of physiology as they were, it would now be impossible positively to affirm. Little skill no doubt had they in detecting the latent seeds of robustness and physical energy, still less those of splendid mental endowments lurking in the crimson countenance of helpless infancy. They who might have proved the wise and good of their generation no doubt often went instead of the mere animal. However, giving orders that the strong and apparently healthy should be nursed, the weakly and delicate, often the noblest men, and the bravest soldiers, as witness Lucius Sulla, were condemned to be cast like so many puppy dogs into the apothetai, a deep cavern at the foot of Mount Taygetos. This den of death relieved the Spartans from the necessity of erecting workhouses or enacting poor laws. The surplus population went into that pit. To a certain extent, and in a mitigated form, the same practice prevailed at Athens. Here, however, it was more a matter of custom than of law, and in this respect differed materially 348 from the practice of Sparta, that it was left entirely to the father to determine the fate of his children. Accordingly, the more cold-blooded had recourse to murder, while the less atrocious exposed them in jars in desert places to perish, or in the thronged and crowded quarters of the city in the hope that they might excite in others that compassion, which he, their father, denied them. 349 And humane individuals were often found who, like our Squire Allworthy, would sympathize with these deserted creatures. 350 Numerous examples occur in the comic poets. In these cases poverty was no doubt the motive, particularly when boys were exposed, but even wealthy persons, reasoning like the Rajputs of northern India, would prefer exposing their daughters, to the care and expense of educating them to an uncertain destiny. On these occasions the child was dressed and swaddled more or less carefully, placed in a large earthen vessel called a shitra. 351 The same in which soup was made, and which ought, therefore, to have awakened humane associations and laid at the mouth of some cave without the walls, or in such situations as I have above described. To this custom allusion is made in the anecdote of a foundling, who amusing himself by rolling a shitra before him with his foot, "What," exclaimed some one desirous of reminding him of his origin, "have you the impiety to kick your mother in the belly?" 352 Sometimes when the object was rather to escape shame than to shun the expense of education, rings, jewels, or other valuable tokens were suspended about the child, or put along with it into the shitra. 353 And in the comic writers these usually assist in bringing about a discovery. If they fell into the hands of the poor, the costly marks of noble birth, always held in honor by the ignorant and needy, would perhaps tempt them to preserve and cherish the offcast, as in the case of Shakespeare's Perdita, or in the event of death, would defray the expenses of their funerals. Sometimes superstition operated on their minds, urging them into a mock show of sharing their possessions with the little wretches they abandoned. 354 Thus Sostrata, wife of Crims, in the self-tormentor delivered along with her little daughter to the person who was to expose it, a ring from her own finger to be left with the child, that should it die it might not be wholly deprived of all share of their property. Such also is the behavior of Creusa in Euripides, for Hermes, whom the poet introduces unfolding the argument of the drama, relates that when the young princess laid her newborn son to perish in the cavern, where he had been conceived, she took off her costly ornaments and with them decked her devoted boy. 355 From another part of the same play it may be inferred that children were often exposed on the steps of Apollo's temple at Delphi, and nurtured by the Pythoness. 356 Indeed the priestess, on discovering Ion, who had been brought thither by Hermes from Attica, concludes at once that some unfortunate Delphian girl 357 is his mother, and adopts him under that impression. From the sequel it would appear that such children were the slaves of the temple, and under the immediate protection of the god. 358 In the plain of Eleuthery, near the temple of Dionysus, is a cavern, and close beside it a fountain. Here, according to the poets, Antiope brought forth Zethos and Amphion, twin sons of Zeus, whom, to conceal her shame, she abandoned where they were born. The infants were immediately afterwards discovered by a shepherd, who, having bathed them in the neighboring spring, took them to his cot, where they were brought up as his own children. 359 The catastrophe of many an ancient play was brought about by a discovery of the real characters of persons who had been exposed in infancy. Thus Oedipus, whose story is too well known to need repetition, was abandoned on Mount Cithaeron. The daughters of Phaeneus 360 of whom nothing else has come down to us, had been cast forth in infancy and preserved, and were afterwards brought to be put to death on the same spot, by alluding to which their lives were saved. The sons 361 likewise, of Tyro, Peleus and Neleus, were deserted by their mother, who placed them in a little bark or chest on the banks of the Enipeus, a circumstance which served afterwards to reveal the parentage of the twins. The story of Romulus and Remus, who were thus abandoned by their vestal mother, is familiar to every reader, and from the example of Moses recorded in the sacred volume, we may infer that the exposing of children was common in remoter ages in Egypt. Pindar 362 in relating the birth of the prophet Iamos, presents us with a poetical picture of one of these unhappy transactions. Evadne, daughter of Poseidon by the river nymph Pitana, dwelling at the court of Epitos a king of Arcadia, going forth, like the daughters of the patriarchs, to draw water from a fountain, is overtaken by her birth pangs. Her crimsoned girdle down was flung, the silver ewer beside her laid, amid a tangled thicket, hung with canopy of brownest shade, when forth the glorious babe she brought, his sole instinct with heavenly thought. Sent by the golden-tressed god, near her the fates indulgent stood, with Eileithyia mild. One short sweet pang released the child, and Iamos sprang forth to light. A wail she uttered, left him then, where on the ground he lay, when straight two dragons came, with eyes of azure flame, by will divine awaked out of their den, and with the bees' unharmful venom they fed him, and nursled through the night and day. The king meanwhile had come from stony Pytho driving, and at home did of them all after the boy inquire born of Evadne, for, he said, the sire was Phoebos, and that he should of earth's prophets wisest be, and that his generation should not fail. Not to have seen or heard him they avouched, now 5 days born. But he, on rushes couched, was covered up in that wide brambly maze, his delicate body met with yellow and empurpled rays from many a violet, and hence his mother bade him claim for ever this undying name. Generally, it would appear, illegitimate children were exposed in the neighborhood of the gymnasium, in the Cynosarges, because, as suggested by Suidas, Heracles, who was himself a bastard, had a temple there. On the subject of infanticide the Thebans 363 as I have said, entertained juster sentiments than the rest of their countrymen. By their institutions it was made a capital crime, but because severe laws would not furnish the indigent with the means of supporting the children they were forbidden to kill, they by another enactment provided for their maintenance. If a poor man found himself unable to support an addition to his family, he was commanded to bear his children immediately from the birth, wrapped in swaddling clothes, to the magistrates, who disposed of them for a small sum to wealthy people in want of children or servants, for, according to the Theban laws, they who undertook the charge of foundlings, if they may be so called, were entitled to their services in return for their nursing and education. Connected with infanticide is another subject equally important, but of very difficult treatment, that is practices to destroy the infant before the birth. 364 In modern nations all such offenses are theoretically visited with very severe punishment by the law, and public opinion so strongly condemns them that no one solicitous of upholding a respectable character in society will dare to be their apologist. It was otherwise in antiquity. The greatest dread of a superabundant population was in many states felt, and led to customs and acts of a very nefarious nature, for some classes of which, if not for all, writers of highest eminence are found to plead. Thus Pliny 365, commonly a great declaimer in behalf of virtue, admits that some artificial limit should be put to female productiveness, and Aristotle, despite his far nobler and more generous ethics, had on this point no loftier views. The regulations also of the Cretan Minos but let them remain in the obscurity which encompasses his entire code. Among the Romans several modern writers appear to suppose the existence of more humane feelings, for which it would certainly have been difficult to account. An ancient law attributed to Romulus has misled them. By this it was enacted that no male child should be exposed, and that of daughters the first should be permitted to live, while the others having been brought up till they were 3 years old, might then if judged expedient be destroyed. 366 The legislator, it is argued, knew human nature too well to fear that parents who had preserved their children 3 years would after that take away their lives. But infants exceedingly mutilated or deformed might be killed at once, having first been shown to 5 neighbors, and these neighbors, like the overseers of murder at Lacedaemon, were probably lax in interpreting the law, which, acknowledging the principle, would easily tolerate variations in the practice. 367 Be this, however, as it may, child murder and child dropping were in imperial times of ordinary occurrence at Rome. There was in the herb market a pillar called the Milky Column, 368 whither foundlings were brought to be suckled by public nurses, or to be fed with milk, for the passage in Festus may be both ways interpreted, and their numbers would seem to have been considerable. The Christian writers constantly object the practice of infanticide to the Romans. You cast forth your sons, says Tertullian 369, to be picked up and nourished by the first woman that passes. And the poor, as Ambrose remarks, would desert and expose their little ones, and if caught deny them to be theirs. 370 Others adopted more decisive measures, and instead of exposing strangled them. 371 Probably, moreover, it was the atrocious device of legislators to get rid of their superabundant population that gave rise to the rite of child sacrificing known to have prevailed among the Phoenicians, who passed their children through fire to Moloch, and among their descendants the Carthaginians. 372 Who offered up infants to their gods, as at the present day our own idolatrous subjects in the East cast forth their firstborn infants on islands at the mouth of the Ganges, to be devoured by the alligators. In China Christianity has performed for infancy the same humane duty as in ancient Rome, as many of the converts made by the Jesuits consisted of foundlings whom they had picked up when cast forth by their parents to perish in the streets. 318 Dion Chrysostom tells a curious story respecting a blunder of the Athenians on this subject. Apollo once commanding them, if they desired to become good citizens, to put whatever was most beautiful in the ears of their sons, they bored one of the lobes, and inserted a gold earring, not comprehending the meaning of the god. But this ornament would better have suited their daughters or the sons of Lydians or Phrygians, but for the offspring of Greeks, nothing could have been intended by the god but education and reason, the possessors of which would probably become good men, and the preservers of their country or it. XXXIITIP 653. SQQ. The popular maxim that knowledge is power may be traced to Plato de Republic VT 6. p. 268. 319. Montaigne relates, in his Travels, t. 3 p. 51, an instance of how the mind may be cultivated, particularly in poetry, by persons ignorant of the art of reading and writing. His Lucchese Improvisatrice may be regarded as a match for the ancient rhapsodists. 320. Cf. Platt. De Leg. 78. p. 1. 321. Notwithstanding that Plato regards knowledge as the medicine of the soul. Criticism t7. p. 145. Cf. t8. p. 2. Seq. Aristo. Ethic. 613. 322. Platt. De Leg. L7. t8. Pages 4. Et11. During the pregnancy of women great care was taken not to bring into the house the wood of the ostria or carpinus ostris, the appearance of which was ominous of difficult births, or even of sudden death. Theof. History Plant. 310. 323. Zenoff. De Representative Laced. I3. Parazon. Ad Elian. Various History X13. 324. Theodoret. 4921. 325. V tau rho iota tau omicron pi t2. p. 947. BSEQCF Siebel. Ad Frag. Philic. p. 11. Mers. Gryce Fur. p. 264. Lect att3. 1 Vales. In Harpak. p. 223. SEQ 326. Paus. 821. 327. Paus. 927. 2 CFCIC. De Nat de 323. 328 Kalim. 24. 329 Paus. I18. 5 CF Cately, Mythol p. 193. In Arcadia, also, this goddess was so closely draped that nothing was visible but the countenance, fingers, and toes. Paus. 723. 5 330. The duties of an accoucheur are briefly enumerated by Max Teyer. Dissart. XXVIIIP 333. Cf. Pignor. Deserve 184. 331 Hygiene. Fab. 274 332. De Rust. 210. 333 Various Lectursiv. 2 334. Mers. Gryce Fur. p. 260. SQQ. Censor. De Die Natalie. C11. 335 Antique 2. 320 336. Corre, ad Hippoc. De Air. ETLOC 2. 309 337. Even so early as the age of Montaigne the necessity of some change was felt. Les liaisons et améliorements d'enfants ne sont non plus nécessaires. He then alludes to the practice of the Spartan nurses' essays, 2. 12. However, in certain habits of body, swaddling is not merely useful, but necessary, as Hippocrates remarks in his account of the Scythians, De Etloc 101, and as his able commentator, Corre, confirms by example. Ubisup. 338 Theoc. Idle. XXIV4. Taunu Pi Tau. Plud. Lacine. Apophtheg. T2. P187. 339 Non. Dionys. Sli 168. Seqsch Thucid. 239. 340 Kalim. Him. In Jov. 48 341. Eurip. ION 15. SQQ There were certain amulets, too, called pi epsilon rho alpha pi tau alpha, which superstitious mothers hung about the necks of their children to defend them from fascination and the evil eye. Pollux, 4. 182 Vict. In Arist. Ethic. Nicum. P42. 342 Sext. Emperor. P186. 343 Vict. Various Lect 2-3, has an useful chapter on the exposing of infants, in which he has collected several valuable testimonies. 344 Plato, De Republic v9. P 359. Stalb. Aristo. POL 7. 16 cf. Lips. Epist ad Belgium Cent 1. C85. With the work of Gerard Noud, entitled Julius Paulus, in Op. Lugud. Bad. 1726 pages 567, SEQ 591. SEQ Elmenhorst. Ad Meinach. Philic. Octave. 289 ed. Uzel. 345 Athen. 1214. 346 Compare the coolness of haze. P 190. Muller. 2 313. With Lamb. Boss. P 212. SEQ and the Humane Remarks of Bohemius 3. 83 Potter, 2, 2. 326 SQQ, seems to disapprove of the practice. 347 Plud. Lecurg. 16348. Petit is of the contrary opinion, but his authorities by no means bear him out leg. ATT lib 2. Tid. 4p 144. 349 Paulus, AP Petit. Ubisup. 350 On the ceremony of adoption, see Potter 2. 335 Compare Lady Montague's works, 3. 12 351. SCH Aristov. Vesp. 289, or sometimes Sigma Tauro Alpha Kappa Omicron Nu, Ran. 1221 352. SCH Aristov. Thesmov. 509 353. Vict. Various Lect 2. 3 Aristo. Poet. 16 354. Tarrant. Heaudentum. 4 I36 SEQ Victor. Various Lect 2. 3 CF Ter Hesser. 3 31 SQQ. 355 Eurip. Ion, 26. SEQ CF 15. SQQ. 356 CONF Hypoth ION 357. delta epsilon lambda phi delta omega nu tau lambda alpha eta kappa rho eta. Kappa tau lambda ion, 44. SQQ. 358 ion, 53. SQQ. 359 paus. 26. 4 CFK sob. Diatrib. Indion. Chrysost. 2469. 360 Aristo. Poet. 16:8. Come not. Herm. P 156. 361 Arist. Poet. 16:3. 362 Olymp. 639. SQQ. Dis. I give the passage as it is elegantly translated by Mr. Carey. 363 Elian, Various History 2. 7 cf Philosophy Judd. Deleg. Special. P 543. 364 C in Pollux, 2. 7 and 4. 208 A whole vocabulary of terms connected with this practice. In his note on the former passage, p. 297. In German refers to the commentaries of Camerarius, c. 32. CFCOMM in Pole. p. 507. SEQ p. 541. ET 891. SEQ Tim. Lex. Plat. Visi alpha mu beta lambda omicron nu. Come not. Runken. p. 62. Ed. London. Platt. Thief. T3. p. 190. Max Taylor. 16 p. 179. Jacob Gensius, Victimi Humani, pt 2 p. 247 SEQ, enters fully into the question of abortion, which at Rome, according to Justin, was procured to preserve the shape. The same practice prevails in Formosa Rich Terran, Voyage de la Compagnie de Inns, VP 70. Compare Lactant. VP 278. Fossil. V 172. SEQ 365. History NAT 36. 2078. P 404. Franz. MP Satis, as Kuhn observes in his note on Elian, Various History 2. 7 Arist. POL 7. 15253. Go edel cf Fos. Econ. Hippoc. Versus mu beta lambda sigma alpha iota and pi omicron phi theta omicron rho. 366 Dion. Hal. And ROMI 81, 2. 15367. Seneca, de ira, li apuleos metam. X where a husband gives command for the destruction of his daughter immediately on her birth ap lips. Epist ad Belgas, CENTIP 818. SEQ 368. Fest. V Lactaria columna. 369 Apolog. C9. 370 Hexam. LVC 18. 371 Arnab. Kant. Gent. 8 Lactant. Instead. 620. AP Lips. Epist ad Belgium 819. 372 VID. Festus, V Puli in Syria children were sacrificed to the goddess, in like manner with other victims, by being tied up in a sack and then flung down from the lofty propylaea of her temple, their parents, in the meanwhile, overwhelming them with contumely, and protesting they were not children, but oxen. Lucian. De Syria Dia, 58. Chapter 2. Birth Feast, naming the child. Nursery Tales. Spartan Festival. To quit, however, this melancholy topic, while the poor, as we have seen, were driven by despair to imbrue their hands in the blood of their offspring, their more wealthy neighbors celebrated the birth of a child 373 with a succession of banquets and rejoicings. Of these, the first was held on the 5th day from the birth, when took place the ceremony called Amphidromia, confounded by some ancient authors with the festival of the 10th day 374. On this occasion the accouchous or the nurse, to whose care the child was now definitively consigned 375, having purified her hands with water 376, ran naked 377 with the infant in her arms, and accompanied by all the other females of the family, in the same state, round the hearth 378, which was regarded as the altar of Hestia, the Vesta of the Romans. By this ceremony the child was initiated in the rites of religion and placed under the protection of the fire goddess, probably with the same view that infants are baptized among us. Meanwhile the passerby was informed that a 5th-day feast was celebrating within, by symbols suspended on the street door, which, in case of a boy, consisted in an olive crown, and of a lock of wool, alluding to her future occupations. When it was a girl 379. Athenaeus, apropos of cabbage, which was eaten on this occasion, as well as by ladies in the straw, 380, as conducing to create milk, quotes a comic description of the Amphidromia from a drama of Ephippus, which proves they were well acquainted with the arts of joviality. How is it no wreathed garland decks the festive door, no savory odor creeps into the nostrils, since 'tis a birth feast? Custom, sooth, requires slices of rich cheese from the Chersonese, toasted and hissing, cabbage too in oil, fried brown and crisp, with smothered breast of lamb. Chaffinches, turtle doves, and good fat thrushes should now be feathered. Rows of merry guests pick clean the bones of cuttlefish together, gnaw the delicious feet of polypi, and drink large draughts of scarcely mingled wine. 381. A sacrifice 382 was likewise this day offered up for the life of the child, probably to the god Amphidramus, first mentioned, and therefore supposed to have been invented by Aeschylus. 383. It has moreover been imagined that the name was now imposed, and gifts were presented by the friends and household slaves. 384. But it was on the 7th day that the child generally received its name. 385. Amid the festivities of another banquet, though sometimes this was deferred till the 10th. 386. The reason is supplied by Aristotle. 387. They delayed the naming thus long, he says, because most children that perish in extreme infancy die before the 7th day, which being past they considered their lives more secure. The 8th day was chosen by other persons for bestowing the name, and, this considered the natal day, was solemnized annually as the anniversary of its birth, on which occasion it was customary for the friends of the family to assemble together, and present gifts to the child, consisting sometimes of the polypi and cuttlefish. 388 to be eaten at the feast. However, the 10th day 389 appears to have been very commonly observed. Thus Euripides 390 say, who delighting in a mother's claim mid 10th day feasts bestowed the ancestral name. Aristophanes, too, on the occasion of naming his bird city, which a hungry poet pretends to have long ago celebrated, introduces Pistheteros, saying, "What, have I not but now the sacrifice of the 10th day completed and bestowed a name as on a child?" 391. Connected with this custom, there is a very good anecdote in Polyanos, from which Mercius 392 infers that there existed among the Greeks something like the office of sponsor. Jason, tyrant of Pherai, most of whose stratagems were played off against members of his own family, had a brother named Marius, extremely opulent, but to the last degree close-fisted, particularly towards him. When at length a son was born to Jason, he invited to the Nominalia many principal nobles of Thessaly, and among others his brother Marius, who was to preside over the ceremonies. In these he was probably occupied the whole day, during which, under pretense, apparently, of providing some choice game for his guests, the tyrant went out for a few hours with his dogs and usual followers. His real object, however, soon appeared. Making direct for Pagazi, where his brother's castle stood, he stormed the place, and seizing on Marius' treasures, to the amount of 20 talents, returned in all speed to the banquet. Here, by way of showing his fraternal consideration, he delegated to his brother the honor of pouring forth the libations, and bestowing the name, which was the father's prerogative. But Marius, receiving from one of the tyrant's attendants a hint of what had taken place, called the boy Porton, or the plunderer. 393 At Athens the feast and sacrifice took place at night, with much pomp, and all the glee which such an occasion was calculated to inspire. 394 On the bestowing of the name Potter's information is particularly full. He is probably right, too, in his conjecture, that in most countries the principal object of calling together so great a number of friends to witness the ceremony was to prevent such controversies as might arise when the child came out into the business of the world. But at Athens the act of registration 395 rendered such witnesses scarcely necessary. The right of imposing the name belonged, as hinted above, to the father, who likewise appears to have possessed the power afterwards to alter it if he thought proper. They were compelled to follow no exact precedent, but the general rule resembled one apparently observed by nature, which, neglecting the likeness in the first generation, sometimes reproduces it with extraordinary fidelity in the second. Thus, the grandson inheriting often the features, inherited also very generally the name of his grandfather. 396 And precisely the same rule applied to women, the granddaughter nearly always receiving her grandmother's name. 397 Thus, Andocides, son of Ligeras, bore the name of his grandfather, the father and son of Miltiades were named Simon, the father and son of Hipponicus, Clinias. 398 The orator Lysias formed an exception to this rule, his grandfather's name having been Lysanias. 399. In short, though there existed no law upon the subject, yet ancient and nearly invariable custom operated with the force of law. 400 The names of children were often in remote antiquity derived from some circumstance attending their birth, or in the history of their parents. Sometimes, too, their own deeds, as in the case of modern titles, procured them a name, or perhaps some misfortune which befell them. Thus, Marpissa, in Homer, being borne away 401 by Apollo, obtained the name of Halcyon, because her mother, like the Halcyon, was inconsolable for the loss of her offspring. 402 Scamandrios, son of Hector, was denominated Astyanax, because his father was Tau Omicron Sigma Tau Epsilon Omicron Nu Alpha Xi, the defender of the city. 403 And Odysseus, metamorphosed by the Romans into Ulysses, is supposed to have been so called Tau Omicron Sigma Tau Epsilon Omicron Nu Alpha Xi Delta Iota Tau Delta Upsilon Sigma 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 Theta Alpha Iota Tau Omicron Alpha Tau Omicron Lambda Upsilon Kappa Omicron Upsilon, from the anger of Autolycus. 404 Again, the son of Achilles, at first called Pyrrhus, as our second William, Rufus, from the color of his hair, afterwards obtained the name of Neoptolemos, the youthful warrior, from his engaging at a very early age in the siege of Troy. It came, in after times, to be considered indecorous for persons of humble condition to assume the names of heroic families. Thus, the low flatterer Callicrates, at the court of Ptolemy III, was thought to be audacious because he bestowed upon his son and daughter the names of Telegonos and Anticlea, and wore the effigy of Odysseus in his ring, which appeared to be claiming kindred with that illustrious chief. In fact, to prevent the profanation of revered names, the law itself forbade them to be adopted by slaves or females of bad character. 405 Though, in defiance of its enactments, we find there were Hetairai, who derived their appellation from the sacred games of Greece, Nemeas, Isthmias, and Pythionica. 406 But of this enough, we now proceed to the management and education of children, beginning with their earliest infancy. In old times the women of Greece always suckled their own offspring, and for the performance of this office they were excellently adapted by nature. 407 Since they had no sooner become mothers than their breasts filled so copiously with milk that it not only flowed through the nipple, but likewise transpired through the whole bosom. On the little derangements of the system peculiar to nurses the Greeks entertained many superstitious opinions. For instance, they conceived those thread-like indurations which sometimes appear in the breasts to be caused by swallowing hairs, which afterwards come forth with the milk, on which account the disorder was called trichiasis. 408 The nourishment supplied by mothers so robust and lactiferous was often so rich and abundant as, like overfeeding, to cause spasms and convulsions. Supposed to be most violent when they happened during the full moon, and began in the back. The usual remedy among nurses would appear to have been wine, since Aristotle 409 in speaking of the disorder, observes that white, particularly if diluted with water, is less injurious than red, though even from the former he thought it better to abstain. The administering of aperient medicines and the absence from everything that could cause flatulence, he considered the only safe treatment. Nurses, however, sometimes placed much reliance on the brains of a rabbit. 410 In Plato's Republic the nurses were to live apart in a distinct quarter of the city, and suckle indiscriminately all the children that were to be preserved, no mother being permitted to know her own child. 411 Everyone must have observed, as well as Plato 412 that children are no sooner born than they exhibit unequivocal signs of passion and anger, in the moderating and directing of which consists the chiefest difficulty of education. Most men, through the defect of nature or early discipline, live long before they acquire this mastery, which many never attain at all. Generally, however, where it is possessed, much may certainly be attributed to that training which begins at the birth, so that of all the instruments employed in the 413 forming of character, the nurse is probably the most important. Of this the ancients generally appear to have been convinced, and most of all the Spartans and Athenians. The Lacedaemonian nurses, on whom the force of discipline had been tried, enjoyed a high reputation throughout Greece, and were particularly esteemed at Athens. 414 They no doubt deserved it. To them may be traced the first attempt to dispense with those swathes and bandages which in other countries confined the limbs, and impeded the movements of infants, and by their skillful and enlightened treatment, combined with watchfulness and tender solicitude, they are said to have preserved their little charges from those distortions so common among children. But their cares extended beyond the person. They aimed at forming the manners, regulating the temper, laying the foundation of virtuous habits, at sowing in short the seeds, which in after life, might ripen into a manly, frank, and generous character. In the matter of food, in the regulating of which, as Locke confesses, there is much difficulty, the Spartan nurses acted up to the suggestions of the sternest philosophy, accustoming the children under their charge, to be content with whatever was put before them, and to endure occasional privations without murmuring. Over the fear of ghosts too they triumphed. Ampuzza and the Mormolochian, and all those other hideous spectres which childhood associates with the idea of darkness, yielded to the discipline of the Spartan nurse 415 her charge would remain alone or in the dark, without terror, and the same stern system, which overcame the first offspring of superstition, likewise subdued the moral defects of peevishness, frowardness, and the habit of whining and mewling, which when indulged in render children a nuisance to all around them. No wonder therefore, these Doric disciplinarians were everywhere in request. At Athens it became fashionable among the opulent to employ them, and Cleinias, as is well known, placed under the care of one of these sheepedagogues that Alcibiades, whose ambitious character, to be curbed by no restraints of discipline or philosophy, proved the ruin of his country and the scourge of Greece. 416 Plato, however, while framing at will an imaginary system, and though inclined upon the whole to Lacones, adheres, in some respects, to the customs of his country, and ordains that infants be confined by swaddling bands till 2 years old. From the mention of this age, it may be inferred that children commonly did not walk much earlier at Athens, which is the case in the East, as we may learn from the story of Ala ed-Din Abu Shamit. Plato would also have nurses to be vigorous and robust women, much inclined to frequent the temples, in order, probably, to introduce into the minds of their charges early impressions of religion, and to stroll about the fields and public gardens until the children could run alone, and even then, and until they were 3 years old, he urged the necessity of their being frequently carried, to prevent crooked legs and malformed ankles. But because all this might press hard on one nurse, several were employed, as among ourselves 417, and a kind of nursery governess overlooked the whole. The gerula or under-nurse was, in later times, the person upon whom fell the principal labor of bearing the infant about, but in remoter ages the Greeks, more particularly their royal and noble families, employed in this capacity a bioulos 418 or nurse-father, who, as in the case of Phoenix, was sometimes himself of illustrious birth. Chiron, too, the Pelasgian mountain prince, performed this sacred office for the son of his friend Peleus. Our readers, we trust, will not be reluctant to enter a Greek nursery 419 where the mother, whatever might be the number of her assistants, generally suckled her own children. Their cradles were of various forms, some of which like our own required rocking 420 while others were suspended like sailors' hammocks from the ceiling, and swung gently to and fro when they desired to pacify the child or lull it to sleep. 421 as Tithonus is represented in the mythology to have been suspended in his old age. 422 other cradles there were in the shape of little portable baskets wherein they were carried from one part of the harem to another. 423 it is probable, too, that as in the East the children of the opulent were rocked in their cradles wrapped in coverlets of Milesian wool. Occasionally in Hellas 424 as everywhere else, the nurse's milk would fail, or be scanty, when they had recourse to a very original contrivance to still the infant's cries. They dipped a piece of sponge in honey which was given it to suck. 425 it was probably under similar circumstances that children were indulged in figs, the Greeks entertaining an opinion that this fruit greatly contributed to render them plump and healthy. They had further a superstition that by rubbing fresh figs upon the eyes of children they would be preserved from ophthalmia. 426 the Persians attributed the same preventive power to the petals of the new-blown rose. 427 when a child was wholly or partly dry nursed, the girl who had charge of it would under pretence of cooling its pap, commonly made of fine flour of spelt. 428 put the spoon into her own mouth, swallow the best part of the nourishment, and give the refuse to the infant, a practice attributed by Aristophanes to Cleon, who swallowed, he says, the best of the good things of the state himself, and left the residue to the people. 429 all the world over the singing of the nurse has been proverbial. Music breathes its sweetest notes around our cradles. The voice of woman soothes our infancy and our age, and in Greece, where every class of the community had its song, the nurse naturally vindicated one to herself. 430 The sweetest of all melodies redolent of joy and youth was technically denominated katabaukalses, of which scraps and fragments only, like those of the village song which lingered in the memory of Rousseau, have come down to us. The first verse of a Roman nursery air, which still, Pignarius 431 tells us, was sung in his time by the mothers of Italy, ran thus: Lala, Lala, dorme ut lact. Lala, Lala, sleep or suck. The Sicilian poet, whose pictures of the ancient world are still so fresh and fragrant, has bequeathed to us a katabaukalses of extreme beauty and brevity which I have here paraphrastically translated. 432 Sleep ye, that in my breast have lain, the slumber sweet and light, and wake, my glorious twins, again to glad your mother's sight. O happy, happy be your dreams, and blessed your waking be, when morning's gold and ruddy beams restore your smiles to me. 433 The philosopher Chrysippus 434 considered it of importance to regulate the songs of nurses, and Quintilian 435 with a quaint but pardonable enthusiasm, would have the boy who is designed to be an orator placed under the care of a nurse of polished language and superior mind. He observes 436 too, that children suckled and brought up by dumb nurses, will remain themselves dumb, which would necessarily happen had they no other person with whom to converse. When the infant was extremely wakeful, the soothing influence of the song was heightened by the aid of little timbrels and rattles hung with bells. A very characteristic anecdote is told of Anacreon apropos of nurses. 437 A good-humoured wench with a child in her arms happening one day to be sauntering more nutricum, through the Pawnee Onion, or Grand Agora of Ionia, encountered the Teian poet, who returning from the Bacchic Olympos, found the streets much too narrow for him, and went reeling hither and thither as if determined to make the most of his walk. The nurse, it is to be presumed, felt no inclination to dispute the passage with him, but Anacreon, attracted, perhaps, by her pretty face, making a timely lurch, sent both her and her charge spinning off the pavement, at the same time muttering something disrespectful against the brat. Now, for her own part, the girl felt no resentment against him, for she could see which of the divinities was to blame, but loving, as a nurse should, her boy, she prayed that the poet might one day utter many words in praise of him whom he had so rudely vituperated, which came to pass accordingly, for the infant was the celebrated Cleobulos, whose beauty the Teian afterwards celebrated in many an ode. 438 Traces of the remotest antiquity still linger in the nursery. The word baby, which we bestow familiarly on an infant, was with little variation, in use many thousand years ago among the Syrians, in whose nursery dialect Babia 439 had the same signification. Tata, too, Papa and Mama 440 were the first words lisped by the children of Hellas. And from various hints dropped by ancient authors, it seems clear that the same wild stories and superstitions that still flourish there haunted the nursery of old. The child was taught to dread Empusa or Onos Kelis or Oniscolon 441, the monster with one human foot and one of brass, which dwelt among the shades of night and glided through dusky chambers and dismal passages to devour naughty children. The fables which filled up this obscure part of Hellenic mythology, were scarcely less wild than those the Arabs tell about their Marids, their Afrits, and their Jinn, for Empusa, the phantom minister of Hecate 442 could assume every various form of God's creatures, appearing sometimes as a bull, or a tree, or an ass, or a stone, or a fly, or a beautiful woman. 443 Shakespeare, having caught, perhaps, some glimpse of this superstition, or inventing in a kindred spirit, attributes a similar power of transformation to his mischievous elf in the Midsummer Night's Dream, located on Ampusa's native soil. I'll follow you, I'll lead you about, around, through bog, through bush, through brake, through briar. Sometimes a horse I'll be, sometime a hound, a hog, a headless bear, sometimes a fire, and neigh, and bark, and grunt, and roar, and burn, like horse, hound, hog, bear, fire at every turn. It was this spectral being that was said to appear to those who performed the sacrifices to the dead, to men overwhelmed with misfortune 444 and travelers in remote and dismal roads, as happened to the companions of Apollonios of Tyana who, in journeying on a bright moonlight night, were startled by the appearance of Ampusa, which having stood twice or thrice in their way, suddenly vanished 445 to protect themselves against this demon the superstitious were accustomed to wear about them a piece of jasper, either set in a ring, or suspended from the neck. 446 The Lamia, too, fierce and beautiful, the ancestress of our white ladies, and of the katakinas or vampire of the modern Greeks, roamed through solitary places to terrify, delude, or destroy good folks, big or little, who might lose their way amid moonlit crags or shores made white with bones and sea shells. They loved to relate around the fire o' nights, how Lamia had once been a beautiful woman caressed and made the mother of a fair son by Zeus, how Hera through jealousy had destroyed the boy, and how, thereupon Lamia took to the bush and devoted her wretched immortality to the destroying of other women's children. 447 According to another form of the tradition there were many Lamii, so called from having capacious jaws, inhabiting the Libyan coast. 448 Somewhere about the Great Syrtis, in the midst of sand hills, rocks, and wastes of irreclaimable aridity. Formed above like women of surpassing beauty, they terminated below in serpents. Their voice was like the hissing of an adder, and whatever approached them they devoured. 449 Another race of wild and grotesque spirits were the Kobaloi. 450 Companions of Dionysus, who doubtless subsist still in our woods and forests under the name of goblins and hobgoblins. Our elves and trolls and fairies appear likewise to belong to the same brood, though in these northern latitudes, they have become less mischievous and more romantic, delighting the eyes of the wayfarers by their frolics and gambols, instead of devouring him. Fairy elves, whose midnight revels, by a forest side, or fountain, some belated peasant sees, or dreams he sees, while overhead the moon sits arbitress, and nearer to the earth wheels her pale course, they on their mirth and dance intent, with jocund music charm his ear, at once with joy and fear his heart rebounds. Though, as we have seen, weak children were unscrupulously sacrificed at Sparta, they still made offerings to the gods in favor of the strong. The ceremony took place annually during certain festivals, denominated Tithnidia. 451 when, in a moment of hospitality, they not only made merry themselves, but overlooked their xenolasia, and entertained generously all such strangers as happened to be present. The banquet given on this occasion was called Kopis, and, in preparation for it, tents were pitched on the banks of the Tiasa near the temple of Artemis Corythalis. Within these, beds formed of heaps of herbs were piled up and covered with carpets. On the day of the festival the nurses proceeded thither with the male children in their arms, and, presenting them to the goddess, offered up as victims a number of sucking pigs. In the feast which ensued loaves baked in an oven, in lieu of the extemporary cake, were served up to the guests. Choruses of Corythalastriae or dancing girls, likewise performed in honor of the goddess, and in some places persons, called Kiritoi, in wooden masks, made sport for the guests. 452 Probably it may have been on occasions such as this that the nurses, like her in Romeo and Juliet, gave free vent to their libertine tongues, and indulged in those appellations which the tolerant literature of antiquity has preserved. 453 When children were to be weaned, they spread, as the moderns do, something bitter over the nipple. 454 That the young Republican might learn early how full in the fount of joy's delicious springs some bitter o'er the flower its bubbling venom flings. 373 More particularly that of a son K-Sob. Ad Theophor. Char p. 307. 374 Sch Aristov. Lysist. 757 375. Etim Mag 89. 54 376. Suid. In VTIP 214. D 377. Hesik. In. V delta rho omicron mu iota phi iota omicron nu. MERS. Gryc fur. P20. Brunck, in Aristov. AV 922. 378 Harpocrat. In VCF not. Granov. P26. 379 Hesik. AP MERS. Gryc fur. P20. 380 Potter, 2. 322 381. Athen. 910. Cf. Ludovic. Non. Depisk. Isu. C7. P28. 382 Cf. Aristov. Lis. 700 Come not. Et Shoal Plot. Truck. 24. 69 383. Semel. Fr 203. Well. 384 MERS. Gr Fur. P21. 385 Alex. Ab Alex. 99A 386. Harpocrat. V beta delta omicron mu P92. Cf. Lohmeyer, Delustrat. Vet. Janti. C27. P327. SQQ. 387 History Annum 7. 12 Beck. 388 Suid. V mu phi iota delta TIP 214. D 389. Iseus, Pyrrh. Haired. 5. Democrat ADV Beat. 6, 7. Lis. In Harpocrat. V mu phi iota delta rho omicron mu P19. 390 EJ. Frag. I 391. Aves, 922. SEQ 392. Gryc Furiat. P22. 393 Polyen. Strat. 6I6. 394 Suid. V delta epsilon kappa tau 8 nu sigma tau iota sigma alpha nu, TIP 654. CD 395. Harpocrat. V mu epsilon omicron nu, pol. 353. Shoal. Ad Aristov. Ran. 810 Etim Mag 533. 37 MERS. Lect ATT3. 1396. Palmer, Exercede. P 754. Sluter. Lect and Docid. CI 397. Iseus de Pyrrh. Haired. 5. 398 Aristov. AV 284. 399 Platt. Republic Lit 6. P9. 400 Democrat C. Macart. 17. Taylor, Lect Lysiak. C5. 401 C in Winkle. 3p 248, an account of a picture representing this transaction. 402 IL. I 552. SEQ 403. Potter, 2. 225 404. Augustus. Tau 406. SQQ. 405 Athen. 1351. 406 Annam ad Athen. T12. P 170. 407 When the case happened to be otherwise, the remedies recommended by physicians were numerous, among which was the halimos, a prickly shrub found growing along the northern shores of Crete. Dioscor. I 120. Tournefort. I 44. 408 Arist. History AN 7. Tenfos. Econom. Hippoc. V Tauro iota chi alpha sigma iota 409. History AN 7. 11 410. Dioscor. 221. 411 Plat. Republic VT 6. P 236 The desire of the philosopher was, that the people, or the state, should be regarded as the father of the child. Among our ancestors, illegitimate children were denominated sons of the people, which was then thought equivalent to being the sons of nobody. Hence the following distich: cui pater est populus, pater est sibi nullus et omnes, cui pater est populus, non habet ipsi patram. Fortescue, Laud. Leg. ANGLC 40. 412 Republic I 315. Stahlb on the harshness and severity of nurses. Telly's remarks in that curious picture of human life, which he has drawn quite in the spirit of the melancholy Jakes. Staub. Floral. Title 98. 72 413. Cf. Kramer de Educ Pure. AP Athen. 9 Augustus. Beta 361. SEQ Terpstra, Antique Homer. 122 SEQ 414. Plud. Alcib. 1. 415 Or if not, the Spartan legislator had recourse to other expedients for extirpating these superstitious terrors in after years. It being customary among the Laconians to drink moderately in the Syssitia, says Plutarch, they went home without a torch, it not being lawful to make use of a light on these or any other occasions, in order that they might be accustomed to walk by night and in darkness boldly, and without fear. Instead. Lacon. 3. 416 Plud. Lycurg. 16. 417 Plat. Deleg. 78. P5. Pignor. Deser P 185. 418 Pignor. Deser P 186. SEQ 419. C. in Winckelmann, Vignette to L4. Ch3. A view of an ancient nursery, where the mother, the pedagogue, the nurse, and C are engaged in the work of education, TIP 414. Cf. Max Teyer. Dissertation 4. P 49. SCH Aristov. EQ 713. 420 Pignor. De. Sir P 186. 421 Shui. Animadv. In Athen. 674. 422 Udok. AP Villois. Anecdote. Gry CTIP 396. Sets. Add LYC. V16. 423 MUS real. Bourbon. TIPL3. 424. It was even then remarked that sucking children teeth much better than such as are dry nursed aristo. De General Annum V8. History Annum 7. 10 425. SCH Arist. Acarn. 439 426. Athen. 315. 427 Giapon. 1118. 428 Dioskar. 2114. 429 Equit. 712 Kasob. Ad Theof. Char P 326. 430 Ilgen. Discal. Pose. PXXVI. Kasob. Ad Theof. Char P 204. SEQ 431. Desir P 186. SEQ CF Athen. 1410. 432 A nurses lay prevalent among our own ancestors may not inaptly find a place here. Now suck, child, and sleep, child, thy mother's own joy, her only sweet comfort to drown all annoy, for beauty, surpassing the azured sky, I love thee, my darling, as ball of mine eye. D'Israeli, Amenities of Literature 2. 287 433. Theoc. Idle. 24/7. SQQ. 434 Quintal. I-10. 435 Instead. Orid. I-1. 436 Quintal. INST Orid. LXCI Herod. 22. 437 C in the MUS Coordinans. PL 35. The figure of a nurse bearing the infant Bacchus. 438 Max Taylor. Dissertation 11. P 132. 439 Fod. Biblioth. 31 L 11. Menage shrewdly supposes baby, Babel, and C to have been derived from Babel d'Israeli, Amenities of Literature, I-5. 440 Pignor. Desir P 187. SCH Aristov. Nub. 1365 Pacific 119. 441 Lil. Girald. SYNT. 12 History de Earth. 361 SEQCF Lucian. VER History Lib 246. This spectre was said to glide before the sight of persons celebrating the rites of initiation, and therefore the mother of Esquines who performed a part in the rites, and also appeared to the initiated was, with much bad taste, called Empusa by Demos thence de Corona, 41. 79 Adam Littleton in his Cambridge Dictionary supposes this to have been her real name, which, however, was Glossus or Glaucothea. Stock. And Wunderl. Ad LOCCF Harpak. In. VSCH Aristov. Consion. 1056 Ran. 293, 294. Rho tau nu alpha sigma chi iota nu 8 nu tau upsilon mu pi alpha nu iota sigma tau rho alpha upsilon nu. Lucian. Psalm 12. 442 This goddess was also known by the name of Artemis Phosphoros. Aristov. Consion. 444 Et Shoal. 443 Aristov. Ran. 293 Epic Harm. APNAT Commander P854. See also SCH Apol. Road. 3478. 4247. 444 Mers. Lect ATT3. 17445. Philost. VIT. Apol. Tyan. L2. C2. 446 CF Debut, Delap. P251. SQQ. On the properties and virtues of this stone. 447 SCH Aristov. Vesp. 1035 Philost. VIT. Apol. Tyan. 425. 448 Shoal. Aristov. Vesp. 1035 449. Lil Girald. History de SYNT. 15447. SEQ 450. Shoal. Aristov. Plud. 279 451. Athen. 416. 452 Mers. Gryce Fur. 261 SEQ 453. Ksob. Adthiev. Char 161. 454 Athen. 651. Chapter 3. Toys, Sports, and Pastimes. Having described, as far as possible, the management of infants and young children, it may not be uninteresting to notice briefly their toys, sports, and pastimes, for, though children have been substantially the same in all ages and countries, the forms of their amusements have been infinitely varied, and where they have resembled each other it is not the less instructive to note that resemblance. The ancients 455 have, however, bequeathed us but little information respecting the fragile implements wherewith the happiness of the nursery was in great part erected. Even respecting the recreations which succeeded and amused the leisure of boys, our materials for working out a picture are scanty, so that we must content ourselves with little more than an outline. Nevertheless, though the accounts they have transmitted to posterity are meager, they attached much importance to the subject itself, so that the greatest legislators and philosophers condescended to make regulations respecting it. Thus Plato, with a view of generating a profound reverence for ancient national institutions, forbade even the recreations of boys to be varied with reckless fickleness, for the habit of innovation once introduced into the character would ever after continue to influence it, so that they who in boyhood altered their sports without reason, would without scruple in manhood extend their daring hands to the laws and institutions of their country. 456 Amongst the Hellenes the earliest toy consisted, as in most other countries, of the rattle, said to be the invention of the philosopher Archytas. 457 To this succeeded balls of many colors. 458 With little chariots, sometimes purchased at Athens in the fair held during the feast of Zeus. 459 The common price of a plaything of this kind would appear to have been an obolos. The children themselves, as without any authority might with certainty be inferred, employed their time in erecting walls with sand. 460 In constructing little houses. 461 In building and carving ships, in cutting carts or chariots out of leather, in fashioning pomegranate rinds into the shape of frogs. 462 And in forming with wax 1,000 diminutive images, which pursued afterwards during school hours subjected them occasionally to severe chastisement. 463 Another amusement which the children of Hellas shared with their elders was that afforded by puppets. 464 Which were probably an invention of the remotest antiquity. Numerous women appear to have earned their livelihood by carrying round from village to village these ludicrous and frolicsome images, which were usually about a cubit in height, and may be regarded as the legitimate ancestors of Punch and Judy. By touching a single string, concealed from the spectators, the operator could put her mute performers in action, cause them to move every limb in succession, spread forth the hands, shrug the shoulders, turn round the neck, roll the eyes, and appear to look at the audience. 465 After this, by other contrivances within the images, they could be made to go through many humorous evolutions resembling the movements of the dance. These exhibitors, frequently of the male sex, were known by the name of neurospasti. This art passed, together with other Grecian inventions, into Italy, where it was already familiar to the public in the days of Horace, who, in speaking of princes governed by favorites, compares them to puppets in the hands of the showman. 2. Mihi imperitas, aliis servus miser, et tucerus, ut nervus alienis mobile lignum. 466 A very extraordinary puppet, in the form of a silver skeleton, was, according to Petronius Arbiter 467 exhibited at the court of Nero, for, like the Egyptians, this imperial profligate appears to have been excited to sensual indulgences by the remembrance of the grave. Let us eat and drink, cried he, for tomorrow we die. The skeleton being placed upon the table, in the midst of the tyrant's orgies, threw its limbs strangely about, and bent its form into various attitudes with wonderful flexibility, which having performed once and again, and then suddenly ceasing to move, the master of the feast exclaimed, Alas, alas, what a mere nothing is man! Like unto this must we all be when Arcus shall have borne us hence. Therefore let us live while enjoyment is in our power. But to return to the children of Hellas. Among the earliest sports of the Greek boy was whipping the bimbex or top. 468 which would appear to have been usually practiced in those open spaces occurring at the junction of several roads where three ways meet. Their boys with tops are found, that ply the lash and urge them round and round. 469 Sometimes also, as with us, they spun their tops with cord. The amusement is thus described by Tibullus 470 Namcager, ut per planicitus tota verberi turban, quem celer assueta versitat arte pure. The hoop, too, so familiar to our own schoolboys, formed one of the playthings of Hellenic children. It was sometimes made of bronze, about 3 feet in diameter. 471 and adorned with little spherical bells and movable rings, which jingled as it rolled. The instrument employed to urge the rolling circle's speed, as Gray expresses it, in his reminiscences of the Eton playground, was crooked at the point, and called a plectron. Its exact representation may any day, in the proper season, be seen in the streets of London impelling forward the iron hoop of our own children. The passages of ancient authors, in which mention of the trachos occurs, appear to have been imperfectly understood before the discovery of a bassorilievo, in marble, on the road from Rome to Tivoli, afterwards removed to the vineyard of the Cardinal Alexander Albani. On certain engraved gems also, in the cabinet of Stush, are several representations of boys playing at hoop, where the trachos in some cases reaches to the waist, in others to the breast, and where the child is very small up to the chin. It has been conjectured by Winckelmann 472 that a circle represented in one of the paintings of Herculaneum was no other than an ancient trachos. Rolling the hoop formed a part of the exercises of the palaestra, which were performed even by very young children. Thus we find the nurse describing the sons of Medea returning from playing at hoop the very day that they were slain by their mother. 473 This amusement has been described briefly by the Roman poets. Thus Martial 474 Garulus in laxo cur annulus orb vagator sedet, et argutus obvia turba trachis. Propertius 475 notices the crooked form of the plectron, or clavis increpat et versi clavis aduncat trachea. Horace 476 likewise alludes to the game in Doctus polydisiv trachive quiescit. This poet clearly informs us that the Romans received the game from the Greeks 477 litere doxier, scu Graeco-gibius tracho, scu malis vetida legibus alia. Another less innocent amusement was 478 spinning gold chafers, which appears to have afforded the Greek urchins the same delight as tormenting cockchafers does their successors of the north. This species of beetle, making its appearance when the apple trees were in bloom, was therefore called melolanthe, or apple blossom. Having caught it, and tied a linen thread about its feet, it was let loose, and the fun was to see it move in spiral lines through the air as it was twisted by the thread. 479 It was the practice among the children of Greece, when the sun happened to be obscured by a cloud, to exclaim, Xi epsilon chi phi lambda lambda iota epsilon. Come forth, beloved sun. Strates makes allusion to this custom in a fragment of his Phoenici. Then the god listened to the shouting boys, when they exclaimed, Come forth, beloved sun. 480 It is fortunate that our English boys have no such passion for sunshine, otherwise, as Phoebos Apollo hides his face for months together in this blessed climate, we should be in a worse plight than Dionysus among the frogs of Acheron, when his passion for Euripides led him to pay a visit to Persephone. In some parts of the country, however, the children have a rude distich which they frequently bawl in chorus, when in summertime their sports are interrupted by a long continued shower. Rain, rain, go to Spain, fair weather, come again. The muanda was our blind man's buff, blind hob, hobble blind, and hood man blind, in which, as with us, a boy moved about with his eyes bandaged, spreading forth his hands, and crying beware. If he caught any of those who were skipping around him, the captive was compelled to enact the blind man in his stead. Another form of the game was for the seers to hide, and the blind man to grope round till he found them, the whole probably being a rude representation of Polyphemus in his cave searching for the Greeks who had blinded him. A third form was, for the bystanders to strike or touch the blindfolded boy until he could declare who had touched him, when the person indicated took his place. To this the Roman soldiers alluded when they blindfolded our Saviour and smote him, and cried, Prophesy who struck thee. 481 In the Calabismos 482 The capifolet of the French, one person covered his eyes with his own hands, the other then gave him a gentle blow, and the point was, for the blindfolded man to guess with which hand he had been stricken. The chi alpha lambda kappa mu upsilon alpha comma 483 or brazen fly, was a variety of blind man's buff, in which a boy, having his eyes bound with a fillet, went groping round, calling out, I am seeking the brazen fly. His companions replied, You may seek, but you will not find it, at the same time striking him with cords made of the inner bark of the papyrus, and thus they proceeded till one of them was taken. Apodadraskanda, hide and seek, or hoop and holloa, was played much as it is now. One boy shut his eyes, or they were kept closed for him by one of his suspicious companions, while the others went to hide. He then sallied forth in search of the party who lay concealed, while each of them endeavored to gain the post of the seeker, and the first who did this turned him out and took his place. Another game was the ephedrismos, in which a stone called the diaros was set up at a certain distance, and aimed at with bowls or stones. The one who missed took the successful player upon his back, and was compelled to carry him about blindfolded, until he went straight from the standing point to the diaros. This latter part of the game has been described by several ancient authors, under the appellation of Incaudal, though they are rightly, by Hesychus 484 considered as different parts of the same sport. The variety called Nkadal, the pickback or pickaback, of English boys, consisted in one lad's placing his hands behind his back, and receiving therein the knees of his conqueror, who, putting his fingers over the bearer's eyes, drove him about at his pleasure. This game was also called the Cubazinda and Hippas 485, though, according to the conjecture of Dr. Hyde, the latter name signified rather our game of leapfrog, the Mazida of the Persians, in which a number of boys stooped down with the hands resting on the knees, in a row, the last going over the backs of all the others, and then standing first. In the game called Shatrinda, in English 486 hot cockles, selling of pears, or how many plums for a penny, one boy sat on the ground, and was called the shitra or pot, while his companions, forming themselves into a ring, ran round, plucking, pinching, or striking him as they went. If he who enacted the shitra succeeded in seizing upon one of the buffets, the captive took his place. Possibly it was during this play that a mischievous foundling, contrary to rule, poking, as he ran round, the boy in the center with his foot, provoked from the latter the sarcastic inquiry, "What, dost thou kick thy mother in the belly?" alluding to the circumstance of the former having been exposed in a shitra 487. Another form of the shitrinda required the lad in the center to move about with a pot on his head, where he held it with his left hand, while the others struck him, and cried out, "Who has the pot?" To which he replied, "I, Midas," endeavoring all the while to reach someone with his foot, the first whom he thus touched being compelled to carry round the pot in his stead. 488. Another game, peculiar to girls, was the chelikelone, or the tortoise, of which I remember no representative among English pastimes. It somewhat resembled the shitrinda of the boys. For one girl sat on the ground and was called the tortoise, while her companions, running round, inquired, "Tortoise, what art thou doing there in the middle?" "Spinning wool," replied she, "the thread of the Milesian woof." "And how," continued they, "was thy son engaged when he perished?" "He sprang from his white steeds into the sea." 489. If this was, as the language would intimate, a Dorian play, I should consider it a practical satire on the habits of the other Hellenic women, who remained like tortoises at home, carding and spinning, while their sons engaged in the exercises of the palaestra or the stadium. Possibly, also, originally the name may have had some connection with Kappa Alpha Lambda Lambda Iota Chi Lambda Omega Nu Omicron, beautiful tortoise, the figure of this animal having been impressed on the money of the Peloponnesians. In fact, in a fragment of the Helots of Eupolis, we find the obolos distinguished by the epithet of Kappa Alpha Lambda Lambda Iota Chi Lambda Omega Nu Omicron. 490. The Kinitinda was so called from the verb Kappa Upsilon Nu Omega to kiss, as appears from Crates in his Games, a play in which the poet contrived to introduce an account of this and nearly all the other juvenile pastimes. The form of the sport being little known, the learned have sometimes confounded it with a kind of salute called the shitra in antiquity, and the Florentine kiss in modern Italy, in which the person kissing took the other by the ears. Giraldi 491 says he remembers, when a boy, that his father and other friends, when kissing him, used sometimes to take hold of both his ears, which they called giving a Florentine kiss. He afterwards was surprised to find that this was a most ancient practice, commemorated both by the Greek and Latin authors. It obtained its name, as he conjectures, from the earthen vessel called shitra, which had two handles usually laid hold of by persons drinking out of it, as is still the practice with similar utensils in Spain. This writer mentions a present sent from the peninsula to Leo X, consisting of a great number of shitri of red pottery, if we may so call them, of which he himself obtained one. Crates, as Hemsterhuis 492 ingeniously supposes, introduced a wanton woman playing at this game among the youths in order that she might enjoy the kisses of the handsome. The Epostrikismos 493 was what English boys call ducks and drakes, and sometimes, among our ancestors at least, a duck and a drake and a white penny cake, and was played with oyster shells. Standing on the shore of the sea at the Piraeus, for example, they flung the shells edgeways over the water so that they should strike it and bound upwards again and again from its surface. The boy whose shell made most leaps before sinking, won the game. Minucius Felix gives a very pretty description of this juvenile sport. Behold, he says, boys playing in frolicsome rivalry with shells on the seashore. The game consists in picking up from the beach a shell rendered light by the constant action of the waves, and standing on an even place, and inclining the body, holding the shell flat between the fingers, and throwing it with the greatest possible force, so that it may raise the surface of the sea or skim along while it moves with gentle flow, or glances over the tops of the waves as they leap up in its track. That boy is esteemed the victor whose shell performs the longest journey or makes most leaps before sinking. 494 The Akinetanda was a contention between boys, in which some one of them endeavored to maintain his position unmoved. Good sport must have been produced by the next game called Skirnophilinda, or hiding the rope. In this a number of boys sat down in a circle, one of whom had a rope concealed about his person, which he endeavored to drop secretly beside one of his companions. If he succeeded, the unlucky wight was started like a hare round the circle, his enemy following and laying about his shoulders. But on the other hand, if he against whom the plot was laid detected it, he obtained possession of the rope and enjoyed the satisfaction of flogging the plotter over the same course. The Basilinda 495 was a game in which one obtained by lot the rank of king, and the vanquished, whether one or many, became subject to him, to do whatever he should order. It passed down to the Christians, and was more especially practiced during the feast of the Epiphany. It is commonly known under the name of forfeits, and was formerly called 1 penny come after me, questions and commands, the choosing of king and queen on Twelfth night. In the last mentioned sense it is still prevalent in France, where it is customary for bakers to make a present to the families they serve, of a large cake in the form of a ring in which a small kidney bean has been concealed. The cake is cut up, the pieces are distributed to the company, and the person who gets the bean is king of the feast. This game entered in Greece likewise into the amusements of grown people, both men and women, as well as of children, and an anecdote, connected with it, is told of Phryne, who happened one day to be at a mixed party where it was played. By chance it fell to her lot to play the queen, upon which, observing that her female companions were rouged and lilied to the eyes, she maliciously ordered a basin and towel to be brought in, and that every woman should wash her face. Conscious of her own native beauty, she began the operation, and only appeared the fresher and more lovely. But alas for the others! When the Ancusa, Simuthyon, and Phacos had been removed by the water, their freckled and coarse skins exposed them to general laughter. 496 The Ostrikinda was a game purely juvenile. A knot of boys having drawn a line on the ground, separated into two parties. A small earthenware disc or ostracan, one side black with pitch, the other white, was then produced, and each party chose a side, white or black. The disc was then pitched along the line, and the party whose side came up was accounted victorious, and prepared to pursue while the others turned round and fled. The boy first caught obtained the name of the ass, and was compelled to sit down, the game apparently proceeding till all were thus caught and placed hors de combat. He who threw the ostracan cried, night or day, the black side being termed night, and the opposite day. It was called the twirling of the ostracan. Plato alludes to it in the Phaedros 497. The dial custanda, French and English, was played chiefly in the Palaestra, and occasionally elsewhere. It consisted simply in two parties of boys laying hold of each other by the hand, and pulling till one by one the stronger had drawn over the weaker to their side of the ground. The friginda was a game in which, holding a number of smooth and delicate fragments of pottery between the fingers of the left hand, they struck them in succession with the right so as apparently to produce a kind of music. 498 There was another game called Candelismos, played with short batons, and requiring considerable strength and quickness of eye. A stick having been fixed upright in a loose moist soil, the business was to dislodge it by throwing at it other batons from a distance, whence the proverb, nail is driven out by nail, and baton by baton. 499 A person who played at this game was called by some of the Doric poets Candalapactes. 500 A similar game is played in England, in which the prize is placed upon the top of the upright stick. The player wins when the prize falls without the hole whence the upright has been dislodged. The game of Askoliasmos 501 branched off into several varieties, and afforded the Athenian rustics no small degree of sport. The first and most simple form consisted in hopping on one foot, sometimes in pairs, to see which in this way could go furthest. On other occasions the hopper undertook to overtake certain of his companions who were allowed the use of both legs. If he could touch one of them he came off conqueror. This variety of the game appears to have been the Empusi ludus of the Romans. Scotch hoppers, or fox to thy hole, in which boys, hopping on one leg, beat one another with gloves or pieces of leather tied at the end of strings, or knotted handkerchiefs, as in the diable boiteux of the French. At other times victory depended on the number of hops, all hopping together and counting their springs, the highest of course winning. But the most amusing variety of the game was that practiced during the Dionysiac festival of the Ascolia. Skins filled with wine or inflated with air, and extremely well oiled, were placed upon the ground, and on these the shoeless rustics leaped with one leg and endeavored to maintain a footing, which they seldom could on account of their slipperiness. However, he who succeeded carried off the skin of wine as his prize. A game, evidently also of rustics, was the Trigadiphysis, Tantali ludus, bobbing for cherries, bob cherry, in which something very nice was thrown into a bowl of wine lees, which the performer, with his hands behind his back, was to fish up with his lips. The fun was to see the ludicrous figure he cut with his face daubed and discolored by the lees. Phytomaliades, Phytomeliae, Phytoroiae, hasten, nymphs, may be regarded as exclamations of encouragement uttered by Dorian girls, when engaged in a race. 502 Playing at ball was common, and received various names. Episkairos, Phainanda, Aporaxis, and Aurania. The first of these games was also known by the names of the Ephebike and the Epikoinos. It was played thus: a number of young men assembling together in a place covered with sand or dust, drew across it a straight line, which they called skyros, and at equal distances, on either side, another line. Then placing the ball on the skyros, they divided into two equal parties, and retreated each to their lines, from which they immediately afterwards rushed forward to seize the ball. The person who picked it up, then cast it towards the extreme line of the opposite party, whose business it was to intercept and throw it back, and they won who by force or cunning compelled their opponents to overstep the boundary line. Daniel Suter 503 contends that this was the English game of football, into which perhaps it may, in course of time, have been converted. This rough and, it must be confessed, somewhat dangerous sport, originally, in all probability, introduced into this country by the Romans, may still on Shrove Tuesday be witnessed in certain towns of South Wales. The balls consist of bulls' bladders protected by a thick covering of leather, and blown tight. 6 or 8 are made ready for the occasion. Every window in the town is shut by break of day, at which time all the youths of the neighborhood assemble in the streets. The ball is then thrown up in front of the town hall, and the multitude, dividing into two parts, strive with incredible eagerness and enthusiasm to overcome their antagonists, each endeavoring to kick the football to the other extremity of the town. In the struggle severe kicks and wounds are given, and many fierce battles take place. The ball sometimes mounts 30 or 40 feet above the tops of the highest houses and falls far beyond, or goes right over into the gardens, whither it is immediately followed by a crowd of young men. The sport is kept up all day, the hungry combatants recruiting their strength from time to time by copious horns of ale, and an abundant supply of the nice pancakes which the women sell in baskets at the corner of every street. To view this sport, thousands of persons assemble from all the country round, so that to the secluded population of those districts it is in some sort what the battle in the Platanistus was to the Spartans, or even what the Isthmian and Nemean games were to the whole of Greece. The Phainanda 504 is supposed to have received its name either from its inventor, Phainides, called Phainstios in Athenaeus 505 and the Etymologicon Magnum, or from the verb phi epsilon nu alpha kappa zeta epsilon iota nu 506 to deceive, because, making as though they would throw at one person, they immediately sent it at another, thus deluding the expectation of the former. It appears at first to have been played with the small ball called harpaston, though the game with the large soft one may afterwards perhaps have also been called phainanda. The variety named aporaxis consisted in throwing the ball with some force against the ground and repelling it constantly as it rebounded, he who did this most frequently, winning. In the game called aurania, the player, bending back his body, flung up the ball with all his might into the air, on which there arose a contention among his companions who should first catch it in its descent, as Homer appears to intimate in his description of the Phaeacian sport. They likewise played at ball in the modern fashion against a wall, in which the person who kept it up longest, won, and was called king. The one who lost, obtained the name of ass, and was constrained by the laws of the game to perform any task set him by the king. 507 A game generally played in the gymnasia was the scaperda. In this a post was set up with a hole near the top and a rope passed through it. Two young men then seized each one end of the rope, and turning their back to the post exerted their utmost strength to draw their antagonist up the beam. He who raised his opponent highest won. Sometimes they tried their strength by binding themselves together, back to back, and pulling different ways. The himantoligmos, pricking the garter, in Ireland pricking the loop, was really an ingenious amusement. It consisted in doubling a thong, and twisting it into numerous labyrinthine folds, which done, the other party put the end of a peg into the midst in search of the point of duplication. If he missed the mark the thong unwound without entangling the peg, but if he dropped it into the right ring his peg was caught and the game won. Hemsterhuis 508 supposes the Gordian knot to have been nothing but a variety of the himantoligmos. He conjectures that the boys of Abdera were fond of this game, on which account the sophisms of Democritus were called mu alpha nu tau epsilon lambda iota kappa tau epsilon alpha, and hence probably a sophist, as one who twists words together, to lash others, was called himantolictius. Another game, not entirely confined to children, was the chalkismos, which consisted in twisting round rapidly on a board or table a piece of money, and placing the point of the finger so dexterously on its upper edge as to put a stop to its motion without permitting it to fall. This was a favorite amusement of Phryne the Hittite, as building houses of cards was of La Belle Stewart 509. Some of these sports were peculiar to the female sex. 510 as the Pentalitha, which is still played by girls in some remote provinces of our island, where it is called dandies. The whole apparatus of the game consisted in 5 astragals knuckle bones pebbles, or little balls, which, gathered up rapidly, were thrown into the air and attempted to be caught in falling on the back of the hand or between the slightly spread fingers. If any fell, it was allowable to pick them up, provided this were done with the fingers of the same hand on which the other astragals rested. 511 The girls of France, according to Boulanger, still amuse themselves with the pantalitha. They're played with 5 little glass balls, which are flung in the air and caught so dexterously as seldom to fall either on the table or on the ground. I have never, however, seen it played myself in that country. The astragalismos 512, which by the Romans was denominated talarum or taxillarum ludus, by height through the Greek pi sigma sigma alpha lambda omicron, derived from the Hebreo-Punic asila, by the Arabs kabi or shazn, by the Persians shishbuzal beza, by the Turks tepshalim, played in their country both by girls and boys, by the French garignan or ocelets, in English cockall. 513 In the game of astragals, the Persians, as is implied in the name given above, often use 6 bones, while the Greeks employed only 4, which were thrown either on a table or on the floor. According to Lucian 514, the huckle bones were sometimes those of the African gazelle. The several sides of the astragal or huckle bone had their character expressed by numbers, and obtained separate names, which determined the value of the throw. 515 Thus, the side showing the monas was called the dog, the opposite side chias, and the throw chias. In cockall as in dice there are neither 2s nor 5s. The highest number, 6, was called the koan, sigma upsilon nu omicron rho iota kappa or xi tau eta. The dog or 1 was called the cyan or dog chance, to which the old proverb alluded: kappa omicron pi rho chi omicron nu, 6-1. To have the dog turn up was to lose, hence, perhaps, the phrase, going to the dogs, that is, playing a losing game. The throw of 8 was denominated stysikoros, because the poet's tomb at Himera consisted of a perfect octagon. Among the 40 who succeeded to the 30 at Athens, Euripides was one, and hence, if the throw of the astragals amounted to 40 points, they bestowed upon it the name of Euripides. All animals in which the astragal is found have it in the hoof or pastern of the hind legs. The tau pyro alpha nu, the gibicide or blank, because it counts for nothing, the tau kappa omicron lambda omicron nu, the hollow side or put in, the chi alpha, the tortuous side, cockall or take all, so called because it wins the stake, the smooth side tau alpha chi alpha, take half, because of the money put in, it wins half. Among the Greeks and Romans the put in was called trias, the blank tetras, the half monas, and the cockall hexas. 516 By the Arabs they are denominated the thief, the lamb, the wazir, and the sultan, by the Turks the robber, the ploughman, the kiaya, or the dog, and the bey, by the Persians the robber, the rustic, the wazir, and the shah, by the Armenians the thief, the ploughman, the steward, and the lord. The number of castes among the Greeks, according to Eustathius, amounted to 35. 517 Pliny 518 speaks of a work of Polykletos representing naked boys playing at this game, and the reader will probably remember the mutilated group in the British Museum, in which a boy, having evidently been beaten at astragals, is biting in revenge the leg of his conqueror. To play at odd or even 519 was common, so that we find Plato describing a knot of boys engaged in this game in a corner of the undressing room of the gymnasium. There was a kind of divination by astragals, the bones being hidden under the hand, and the one party guessing whether they were odd or even. The same game was occasionally played with beans, walnuts, or almonds, or even with money, if we may credit Aristophanes, who describes certain serving men playing at odd or even with golden staters. 520 There was a game called Eis Omelan 521 in which they drew a circle on the ground, and, standing at a little distance, pitched the astragals at it, to win, consisting in making them remain within the ring. Another form of the Eis Omelan was to place a trained quail within a circle, on a table for example, out of which the point was to drive it by tapping it with the middle finger. If it reared at the blow, and retreated beyond the line, its master lost his wager. The play called Tropa 522 was also generally performed with astragals, which were pitched into a small hole, formed to receive such things when skillfully thrown. The common acorn, and fruit of the whole moke, were often substituted for astragals in this game. The Effentenda seems to have consisted in pitching an ostracan into a circle, so as to cause it to remain there. The Skeptenda consisted in placing an ostracan, or a piece of money, on the ground, and pitching another at it so as to make it turn 523. 455 Plato had the utmost faith in the power of education over both mind and body, but his system embraced much more than is usually comprehended under the term, even taking charge of the infant before its birth, and immediately afterwards, in the hope of wisely regulating its physical development. As the child grows most during the first 5 years, its size in the following 20 being seldom doubled, most care, he thought, should then be taken that the great impulses of nature be not counteracted. Much food is then consumed, with very little exercise, hence the multitude of deaths in infancy and diseases in after life, of which the seeds are then sown. For this reason he would encourage the violent romping and sports of children, that the excess of nourishment may be got rid of. Deleg. 78. P2. SEQ 456. Platt, Deleg. 78. P21. SEQ 457. Aristo. Polit 8. 61. 458 Dion. Chrysost. NAT 8. P281. 459 Aristov. Nub. 862 SQQ. ET Scholl. Rav. In LOCCF Suid. V mu alphazi, TIP 194. B Pollux, X 168. 460 Dam. V theta upsilon Romu alpha 461. Lucian. Hermit. 33. 462 Aristov. Nub. 877 SQQ. ET Scholl. 463 Lucian. Desam. 2. 464 Buleng. Dathiat LIC 36. SQQ. Muret. Ad Plat. Republic P 645. Justith. In Otis. Delta P 176. Mount. Not. Ad Democrat Olinth. 25. Parazon. Ad AEL Various Historiate. 7. See also the article Marionette in the Encyclopédie Française, and Calis, Rec d'Antique. T6. P287. T4. PL80. No I 465. Aristo. Demond. C6. Translated by Apuleios, P20. Herod. 248. See comment. Ad Pol. 7 189. Deport. Ad Theophor. Char P 308. This juggler having, for his ill behavior, been driven from Athens, flew to Philip, with whom such persons were always in favor. Democrat Olinth. I7. 466 Saturday 2. 781. Seq plerum simulacra de ligno factum nervus moventur vet. Scholl. 467 Satiric. P80. Hellenop. 1610 Lauer. Annam P 418. Erhard. Symbol. P 611. Plud. CONV September Sap. Ch2 A story is told of an Ionian juggler who proceeded to Babylon to perform what he deemed a wonderful feat before the great king, and the feat was this: fixing a long point of steel on a wall, and retiring to a considerable distance, he threw at it a number of soft round pellets of dough, with so nice an aim that every one of them was penetrated, the last pellet driving back the others. Max Teyer. Dissertation 19. P 225. Annam ad Pol. 7 189. P 532. 468 Scholl. Aristov. Vesp. 1517 Diog. Laird. I4. 8 cf Hyde Nerd I Lud. P 259. 469 Kalim. EPI 9. SEQP 180. 470 I5. 3 471. CF Kalis, Rec d'Antique. T6. 318 SEQ 472. Descre. De Pierre's Grave. Ducab. Destiche. 452 SEQ 473. Europe. Mod. 45 ETSCH 474. L14. EP 169. 475 3. 12 476. Ars Poet. 380 Where the ancient scholiast seems doubtful whether the trachis was a hoop or a top trachis dissiter turban, qui flagello percutitor, et in vertiginum rotator, aut rota quam currendo puri scutica vel vergeregant. 477 Carm. 324. 56 SQQ. 478 On the games at present practiced in Greece, see Dodwell, 2. 37 SQQ, and Douglas, Essay on Certain Points of Resemblance Between the ANC and Mod. Greeks, p. 127. SQQ. 479 Pol. 9 124. 480 Pol. 9 123. 481 This has been observed by Hemsterhuis, ad Pol. T6. P 1173, where his commentary alone can render the text intelligible. Cf. Matthew, XXVI. 68 Mark, 14. 64 Luke, XXII. 65 482. Je de la Mainchide. Steph. Thessalingri CV Kappa Omicron Lambda Alpha Beta Iota Sigma Mu 483. Hyde, History Nerd I Lud. P 266. 484 in V Phi Epsilon Delta Rosetta Epsilon Iota Nu 485. Hyde, History Nerd I Lud. P 241. 486 Hyde, History Nerd I Lud. P 263. 487 SCH Aristov. Thism. 509 But see above, P 122. 488 Pol. 9 114. 489 Pol. 9 125. 490 ID 9. 74 CF Suid. V kappa alpha lambda lambda iota kappa omicron lambda nu eta TIP 1359. C. Mers. De Lud. Gry CP 41. 491 OPP2. P 880. Theocrit. V 133. Wardpole. X 100. 492 comment. Adpole. T6. P 1180. 493 pole. 9119. 494 Seber Adpole. T6. P 1188. 495 pole. 9110. 496 Galen. Prot report. 10. Kuhn. Compare the admirable note of Hemsterhuis ad pole. T6. P 1066. SEQ 497. Pole. 9111. SEQ plat. Fa TIP 29. SEQ Beck. 498 Turnib. Adverse. XXVII 33. Pole. 9114. Comment. T6. P 1178. 499 VID. Vatic. Append. Proverb. CENT 2. PROV 12. ETIB not. And. Scotto. Kuhn ad pole. T6. P 1190. 500 Mercius, Gry C. Lud. P 26. And after him Pfeiffer, and Gry C. 4. P 120. Read kappa iota nu delta alpha lambda omicron pi alpha kappa tau eta, which Hemsterhuis observes is contrary to the authority of the manuscripts 501. Furnutus, de nat deorum, c. 30. P 217. SEQ Gale pole. 9121. SCH Aristov. Plud. 1130 Kust Mers. Gry C. Fur. P 52, Gry C. Ludibunda, P 6. 502 pole. 9127. With the note of Hemsterhuis. 503 Palamedes, 3. 4 P 207. Alex. Ob Alex. 321. 504 CF Suter. Palam. 33. P 201. 505 Deepnazov. I 26. 506 CF Shui. Ad Athen. T6. P 248. SEQ 507. Pole. 9106. 508 Ad pole. T6. P 1186. SQQ. CF Plut. SYMP. I1. 509 pole. 9118. 510 The game of astragals, properly so called, was common to both sexes, Paus 6. 24/7, who saw in Elis one of the Graces, represented with an astragal in her hand, while her two companions held the one a rose, the other a branch of myrtle, symbolical of their relationship to Aphrodite. The poets sometimes transfer these sports of earth to the Olympian halls, where we find Eros and Ganymede playing with golden astragals cf. Apollon. Road. 3 117. SEQ Augustus. Alpha 107. ILC 87. SEQ 511. Pole. 9 126. 512 children, according to Lysander, were to be deceived with astragals, and men with oaths blood. Lyson. 8. 513 Hyde, History Taler. 2. T2. P 314. 514 Amor. 16. Theof. Char C5. C. Nixon. ACC of Antique at Hercule. Philosophy Transaction Volume 50. PTIP 88. Hyde. History Taler. P 137. 515 Hyde. History Taler. P 141. SQQ. Pole. 9 100. 516 Arist. History Annum 2. 2 P30. Beck. 517 Mers. Gryce Lud. P7. 518 Thursiv. 19 Vid. Kalkanen, Dissart. Detailize. J. Kammer. Comment. Diatriusque Ling C 846. 519 Hyde, History Nerdi Lud. P 261. 520 Plut. 817 SQQ. CFSCH in LOC 521. Suid. Et Hesik. In V Pole. 9 102. CF Mers. Gryce Ludab. P 69. 522 CF Mers. Delud. Gryce P 61. Hesik. V Chauropi Alpha 523. Pole. 9 117. Chapter 4. Elementary Instruction. In Greece, as everywhere else, education 524 commenced in the nursery, and though time has very much obscured all remaining traces of the instruction which the children there received, we are not left on this point wholly without information. From the very day of his birth man begins to be acted on by those causes that furnish his mind with ideas. As his intelligence acquires strength, the 5 sluices which let in all that flood of knowledge which afterwards overflows his mind, appear to be enlarged, and education at first, and for some time, consists in watching over the nature and quality of the ideas conveyed inward by those channels. It is difficult to say when actual instruction commenced, but among the earliest formal attempts at impressing traditionary knowledge on the infant mind was the repetition by mothers and nurses of fables and stories, not always, if Plato may be credited, constructed with a religious or ethical purpose. 525 They, in fact, introduced into the minds of their children the legends of the mythology, under the forms of which truths of the greatest importance, such as Bacon has developed in his Wisdom of the Ancients, lay sometimes concealed, though more frequently, perhaps, they inculcated no useful lesson, but were the mere sportive creations of fancy, or if they contained any moral kernel the shell in which it was cased was too hard for the teeth of the vulgar. Such, for example, as the legend of Zeus in Hesiod mutilating his father Cronus, which, in Plato's opinion, was not to be delivered to the empty-headed multitude or to untaught children, but, having sacrificed, not a hog, but the most precious victim, in mysterious secrecy to a few. Wholly different from these, however, were the fables 526 properly so called, which, invented apparently by Hesiod 527, at least his hawk and nightingale is the oldest example extant in Hellenic literature, were afterwards sprinkled by the greatest poets, through their writings, or spontaneously uttered in pressing emergencies to warn their countrymen against the approaches of tyranny. Archilochos' eagle and fox 528 was famous throughout antiquity, as was likewise the horse and the stag, related by Stesichoros 529 to the people of Himera, to put them on their guard against the Machiavellian policy of Gelon. But the most complete, perhaps, of these ancient compositions is the fable of the lion, delivered by Eumenes to the Macedonian generals under his order, when they had been tampered with by Antigonos, who would have persuaded them to disband 530. It is said, observed the prince, that once upon a time a lion falling in love with a young maiden came to make proposals of marriage to her father. The old man replied that he was quite ready to bestow on him his daughter upon one condition, namely, that he should pluck out his teeth and his claws, for that he feared his majesty might upon the wedding night forget himself and unwittingly destroy the bride. To these terms the lion consented, and allowed his teeth and claws to be pulled out, upon which the father, seeing he had lost the only things which rendered him terrible, fell upon him with a club and beat him to death. The Aesopic Fables 531, which Socrates a few days before his death amused himself by turning into verse 532, are known to us solely by comparatively modern imitations, and of those which were denominated Sybaritic we know nothing. 533 beyond the name, for though one scholiast informs us that the Sybaritic fables brought men upon the scene, as the Aesopic did animals, another states the direct contrary. In the earlier and ruder ages of Greece, however, these compositions were in great repute, as they are still among the people of the East. To the infancy of nations as of individuals the wisdom they contain is, in fact, always palatable, for which reason they were highly esteemed by Martin Luther as particularly adapted to the spirit of his times. Doubtless we know too little of how the foundation of the republican character was laid in the ancient commonwealths, but it was laid by woman, and for centuries cannot have been laid amiss, as the glorious superstructure of virtue and patriotism erected upon it fully demonstrates. On this point we must reject the testimony of Plato's academic dream. The historic fields of Marathon, Plataea, Thermopylae, and 1,000 others confute his fanciful theorizing, proving incontestably that the love of glory and independence could, in the very polities which lie least esteemed, achieve triumphs unknown to the subjects of other governments. At 7 years 534 old boys were removed from the harem and sent under the care of a governor to a public school, which, from the story of Bedreddin Hassan, we find to have been formerly the practice among the Arabs, even for the sons of distinguished men and wazirs. When 7 years had passed over him, his grandfather, Shemsdin, wazir of the Sultan of Egypt, committed him to a schoolmaster, whom he charged to educate him with great care. 535 Mischievous no doubt the boys of Hellas were, as boys will everywhere be, and many pranks would they play in spite of the crabbed old slaves set over them by their parents, on which account, probably, it is that Plato considers boys, of all wild beasts the most audacious, plotting, fierce and intractable. 536 But the urchins now found that it was one thing to nestle under mamma's wing at home, and another to delve under the direction of a didaskalos, and at school hours, after the bitter roots of knowledge. For the schoolboys of Greece tasted very little of the sweets of bed after dawn. They rose with the light, says Lucian, and with pure water washed away the remains of sleep, which still lingered on their eyelids. 537 Having breakfasted on bread and fruit, to which through the allurements of their pedagogues they sometimes added wine. 538 They sallied forth to the didaskalion, or schoolmaster's lair as the comic poets jocularly termed it. 539 Summer and winter, whether the morning smelled of balm, or was deformed by sleet or snow, drifting like meal from a sieve down the rocks of the Acropolis. Aristophanes has left us a picture, dashed off with his usual grotesque vigor, of a troop of Attic lads marching on a winter's morning to school 540. Now will I sketch the ancient plan of training, when justice was in vogue and wisdom flourished. First, modesty restrained the youthful voice so that no brawl was heard. In order ranged, the boys from all the neighborhood appeared, marching to school, naked, though down the sky tumbled the flaky snow like flour from sieve. Arrived, and seated wide apart, the master first taught them how to chaunt Athena's praise, Pallas unconquered, stormer of cities, or shout far resounding in the self-same notes their fathers learned. And if through mere conceit some innovation hunter strained his throat with scurril lays mincing and quavering, like any Siphnian or Chian fop as is too much the fashion since that Phrynis 541 brought o'er Ionian airs quickly the scourge rained on his shoulders blows like hail as one plotting the muses' downfall. In the Palaestra custom required them decently to sit, decent to rise, smoothing the sandy floor lest any traces of their form should linger unsightly on the dust. When in the bath grave was their manner, their behavior chaste. At table, too, no stimulating dishes, snatched from their elders, such as fish or anise, parsley, or radishes or thrushes, roused the slumbering passions. 542 The object of sending boys to school was twofold, first to cultivate and harmonize their minds by arts and literature, secondly, so to occupy them that no time could be allowed for evil thoughts and habits. On this account, Aristotle enumerating Archida's rattle among the principal toys of children, denominates education the rattle of boys 543 in order, 2, that its effect might be the more sure and permanent, no holidays 544, or vacations appear to have been allowed, while irregularity or lateness of attendance was severely punished 545 The theories broached by Montaigne, Locke, and others, that boys are to be kept in order by reason and persuasion were not anticipated by the Athenians 546. They believed that to reduce the stubborn will to obedience, and enforce the wholesome laws of discipline, masters must be armed with the power of correction, and accordingly their teachers and gymnasiarchs checked with stripes 547 the slightest exhibition of stubbornness or indocility 548 nor did their pedagogues 549 or governors behave towards them with less strictness. These were person slaves for the most part who at Athens as in the rest of Greece, Spartan not excepted, were from the earliest ages entrusted with the care of boys, and whose ministry could on no account be dispensed with. By Plato 550 even these precautions were deemed insufficient. In his ideal state he would have the pedagogues themselves, as at Sparta, under the strictest inspection, making it the duty of every citizen to have an eye upon them, and arming him with the power to correct their delinquencies as well as those of the boys under their charge. There was to be, moreover, a general inspector intrusted with authority to punish neglect, by whichsoever of the parties committed. Upon these points the views of the Athenians were unquestionably judicious, for since boys did not amongst them pass at once from the hands of their mothers and domestic guardianship into those of the state as at Sparta, such governors were necessary to preserve their manners from defilement and contamination 551 Their principal duty consisted in leading the lad to and from school, in attending him to the theatre, to the public games, to the forum, and wherever else it was thought fit. He should go 552 It has been by some conjectured that while the boys continued under the care of the schoolmaster the governors remained in the house, or in a building adjoining denominated the Pedagogion, to await their return, but the inference, drawn chiefly from the name of the edifice, is erroneous. Pedagogion was employed to signify the school itself 553 and we have the testimony of Plato to prove that the pedagogue having delivered the boy to the didaskalos, usually returned to his Master's house. On the character of these governors 554 antiquity appears to have transmitted us more satire than information. If we may credit some writers, it was not merely slaves who were entrusted with the care of boys, but often the meanest and vilest of slaves base in mind, depraved in manners whose guardianship, when they chanced to be crabbed and morose, could be no other than disgusting to their charges, and, when inclined to indulgence, most pernicious. Nay, were they themselves corrupt, what could be of more evil tendency than their own example? They who take this view of the matter appear to me illogical and inconsistent. 555 Though aware that these men were chosen by the parents to preserve their children from bad example, from the infection of corrupt manners, from the allurements of vicious companions, these writers persuade themselves that they voluntarily gave them as companions and guardians men worse than whom could not be found. It is more reasonable to conclude that when these pedagogues proved unworthy of the trust reposed in them, they were sufficient masters of hypocrisy to conceal their vices at home, and only revealed themselves to their young masters gradually as their lessons produced their evil fruits. Thus, it is clear, that the father whom the comic writer Plato, in his Fellow Deceiver 556 introduced reproaching the pedagogue who had corrupted his son, knew nothing of his evil ways when he delivered the lad to his keeping. The youth, O wretch, whom I entrusted to thee thou hast perverted, teaching him vile habits once stranger to his mind, for now he drinks even in the morning, which was not his wont. With the greatest reason we may suppose, that of all the domestics in the family the most staid and sober, the most attached, the most faithful, were chosen to fulfill this important duty, such as Plautus describes an honest pedagogue idem erat haec disciplina olim, cum tu adolescens eras. Nego tibi hoc annis viginti fuis primus copii, digitum lunga pedagogo pedum ut affairs adibus, anti solum exorientum nisi in pala estram veneras, gymnasii prefecto haudit mediocres ponis penders. Id gubi obtigerat, hoc entium ad malum archisabater malum et discipulus et magister peri bonter improbi. Ubi cursu, luctando, osta, disco, pugilatu, pilot, saliendo cc exercebant magis, quam, scordo aut saeus, ibi suum etatum extendibant, non in latabrosis locis. In de hippodromo et pala estra ubi revenuses domum, cincticulo precinctus in cella apud magistrum si dirs, cum librum legers. Si unam peccavises syllabam, fierit corium tam maculosum quam est nutricis pallium ****** id equidam ego certo sia. Nam olim populi prius honorum capibit suffragio, quam magistri desinibut esse dicto obediens 557 Lucian, 2, speaking of the attendance of youths in the better times of the Republic, describes them as an honorable company who followed their young masters to the schools, not with combs and looking glasses like the attendants of ladies, but with the venerable instruments of wisdom in their hands, many-leaved tablets or books recording the glorious deeds of their ancestors, or if proceeding to the music master bearing, instead of these, the melodious lyre. 558 In fact, the fortunes of war often in those days reduced men of virtue and ability to the condition of slaves, when they would naturally be chosen as the governors of youth. Thus we find Diogenes the Cynic purchased by a rich Corinthian, who entrusted to him the education of his sons. The account which antiquity has left us of his sale, reception by his master, and manner of teaching, being extremely brief, we shall here give it entire. Hermippos 559, who wrote a small treatise called The Sale of Diogenes, observes that when the philosopher was exposed in the slave market and interrogated respecting his qualifications, he replied that he could command men, and then addressing himself to the herald, bade him inquire whether there was any one present who wanted a master. Being forbidden to sit down, he said this matters nothing, for fish are bought in whatever way they may lie. He remarked also, that he wondered that when people were buying a pot or a dish they examined it on all sides, whereas when they purchased a man they were contented with simply looking at him. Afterwards, when he had become the slave of Xeniades, he informed his owner that he expected the same obedience to be paid to him as men yield to a pilot or a physician. It is further related by Eubulos, who likewise wrote a treatise on this incident, that Diogenes conducted with the utmost care the education of the children under his charge. In addition to the ordinary studies, he taught them to ride, to draw the bow, to use the sling, and to throw the javelin. In the Palaestra, moreover, where, contrary to the Athenian practice he remained to watch over the boys, Diogenes would not permit the master of the gymnasium to exercise them after the manner of the athleti, but in those parts only of gymnastics, which had a tendency to animate them and strengthen their constitutions. They learned also by heart 560 under his direction, numerous sentences from the poets and historians, as well as from his own writings. It was his practice likewise very greatly to abridge his explanations in order that they might the more easily be committed to memory. At home he habituated them to wait on themselves, to be content with frugal fare, and drink water, from which it may be inferred that others drank wine. He accustomed them to cut their hair close, not to be fastidious in dress, and to walk abroad with him barefoot and without a chiton, silent and with downcast eyes. 561 He also went out with them to hunt. On their part they took great care of him, and pleaded his cause with their parents. He therefore grew old in the family, and they performed for him the rites of sepulture. Now what Diogenes was in the house of Xeniades, numerous pedagogues were doubtless found to be in other parts of Greece. But the majority it is thought were open to blame, and so they are everywhere, and so they would be, though taken from the best classes of mankind. That is, they were men with many failings, far from what could be wished, but that their character upon the whole was respectable seems to me demonstrated by the powers delegated to them by the parents. For not only could they use upon occasion, as we have said, menace and harsh language, they were even permitted to have recourse to blows, in order to preserve their pupils from vices which none would have sooner taught than they, had their characters been such as is commonly believed. For example, would they have made a drunkard the guardian of a boy's sobriety? A thief the guardian of his honesty? A libertine of his chastity? A coarse and ribald jester the inculcator of modesty and purity of language? 562 At home, of course, the influence and example of the parents surpassed all other influences, of the mother more especially, who up to their manhood retained over her sons the greatest authority. Of this a playful illustration occurs in the Lysis of Plato. 563 Socrates, interrogating the youth respecting the course of his studies, inquires archly whether when in the harem he was not as a matter of course permitted to play with his mother's wool basket, and loom, and spathe, and shuttle? If I touched them, replied Lysis, laughing, I should soon feel the weight of the shuttle upon my fingers. But, proceeds the philosopher, if your mother or father require anything to be read or written for them, they, probably, prefer your services to those of any other person. No doubt. And in this case, as you have been instructed in reading and spelling, they allow you to proceed according to your own knowledge. So likewise, when you play to them on the lyre, they suffer you, as you please, to relax or tighten the cords, to touch them with the fingers, or strike them with the plectron, do they not? Certainly. From this it would appear that the authority of the parents was equal, though generally at Athens, as Plato 564 elsewhere complains, greater reverence was paid to the commands of the mother even than to those of the father. Indeed, to be wanting in respect to her was there deemed the ne plus ultra of depravity. 565 The father, however, of necessity took a considerable share in the instruction and moral training of his son 566, who at home profited by his conversation, and, arrived at the proper age, accompanied him abroad. 567 When reduced to the state of orphanhood, the Republic took children under its own protection, not considering it safe to entrust them to the sole guidance of masters or pedagogues. Care, too, was taken lest those public schools, established for the advancement of virtue and morals, should themselves be converted into nurseries of vice. They were by law 568 forbidden to be opened before sunrise, and were closed at sunset, nor during the day could any other men be introduced besides the teachers. 569 Though it appears from some of Plato's dialogues that this enactment was not very strictly observed. 570 To prevent habits of brawling, boys were forbidden to assemble in crowds in the streets on their way to school. Nor were these laws deemed sufficient, but still further to protect their morals 10 annual magistrates called sophronisti, one from each tribe, were elected by show of hands. 571 Whose sole business it was to watch over the manners of youth. This magistracy, dated as far back as the age of Solon 572 and continued in force to the latest time. The gymnasiarch, another magistrate 573 was intrusted with the superintendence of the gymnasia, which, like the public games and festivals, appeared to require peculiar care, and, if we can receive the testimony of Plautus 574 for the classical ages of the Commonwealth, transgressors received severe chastisement. It has sometimes been imagined that in Greece separate edifices were not erected as with us expressly for schoolhouses, but that both the didaskalos and the philosopher taught their pupils in fields, gardens, or shady groves. 575 But this was not the common practice, though many schoolmasters appear to have had no other place wherein to assemble their pupils than the portico of a temple. 576 Or some sheltered corner in the street, where in spite of the din of business and the throng of passengers the worship of learning was publicly performed. Here, too, the music masters frequently gave their lessons, whether in singing or on the lyre, which practice explains the anecdote of the musician, who, hearing the crowd applaud one of his scholars, gave him a box on the ear, observing, "Had you played well, these blockheads would not have praised you." A custom very similar prevails in the East, where, in recesses open to the street, we often see the turbaned schoolmaster with a crowd of little Moslems about him, tracing letters on their large wooden tablets or engaged in recitations of the Quran. But these were the schools of the humbler classes. For the children of the noble and the opulent spacious structures were raised, and furnished with tables, desks for that peculiar species of grammatein 577 which resembled the plate cupboard, can have been nothing but a desk forms, and whatsoever else their studies required. Mention is made of a school at Chios 578 which contained 120 boys, all of whom save one were killed by the falling in of the roof. From another tragical story we learn that in Astypalaea 579, one of the Cyclades, there was a school which contained 60 boys. The incidents connected with their death are narrated in the romantic style of the ancients. Cleomedes, a native of this island, having in boxing slain Icos the Epidaurian, was accused of unfairness and refused the prize, upon which he became mad and returned to his own country. There, entering into the public school, he approached the pillar that supported the roof, and like another Samson seized it in an access of frenzy, and wresting it from its basis brought down the whole building upon the children. He himself however escaped, but, being pursued with stones by the inhabitants, took sanctuary in the temple of Athena, where he concealed himself in the sacred chest. The people, paying no respect to the holy place, still pursued him and attempted to force open the lid, which he held down with gigantic strength. At length when the coffer was broken in pieces, Cleomedes was nowhere to be found, dead or alive. Terrified at this prodigy, they sent to consult the oracle of Delphi, by which they were commanded to pay divine honors to the athlete as the last of the heroes. 580 In the interior of the school there was commonly an oratory. 581 Adorned with statues of the Muses, where, probably in a kind of font, was kept a supply of pure water for the boys. Pretending often, when they were not, to be thirsty, they would steal in knots to this oratory, and there amuse themselves by splashing the water over each other, on which account the legislator ordained that strict watch should be kept over it. Every morning the forms were sponged. 582 The schoolroom was cleanly swept, the ink ground ready for use, and all things were put in order for the business of the day. The apparatus 583 of an ancient school was somewhat complicated. There were mathematical instruments, globes, maps, and charts of the heavens, together with boards whereon to trace geometrical figures, tablets, large and small, of boxwood, fir, or ivory. 584 Triangular in form, some folding with two, and others with many leaves, books too, and paper, skins of parchment, wax for covering the tablets, which, if we may believe Aristophanes, 585 people sometimes ate when they were hungry. 586 To the above were added rulers, reed pens. 587 Pen cases, pen knives, pencils, and last, though not least, the rod which kept them to the steady use of all these things. At Athens these schools were not provided by the state. They were private speculations, and each master was regulated in his charges by the reputation he had acquired and the fortunes of his pupils. Some appear to have been extremely moderate in their demands. 588 There was, for example, a schoolmaster named Hippomachos, upon entering whose establishment boys were required to pay down a mina, after which they might remain as long and benefit by his instructions as much as they pleased. Didascaloi were not, however, held in sufficient respect, though as their scholars were sometimes very numerous. 589 As many, for example, as 120, it must often have happened that they became wealthy. From the life of Homer, attributed to Herodotus, 590, we glean some few particulars respecting the condition of a schoolmaster in remoter ages. Phemios, it is there related, kept a school at Smyrna, where he taught boys their letters and all those other parts of education then comprehended under the term music. His slave Crethis, the mother of the poet, spun and wove the wool which Phemios received in payment from his scholars. She likewise introduced into his house great elegance and frugality, which so pleased the schoolmaster that it induced him to marry her. Under this man, according to the tradition received in Greece, Homer studied, and made so great a proficiency in knowledge that he was soon enabled to commence instructor himself. He therefore proceeded to Chios 591 and opened a school where he initiated the youth in the beauties of epic poetry, and, performing his duties with great wisdom, obtained many admirers among the Chians, became wealthy, and took a wife, by whom he had 2 sons. The earliest task to be performed at school was to gain a knowledge of the Greek characters, large and small, to spell next to read. Herodes the sophist experienced much vexation from the stupidity exhibited in achieving this enterprise by his son Atticus, whose memory was so sluggish that he could not even recollect the Christ cross row. To overcome this extraordinary dullness he educated along with him 24 little slaves of his own age, upon whom he bestowed the names of the letters, so that young Atticus might be compelled to learn his alphabet as he played with his companions, now calling out for Omicron, now for Psi. 592 In teaching the art of writing their practice nearly resembled our own. The master traced with what we must call a pencil, Gamero Alpha Phi, a number of characters on a tablet, and the pupil following with the pen the guidance of the faint lines. 593 Before him, accustomed his fingers to perform the requisite movements with adroitness. 594 These things were necessarily the first step in the first class of studies, which were denominated music. 595 and comprehended everything connected with the development of the mind, and they were carried to a certain extent before the second division called gymnastics was commenced. They reversed the plan commonly adopted among ourselves, for with them poetry. 596 preceded prose, a practice which, cooperating with their susceptible temperament, impressed upon the national mind that imaginative character for which it was preeminently distinguished. And the poets in whose works they were first initiated were of all the most poetical, the authors of lyrical and dithyrambic pieces, selections from whose verses they committed to memory, thus acquiring early a rich store of sentences and imagery ready to be adduced in argument or illustration, to furnish familiar allusions or to be woven into the texture of their style. 597 Considerable difference however existed in the practice of different teachers. Some, imagining that by the variety of their acquirements they would be rendered eloquent, recommended the indiscriminate study of the poets. 598 Whether they wrote in hexameter, in trimeter, or any other kind of verse, on ludicrous or on serious subjects. Certain poets there were who, like Fenelon and the pretended Ossian, wrote their works in prose. 599 Respecting the use of whose compositions Plato was in some doubt. By other philosophers wandering unrestrained over the vast fields of literature was condemned. They desired to separate the gold from the dross, contending that persons accustomed from their infancy to the loftier and purer inspirations of the muse will regard with contempt everything mean or illiberal, whereas they who have learned to delight in low and vulgar compositions will consider all other literature tame and insipid. For so great is the force of imitation, that habits commenced from the earliest years pass into the manners and character of a man, affecting even his voice and corporeal development, nay, modifying the very nature of the thoughts themselves. Among the other branches of knowledge 600 most necessary to be studied, and to which they applied themselves nearly from the outset, was arithmetic, without some inkling of which, a man, in Plato's opinion, could scarcely be a citizen at all. For, as he observes, there is no art or science which does not stand in some need of it, especially the art of war, where many combinations depend entirely on numbers. And yet Agamemnon in some of the old tragic poets was represented by Polymedes as wholly ignorant of calculation, so that possibly, as Socrates jocularly observes, he could not reckon his own feet. 601 The importance attached to this branch of education, nowhere more apparent than in the dialogues of Plato, furnishes one proof that the Athenians were preeminently men of business, who in all their admiration for the good and beautiful never lost sight of those things which promote the comfort of life, and enable a man effectually to perform his ordinary duties. With the same views were geometry and astronomy pursued. For, in the Republic, Glaucon 602, who may be supposed to represent the popular opinion, confesses at once, upon the mention of geometry, that as it is applicable to the business of war it would be most useful. He could discover the superiority of the geometrician 603 over the ignorant man in pitching a camp, in the taking of places, in contracting or expanding the ranks of an army, and all those other military movements practiced in battles, marches, or sieges. To Plato, however, this was its least recommendation. He conceived that in the search after goodness and truth the study of this science was especially beneficial to the mind, both because it deals in positive verities, and thus begets a love of them, and likewise superinduces the habit of seeking them through lengthened investigation and of being satisfied with nothing less. In the study of astronomy 604 itself a course and obvious utility was almost of necessity the first thing aimed at, and even in the age of Socrates, when philosophical wants were keenly felt in addition to those of the animal and civil life, there were evidently teachers who considered it necessary to justify such pursuits, by showing their bearing on the system of loss and profit. For when Socrates comes in his ideal scheme of education to touch on this science, Glaucon, the practical man, at once recognizes its usefulness, not only in husbandry and navigation, but in affairs military. Nor are such fruits of it to be despised. But philosophy proposes a higher aim, insisting, in opposition to popular belief, that by means of such pursuits the soul may be purified, and its powers of discovering truth, overlaid and nearly extinguished by other studies, rekindled and fanned into activity like a flame. The importance of music 605 in the education of the Greeks, is generally understood. It was employed to effect several purposes. First, to soothe and mollify the fierceness of the national character, and prepare the way for the lessons of the poets, which, delivered amid the sounding of melodious strings, when the soul was rapt and elevated by harmony, by the excitement of numbers, by the magic of the sweetest associations, took a firm hold upon the mind, and generally retained it during life. Secondly, it enabled the citizens gracefully to perform their part in the amusements of social life, every person being in his turn called upon at entertainments to sing or play upon the lyre. Thirdly, it was necessary to enable them to join in the sacred choruses, rendered frequent by the piety of the state, and for the due performance in old age of many offices of religion, the sacerdotal character belonging more or less to all the citizens of Athens. Fourthly, as much of the learning of a Greek was martial and designed to fit him for defending his country, he required some knowledge of music that on the field of battle his voice might harmoniously mingle with those of his countrymen, in chanting those stirring, impetuous, and terrible melodies, called paeans, which preceded the first shock of fight. For some, or all of these reasons, the science of music began to be cultivated among the Hellenes, at a period almost beyond the reach even of tradition. The bards, whom we behold wandering on the remotest edge of the fabulous horizon, have invariably harps or lyres in their hands, and the greatest of the heroes of poetry, the very acme of epic excellence, is represented delighting in the performance of music, and chanting on the shores of the Hellespont the deeds of former warriors. In those ages the music of the whole nation possessed evidently a grave and lofty character, but as that of the Ionians became afterwards modified by the influence of a softer climate and imitation of the Asiatic, while the Dorian measure remained nearly unchanged, the latter is supposed to have possessed originally the superiority over the former, which in reality it did not. In process of time, however, the existence of three distinct measures was recognized: the Dorian, the Aeolian, and the Ionian. The first was grave, masculine, full of energy, and though somewhat monotonous peculiarly adapted to inspire martial ardor, the last distinguished by a totally different character, rich, varied, flexible, breathing softness and pleasure, adorning the hour of peace and murmuring plaintively through the groves and temples of Aphrodite, Apollo, and the Muses, while the second, which was fiery, with a mixture of gaiety, formed the intermediate step between the two measures, partaking something of the character of each. The Hypermixolydian and Hyperphrygian, at one time cultivated among the Ionians, were comparatively recent inventions. 606 The Phrygian measure distinguished for its exciting and enthusiastic character. 607 was much employed upon the stage, on which account Agius the poet used to say that the styrax burned on the altar in the orchestra had a Phrygian smell, because its odors recalled the wild Phrygian measures there heard. The national instrument of the Phrygians was the flute, and it is worthy of remark that up to a very late period flute players at Athens were usually distinguished by Phrygian names. Olympos, the greatest musician known to the Greeks, was probably himself a native of Phrygia, since he is said to have been a pupil of Marsyas. In fact, the barbarians of antiquity appear, though in a somewhat different way, to have made as much use of music as the Greeks themselves. They chanted the songs of their bards in going to battle, sang funeral dirges at tombs, and even caused their ambassadors when proceeding on a mission to foreign states to be accompanied by music. 608 No people, however, appear to have carried their love for music to so preposterous a length as the Tyrrhenians, who caused their slaves to be flogged to the sound of the flute. The music of the flute 609 was supposed to be peculiarly delightful to the gods, so that those who died while its sounds were on their ears were permitted to taste of the gifts of Aphrodite in Hades, as Philetaerus expresses it in his Flute Lover, O Zeus, how glorious 'tis to die while piercing flutes are near pouring their stirring melodies into the faltering ear, on these alone doth Eros smile within those realms of night, where vulgar ghosts in shivering bands, all strangers to delight, in leaky tub from Styx's flood the icy waters bear, condemned, for woman's lovely voice, its moaning sounds to hear. Here, the teachers of music were divided into two classes, the Cytharisti, who simply played on the instrument, and the Cytheroidi who accompanied themselves on the cithara with the song. 610 of these the humble and poorer taught, as we have already observed, in the corners of the streets, while the abler and more fortunate opened schools of music or gave their lessons in the private dwellings of the great. The cithara, however, was not anciently in use at Athens, if we may credit the tradition which attributes to Phrynis its introduction from Ionia. 611 Damon the great Athenian musician 612 used to observe, that wherever the mind is susceptible of powerful emotions there will be the song and the dance, and that wherever men are free and honorable their amusements will be liberal and decorous, where men are otherwise the contrary. A very judicious remark was likewise made by Caphesias the flute player. Observing one of his pupils striving to produce loud sounds, he stamped on the ground and said, "Boy, that is not always good which is great, but that is great which is good." 613 The power of music in assuaging passion and anger is well illustrated by an anecdote of Cleinias the Pythagorean philosopher, a man distinguished for his virtue and gentleness. If at any time he felt himself moved to wrath, taking up his lyre he would touch the chords and chaunt thereto some ode, and if any questioned why he did so, he would reply, "I am in search of serenity." 614 Like the Hebrews, also, the people of Hellas attributed to music still more marvelous virtues. 615 Conceiving it to be able to cure diseases both of the mind and body. Thus the sounds of the flute were supposed to remove epilepsy, and sciatica, and faintness, and fear, and paroxysms of long-established madness. 616 Which will probably remind the reader of David playing before Saul, when his mind was troubled. In the later ages of the Commonwealth drawing likewise, and the elements of art entered into the list of studies pursued by youths, partly with the view of diffusing a correct taste, and the ability to appreciate and enjoy the noble productions of the pencil and chisel, and partly, perhaps, from the mere love of novelty, and the desire which man always feels to enlarge the circle of his acquirements. Aristotle 617 indeed, suggests a much humbler motive, observing that a knowledge of drawing would enable men to appreciate more accurately the productions of the useful arts, but this perhaps was said more in deference to that spirit of utilitarianism then beginning to show itself than from any conviction of its soundness. 524 Among the ancient writers on education, of which the greater number have perished, was Clearchus of Soli, on whom see Vos. De Histori Graecii Athen. 1554. Men. In Diog. Laird. p. 4. b. 525. Republic 2. t. 6. p. 94 cf. Adolf. Kramer, 8, 9. 526 cf. Suid. V kappa alpha tau tau omicron lambda kappa omicron upsilon. I 1427. 527 OPPET. Dies, 202 to 212. Quintal. V2. 528 Plat. Republic L2. Cap. 8 CP 117. Shoal. Aristov. AV 652. Philostrat. Imag. I3. 529 Fod. Bib 139. B8. Horipist I10. Giraldi, Depoet. Hister. P 462. ASQQ. Aristo. Red 2. 2530. Diod. SIC L19. C25. 531 Aristov. Pacific 128. Vesp. 1392, SQQ. ET Scolia. 532 Diog. Layered. 25. 22533. SCH Aristov. AV 471. SCH Vesp. 1251 534. Aristo. Polet 7. 15535. Arabian Nights, I 286. Lane's translation. 536 Deleg. 68. P41. Kreutzer. De Civ Athen. P 556. 537 Amor. 44. 538 Athen. 1361. SQQ. 539 Pole. 419. 540 CF Plato, Deleg. 78. P41. SEQ 541. For an account of this musician, see Pollux 4. 66 with the notes of Kuhn and Ion German, T4. P 709. SQQ. 542 Aristov. Nub. 961 SQQ. CF Plot. Backed. 33. 543 Polet 8. 6268. Go Edel 544. Ksob. AP Theof. Char P 273. 545 Plot. Backed. 33. 22 546. Plato, indeed, at one time entertained a similar fancy to Republic T6. P 385. Cf. Muret in Aristo. Ethic. 71, but, afterwards, in his old age, adopted the general conviction of mankind, that he who spares the rod spoils the child. Deleg. T8. P12. Seq Vero, however, who wrote much on education, observes, that remotissimum ad descendum formido, ac nemius timor, et omnes perturbatio animi. Contra delectatio pro tello ad descendum. Victor. Various lect L15. C2. Theodoric, the Gothic king of Italy, had another reason for sparing the rod in education. The child, he said, who had trembled at a rod would never dare to look upon a sword. Gibbon 7. 19. This Gothic prince was not, therefore, acquainted with the Spartan system of education. 547 SCH Aristov. Nub. 959 548. Cf. Cress Sol. Theat Ret V6. P 471. SEQ 549. On these and the other persons engaged in the education of youth, see Bergman, ad Isaac. Area up. 14. 550 de leg. 78. P42. CP11 of Kramer's excellent little pamphlet, which I have frequently found extremely useful. 551 Zenoff. De representative laced. 2-1. 552. Platt. Lysis. TIP 118. De leg. 48. P 325. De Republic 3. T6. P 128. 553 Pol. 419. Ulp. Adimist. De Cor 78. Orad. ATTTXP 113. Platt. Lysis. TIP 145. 554 Plut. De Lib Educ 7. The Athenians sought to create a high idea of this class of persons by annually offering sacrifice to Conitus, the reputed pedagogue of Theseus Plut. Thes 4. 555 Cram. De Educ Pure. AP Athen. P12. 556 Athen. 1361. 63 557. Plot. Bacchid. Act 3. SC 3. 558 Amor. 44 559. Diog. Laird. VIT. Diog. 6-2. 4 SQQ. With the observation of Menage, T2. P 138. 560 I may say with Herald de Sichel apprendre par cur, CEMOT me plate. ILNY en effet KLE cur, qui richen bien, et qui richen vide. Voyage à Montbar, and CP 77. 561 CF Luke. Amor. 44. Kappa alpha chi lambda alpha nu delta alpha tau alpha pi omega mu alpha iota pi epsilon rho nu alpha iota sigma upsilon psi alpha pi tau rho alpha sigma tau alpha xi rho chi epsilon tau alpha iota kappa tau omega kappa epsilon kappa upsilon phi, kappa alpha mu eta delta nu alpha tau nu pi alpha nu tau nu xi nu alpha nu tau omicron upsilon pi rho omicron sigma beta lambda pi omega nu. In his exhortation to Demonicus, Isocrates has thrown together numerous precepts which almost constitute a code of morals and politeness. They are far superior to Lord Chesterfield's even where the graces only are recommended, and have the advantage of almost always subjoining the reason to the rule. 562 CF Dion. Chrysost. 2p 261, I 299. 563 OPPTIP 118. The influence of imitation over the gesture, voice, and thoughts of youth is forcibly pointed out in the Republic T6. P 124. 564 Republic 8. 5 T2. P 182. Stalb. 565 Aristov. Nub. 1443 delta upsilon omicron nu delta nu omicron mu tau omicron iota nu sigma epsilon beta alpha sigma mu omicron iota nu pi sigma alpha iota tau iota mu nu omicron upsilon sigma iota nu xi sigma omicron upsilon pi alpha rho tau mu eta tau rho alpha pi rho omicron sigma kappa upsilon nu omicron nu tau omega nu. Luke. Amor. 19. 566 On the force of example and imitation. See Plato, De Republic T6. P 124. 567 Plat. Latch. TIP 269. Among the public places to which a father might take his sons, the courts of law were not included, though we find demos thence, when a boy, contriving to introduce himself, where unseen of the judges he might listen to the eloquence of Callistratus Victor. Various lect LXXX. C20. 568 Escant. Timarch. 5, 6. 569 Cethief. Char C5. SCH Aristov. Nub. 180 570. Lysis. TIP 145. Theetet. T3. P 179. 571 Etim Mag 742. 38 572. Kramer de Educ Pure. AP Athen. P13. 573 Vandale Dessart. Pages 584 to 727. 574 Backet. 33. 575 Sikore, Disc. Prelim. Sir Hippoc. De Air. ETLOC 41. TIP 46. SEQ 576. In the Antichita di Ercolano, T3P 213, we find a representation of one of these schools during the infliction of corporal chastisement. Numerous boys are seated on forms reading, while a delinquent is horsed on the back of another in the true Etonian style. One of the carnifices holds his legs, while another applies the birch to his naked back. Occasionally in Greece we find that free boys were flogged with a leek in lieu of a birch. SCH Aristov. Ran. 622 Schneid. Ad Theof. History Plant. 74. 10p 574. 577 Pol. 418, 19. X 57. SEQ 578. Herod. 627. 579 Called the Table of the Gods, from its beauty and amenity Steph. De URB. In VP 189. B 580. House. 69. 6 SEQ Plot. ROM 28. 581 SCHS Kant. Tim in Orator. ATTT 12. P 376 A 582. Democrat de COR 78. SEQ 583. Pollux, 4. 19 CF Herod. 7 239. 221. SCH Aristov. Vesp. 529 584. Pol. I 234. Lucian. N. 9. Amor. 44. Antic. D. Urkel. T2. P55. T3. P237. 585 Pol. X58, 59. 586 On this subject Isidorus Hispel. 6-9. Has a curious passage, Siri literarum materies, parvulorum nutrices. Ipsi dant ingenium puris primordia sensus, querum studium primi Graeci traditis produntur. Graeci nmet thus I primum fero insuris scripserunt. Postea Romani gesserunt, anni graphium ferum quis habere. Unde et apud scribas disputer, ceram fero ne latito. Postea institutum est, ut in sera ossibus scribe rent, sicut indicat alsa in satira dicens, vertimus vomerum in ceram, mucronec aramus osseo. Osseo. Cf. Pfeiffer, Antique Gry cp 413. 587 It was as the instrument of literature that the reed subdued half the world, though Pliny only celebrates its conquest as an arrow. Acs Ikes Ethiopas, Egyptum, Arabas, Indos, Scythas, Bactros, Sarmatarum tot gentes et orientis, omniac parthorum regna diligentius computet, equa firm pars hominum in toto mundo calamis sup rata digit. History Nat 16. 65 588. Which was the case even among the Sophists, as we find Proclus granting a perpetual admission to his lectures for 100 drachmae philost. Vit. Sophomore 2. 21-3. This he was the better enabled to do from his carrying on the business of a merchant too. Professors' charges appear to have been often disputed, as we find mention, in many authors, of lawsuits between them and their pupils Lucian. Echaraminop. 16. The wages of industry are just and honorable, yet Isocrates shed tears at the first receipt of a stipend. Gibbon, 7. 146 589. Athen. 1347. 590 Vit. Hom. 5. Seq 25. Seq 591. Speaking of the antiquities of this island, Chandler remarks, the most curious remain is that which has been named, without reason, the school of Homer. It is on the coast at some distance from the city, northward, and appears to have been an open temple of Cybele, formed on the top of a rock. The shape is oval, and in the center is the image of the goddess, the head and an arm wanting. She is represented, as usual, sitting. The chair has a lion carved on each side, and on the back. The area is bounded by a low rim or seat, and about 5 yards over. The whole is hewn out of the mountain, is rude, indistinct, and probably of the most remote antiquity. I-61. 592 Philost. Vit. Sophomore 2. 10 593. Quint. I-1. Pol. 7 128. Aristov. Thism. 778 594. Platt. Protog. TIP 181. 595 C. Platt. De Republic 2. T6. P93. SEQSCH Aristov. EQ 188. SEQ 596. In the Homeric age men, we are told, received their mental instruction from the bards, and their physical at the Gymnasium Athen. I-16. 597 cf. Platt. De Republic TIP 149. Stalb. 598 cf. Plato de Leg. T8. P44. SQQ. On the style of declamation used in the Greek and Roman schools, see Skoman, De Comet. P 187. 599 There were likewise poems written in the language of the common people Athen. 1443. 600 cf. Platt. De Leg. T8. P62. Where he describes the Egyptian method of teaching arithmetic by rewards and allurements. Locke, however, condemned the practice. He that will give to his son apples or sugar plums, or what else of this kind he is most delighted with, to make him learn his book, does but authorize his love of pleasure, and conquer up that dangerous propensity, which he ought by all means to subdue and stifle in him. Education 52. Vid Platt. De Republic T6. p. 340. Seq Muret. Orad. 443. Sir Josiah Child has some good remarks on the value of arithmetic as a branch of education. It hath been observed in the nature of arithmetic, that, like other parts of the mathematics, it doth not only improve the natural faculties, but it inclines those that are expert in it to thriftiness and good husbandry, and prevents both husbands and wives in some measure from running out of their estates, when they have it always ready in their heads what their expenses do amount to, and how soon by that course their ruin must overtake them. Discourse of Trade, p. 5. 601 Platt. De Republic 7. T6. p. 340. Sqq. 602 Platt. De Republic T6. p. 349. Seq de Leg. T8. p. 371. Sch Aristov. Nub. 180 cf Cicero de Orad. 332. T2. 319 ed. Lallemand. 603 c in Sch Aristov. Nub. 181 An anecdote of Thales cutting a new channel for the river Halys. 604 Platt. De Republic T6. p. 357. Seq, de Leg. T8. p. 370. Sch Aristov. Nub. 860 208. 605 vid. Ilgen. Descal. Pose. 14 Post persicatimum bellum musici assiduo praetos graecos dicit. Et premia diebus festus non nullis constituta iis puris adolescentibusque, qui lyrica carminis solonis aliorum optimi sint. Kreutzer. De Civ Athen. Hum. PARP 55. SEQ 606. Athen. 1420. SQQ. CF Scholl. Aristov. EQ 984. Clem. Alex. I3. 5 607. Luke. Nigrin. 37. 608 Athen. 1424. 609 On the effect of music on the mind, see Magius, various lect p. 204 b. 610. Kuhn ad Pol. 4 p. 711. Cf. Platt. De Leg. T8. p. 49. 611 Scholl. Aristov. Nub. 958, Vesp. 574 612. Cf. Platt. Republic T6. p. 133. 613 Athen. 1426. 614 Pyro Alpha Nu Omicron Mu Omicron Iota Cham. Pont. AP Athen. 1418. 615 Thus demons were expelled by the sound of brass bells. Magius, various lect p. 205. b. 616. Athen. 1418. Apollon. AP Shui. Animad. 12 p. 399. On the story, and bronze votive offerings on the Taenarian promontory of the musician Arian Herod. I-23. Seq Dion. Chrysost. Orad. XXXVIIP 455. Pausin. I-24. Elian. De Nat Animal. 1245. 617 Polit 8. 3 Chapter V Exercises of Youth. Simultaneously with the above studies 618 that highly intricate and artificial system of exercises denominated gymnastics occupied a considerable portion of the time of youth. Among northern nations the influence of education is requisite to soften the manners and check ferocity, but in the south hardihood must in general be the fruit of discipline, and flourishes only while assiduously cultivated. Thus we find that the Persians 619 by acting on the advice of Croesus, and teaching the Lydians to become musicians and shopkeepers, uprooted entirely their martial spirit. In Greece, however, during the flourishing period of her history there was more danger that the passion for war should drown all others, than that its influence should be too feeble. Among the Athenians particularly, that restless energy of character, so marvelous and so distasteful to the Dorians, sought vent in dangerous and distant wars and stupendous schemes of ambition. This characteristic trait is adduced by Plato for the purpose of suggesting a contrast with the rival race. He had been dwelling, to his Cretan and Spartan companions, on the exercises necessary for pregnant women 620 and observing their astonishment, he could understand, he said, how it might appear extraordinary to them, but at Athens his recommendation would be perfectly intelligible, for there, people were rather too active than otherwise. The difficulty always was to find becoming employment. Accordingly, for lack of something better, not merely boys but grown-up men, comprehending nothing of the dolce far niente, employed themselves in breeding cocks, quails, and other birds for fighting, and the care of these imposed on them the necessity of much exercise. To be sure, these cockfighters, during their professional perambulations, presented a spectacle infinitely ludicrous. All regard to appearances was abandoned. With a couple of small cocks 621 in their hands, and an old one under either arm, they sallied forth, like vagabonds who had been robbing a hen roost, to give their favorite animals air and gentle exercise, and thus laden often strolled several miles into the country. To such a people the gymnasium opened up a source of peculiar delight, and in the end became a passion prejudicial to the cultivation of the understanding. But within the bounds of moderation it was prescribed by philosophers in lieu of physic, and as an antidote against those pale faces and emaciated frames, too common where intellectual studies are ardently pursued. 622 It was a law of Solon, that every Athenian 623 should be able to read and to swim, and the whole spirit of Attic legislation, leaving the poor to the exercise of industrious and hardy occupations, tended to create among the opulent and the noble a taste for field sports, horsemanship, and every martial and manly exercise. 624 The difficulty, of course, was to render them subordinate to mental cultivation, and to blend both so cunningly together as to produce a beautiful and harmonious system of discipline, well fitted to ripen and bring to greatest perfection every power and faculty of body and mind. The practices of the gymnasium may be traced backward to the remotest antiquity, and probably commenced among the warriors of the heroic ages. 625 In the peaceful intervals occurring between expeditions, from the desire to amuse their leisure by mimic representations of more serious contests. At first, no doubt, the exercises, frequently performed in honor of the gods 626 were few and rude, but by the age of Homer they had assumed an artificial and regular form, and comprehended nearly all such divisions of the art as prevailed in later times. Other views than those with which they were instituted, caused them to be kept up. When reflection awoke, it was perceived that in these amicable contests men acquired not only force and agility, a martial bearing, the confidence of strength, beauty, and lightness of form, but, along with them, that easy cheerfulness into which robust health naturally blossoms. 627 In fact, so far were the legislators of Greece from designing by gymnastics to create, as Montesquieu 628 supposes, a nation of mere athletes and combatants, that they expressly repudiate the idea, affirming that lightness, agility, a compactly knit frame, health, but chiefly a well-poised and vigorous mind, were the object of this part of education. In order the better to attain this point, Plato in his Republic ordains that boys be completed in their intellectual studies, which in his ideal state they were to be at the age of 16, before they entered the gymnasium, the exercises of which were to be the companions of simple music. From converting their citizens into athletes they were prevented by experience, for it was quickly discovered that those men who made a profession of gymnastics acquired, indeed, by their diet and peculiar discipline a huge stature and enormous strength, but were altogether useless in war, being sleepy, lethargic, prodigious eaters, incapable of enduring thirst or hunger, and liable to the attacks of sudden and fatal diseases if they departed in the least degree from their usual habits and regimen. 629 Already in the Homeric age, gymnastics, though not as yet so named, constituted the principal object of education, and many branches of the art had even then been carried to a high degree of perfection. 630 The passion for it descended unimpaired to the Spartans, whose polity, framed solely for the preservation of national independence and the acquisition of glory in war, inspired little fondness for mental pursuits, but left the youth chiefly to the influence of the gymnasia, which gradually created in them a temper of mind compounded of insensibility and ferocity. 631 Not unlike that of the North American Indians. This, however, they above all things prized, though as has been justly observed their exercises could in no sense be considered among the aids to intellectual cultivation. 632 At Athens they came later into vogue, though common in the age of Solon. When, however, this ardent and enthusiastic people commenced the study of gymnastics, admiring as they did strength and vigor of frame, when united with manly beauty, their plastic genius soon converted it into an art worthy to be enumerated among the studies of youth. In very early ages they imitated the Spartan custom of admitting even boys into the gymnasia. But this was soon abandoned, it being found more profitable first to instruct them in several of the branches of study above described, and a class of men 633 called podiatribi or gymnasts arose, who taught the gymnastic art privately, in subordination to their other studies, and were regarded as indispensable in the progress of education. 634 These masters gave their instructions in the palaestri. 635 which generally formed a part of the gymnasia, though not always joined with those edifices, and to be carefully distinguished from them. It is not known with certainty at what age boys commenced their gymnastic exercises, though it appears probable that it was not until their grammatical and musical studies were completed, that is somewhere perhaps, as Plato counsels, about the age of 16. For it was not judged advisable to engage them in too many studies at once, since in bodies not yet endowed with all their strength overexertion was considered injurious. Before we enumerate and explain the several exercises, it may be proper to introduce a description of the gymnasia themselves. Of these establishments there were many at Athens. 636 though 3 only, those of the Academy, Lyceum, and Cynosarges have acquired celebrity. The site of the first of these gymnasia being low and marshy was in ancient times infested with malaria, but having been drained by Cimon and planted with trees it became a favorite promenade and place of exercise. 637 Here, in walks shaded by the sacred olive, might be seen young men 638 with crowns of rushes in flower upon their heads, enjoying the sweet odor of the smilax and the white poplar, while the platanos and the elm mingled their murmurs in the breeze of spring. The meadows of the academy, according to Aristophanes the grammarian, were planted with the apragmasoon 639, a sort of flower so called as though it smelt of all kind of fragrance and safety like our heartsease or flower of the Trinity. This place is supposed to have derived its name from Ecademos, a public-spirited man who bequeathed his property for the purpose of keeping it in order. Around it were groves of the Mariae sacred to Athena, whence the olive crowns used in the Panathena were taken. The reason why the olive trees as well as those in the Acropolis were denominated Mariae must be sought for among the legends of the mythology, where it is related that Haliothias son of Poseidon formed the design of felling them because the patronship of the city had been adjudged to Athena, for the discovery of this tree. Raising his axe, however, and aiming a blow at the trunk, the implement glanced, and he thus inflicted upon himself a wound whereof he died 640. The name of the Lyceum 641, sometimes derived from Lycus, son of Pandion 642, probably owed its origin to the Temenos of Lycian Apollo there situated. It lay near the banks of the Ilissos, and was adorned with stately edifices, fountains, and groves. Here stood a celebrated statue of Apollo, in a graceful attitude, as if reposing after toil, with his bow in the left hand, and the right bent negligently over his head. The walls, too, were decorated with paintings. In this place anciently the Polemarch held his court 643, and the forces of the Republic were exercised before they went forth to war 644. Appended to the name of the Cynosarges, or third gymnasium surrounded with groves 645, was a legend which related that when Diomos was sacrificing to Hestia, a white dog snatched away a part of the victim from the altar, and running straightway out of the city deposited it on the spot where this gymnasium was afterwards erected 646. Here were several magnificent and celebrated temples to Alcmena, to Hebe, to Heracles, and to his companion Iolaus. Its principal patron, however, was Heracles 647, who, lying himself under the suspicion of illegitimacy, came very naturally to be regarded as the protector of bastards, half-citizens, and in general all persons of spurious birth, who accordingly in remoter ages resorted thither to perform their exercises. Themistocles afterwards, by prevailing upon several of the young nobility to accompany him to the Cynosarges, obliterated its reproach, and placed it on the same level with the other gymnasia 648. Here anciently stood a court in which causes respecting illegitimacy, false registry, and see were tried. But to proceed to the general description. The gymnasia were spacious edifices, surrounded by gardens and a sacred grove. The first entrance was by a square court, 2 stadia in circumference, encompassed with porticos and buildings. On 3 of its sides were large halls, provided with seats, in which philosophers, rhetoricians, and sophists assembled their disciples. On the 4th were rooms for bathing and other practices of the gymnasium. The portico facing the south was double, to prevent the winter rains, driven by the wind, from penetrating into the interior. From this court you passed into an enclosure, likewise square, shaded in the middle by plane trees. A range of colonnades extended round 3 of the sides. That which fronted the north had a double row of columns, to shelter those who walked there in summer from the sun. The opposite piazza was called Xystos, in the middle of which, and through its whole length, they contrived a sort of pathway, about 12 feet wide and nearly 2 deep, where, sheltered from the weather, and separated from the spectators ranged along the sides, the young scholars exercised themselves in wrestling. Beyond the Xystos was a stadium for foot races. 649. The principal parts of the gymnasium were first, the porticos, furnished with seats and side buildings where the youths met to converse. 2. The Ephebian 650, that part of the edifice where the youth alone exercised. 3. The Apoditerion, or undressing room 651. 4. The Conisterion, or small court in which was kept the hophe, or yellow kind of sand sprinkled by the wrestlers over their bodies 652, after being anointed with the seroma, or oil tempered with wax. An important part of the baggage of Alexander in his Indian expedition consisted of this fine sand for the gymnasium. 5. The Palaestra, when considered as part of the gymnasium 653, was simply the place set apart for wrestling. The whole of its area was covered with a deep stratum of mud. 6. The Sphaeristerion 654, that part of the gymnasium in which they played at ball. 7. Aleipterion or Eleathesion 655, that part of the Palaestra where the wrestlers anointed themselves with oil. 8. The area, the great court, and certain spaces in the porticos, were used for running, leaping, or pitching the quoit. 9. The Zistoi have been described above. 10. The Zista 656 were open walks in which, during fine weather, the youths exercised themselves in running or any other suitable recreation. 11. The Balania or baths, where in numerous basins was water of various degrees of temperature, in which the young men bathed before anointing themselves, or after their exercises. 12. Behind the Xystos, and running parallel with it, lay the Stadium 657, which, as its name implies, was usually the eighth part of a mile in length. It resembled the section of a cylinder, rounded at the ends. From the area below, where the runners performed their exercises, the sides, whether of green turf or marble, sloped upwards to a considerable height, and were covered with seats, rising behind each other to the top for the accommodation of spectators. Such were the buildings which Athens appropriated to the exercises of its youth, and if we consider the conveniences which they contained, the large spaces they enclosed, and the taste and magnificence which they exhibited, we shall probably conclude that no country in the world ever bestowed on the physical training of its citizens so much enlightened care. The first step in gymnastics was to accustom the youth to endure, naked, the fiercest rays of the sun and the cold of winter, to which they were exposed during their initiatory exercises 658. This is illustrated in a very lively manner by Lucian, where he introduces the Scythian Anacharsis anxious to escape from the scorching rays of noon to the shade of the plane trees, while Solon, who had been educated according to the Hellenic system, stands without inconvenience bareheaded in the sun. The step next in order was wrestling, always regarded as the principal among gymnastic contests, both from its superior utility and the great art and skill which the proper practice of it required. To the acquisition of excellence in this exercise the Palaestra and the instructions of the Pitatribi were almost entirely devoted, while nearly every other branch of gymnastics was performed in the gymnasium. These, according to Lucian, were divided into two classes, one of which required for their performance a soft or muddy area, the other one of sand, or an arena properly so called. 659. In all these exercises the youth were naked, and had their bodies anointed with oil. To render, however, our account of the exercises more complete, it may be proper to give a separate though brief description of each. The first or most simple was the dramos or course 660, performed, as has been above observed, in the area of the stadium, which, in order to present the greater difficulty to the racers, was deeply covered with soft and yielding sand. Still further to enhance the labor, the youth sometimes ran in armor, which admirably prepared them for the vicissitudes of war, for pursuit after victory, or the rapid movements of retreat. The high value which the Greeks set upon swiftness may be learned from the poems of Homer, where likewise are found the most graphic and brilliant descriptions of the several exercises. Some of these we shall here introduce from Pope's version, which in this part is peculiarly sustained and nervous. Speaking of the race between Oilean Ajax, Odysseus, and Antilochus, he says 661 ranged in a line the ready racers stand, Pelides points the barrier with his hand. All start at once, Oileus led the race, the next Ulysses, measuring pace with pace, behind him diligently close he sped, as closely following as the mazy thread the spindle follows, and displays the charms of the fair spinster's breast and moving arms. Graceful in motion, thus his foe he plies, and treads each footstep ere the dust can rise, the glowing breath upon his shoulder plays, admiring Greeks loud acclamations raise, to him they give their wishes, heart, and eyes, and send their souls before him as he flies. Now 3 times turned, in prospect of the goal, the panting chief to Pallas lifts his soul, assist, O goddess, thus in thought he prayed, and present at his thought descends the maid, buoyed by her heavenly force he seems to swim, and feels a pinion lifting every limb. Next in the natural order, proceeding from the simplest to the most artificial exercises, was leaping, in which the youth among the Greeks delighted to excel. In the performance of this exercise they usually sprang from an artificial elevation, beta alpha tauro, and descended upon the soft mold, which, when ploughed up with their heels, was termed sigma kappa alpha mu mu nu alpha. 662 The better to poise their bodies and enable them to bound to a greater distance, they carried in their hands metallic weights, denominated halters. 663 In the form of a semi-disc, having on their inner faces handles like the thong of a shield, through which the fingers were passed. Extraordinary feats are related of these ancient leapers. Chianes the Spartan and Phaelos the Crotonian, being related to have cleared at one bound the space of 52, or according to others, of 55 feet. With the latter account agrees the inscription on the Crotonian statue, Phaelos leaped full 50 feet, the discus flung 100 wanting 5. 664 Homer briefly describes leaping among the sports of the Phaeacians. Amphialos sprang forward with a bound, superior in the leap a length of ground. 665 To this succeeded pitching the quoit, which in the Homeric age would appear to have been practiced with large stones or rude masses of iron. On ordinary occasions it has been conjectured that one discus only was used. But Odysseus, desirous of exhibiting his strength to the Phaeacians, converts into a quoit the first block of stone within his reach. 666 Then striding forward with a furious bound he wrenched a rocky fragment from the ground, by far more ponderous and more large by far than what Phaeacia's sons discharged in air, fierce from his arm the enormous load he flings, sonorous through the shaded air it sings, couched to the earth, tempestuous as it flies, the crowd gaze upwards while it cleaves the skies. Beyond all marks, with many a giddy round, down rushing it upturns a hill of ground. The disc 667 in later times varied greatly both in shape, size, and materials. Generally it would seem to have been a cycloid, swelling in the middle and growing thin towards the edges. Sometimes it was perforated in the center and hurled forward by a thong, and on other occasions would appear to have approached the spherical form, when it was denominated solo. 668 Other of these exercises were shooting with the bow at wisps of straw stuck upon a pole. 669 And darting the javelin, sometimes with the naked hand and sometimes with a thong wound about the center of the weapon. In the stadium at Olympia, the area within which the pentathlete leaped, pitched the quoit, and hurled the javelin, appears to have been marked out by 2 parallel trenches, but if these existed likewise in the gymnasia, they must have been extremely shallow, as we find in Antiphon 670 a boy meeting with his death by inconsiderately running across the area while the youths were engaged in this exercise. Instead of throwing for the furthest, they would seem, from the expressions of the orator, to have aimed at a mark. Wrestling 671 consisted of two kinds. The first, called orthopale, was that style, still commonly in use, in which the antagonists, throwing their arms about each other's body, endeavored to bring him to the ground. In the other, called anaclinopale, the wrestler who distrusted his own strength but had confidence in his courage and powers of endurance, voluntarily flung himself upon the ground, bringing his adversary along with him, and then by pinching, scratching, biting, and every other species of annoyance, sought to compel him to yield. An example of wrestling in both its forms occurs in Homer, where Ajax, Telamon and Odysseus contend in the funeral games for the prize 672. Amid the ring each nervous rival stands, embracing rigid, with implicit hands, close locked above, their heads and arms are mixed, below their planted feet at distance fixed. Like two strong rafters which the builder forms proof to the wintry winds and howling storms, their tops connected, but at wider space fixed on the center stands their solid base. Now to the grasp each manly body bends, the humid sweat from every pore descends, their bones resound with blows, sides, shoulders, thighs swell to each gripe, and bloody tumors rise. Nor could Ulysses, for his art renowned, o'erturn the strength of Ajax on the ground, nor could the strength of Ajax overthrow the watchful caution of his artful foe. While the long strife even tires the lookers on, thus to Ulysses spoke great Telamon, or let me lift thee, chief, or lift thou me, prove we our strength and Jove the rest decree. He said, and straining heaved him off the ground with matchless strength. That time Ulysses found the strength to evade, and where the nerves combine his ankle struck, the giant fell supine. Ulysses following on his bosom lies, shouts of applause run rattling through the skies. Ajax to lift Ulysses next essays, he barely stirred him but he could not raise. His knee locked fast the foe's attempt defied, and grappling close they tumbled side by side, defiled with honorable dust they roll, still breathing strife and unsubdued of soul. Boxing, which has very properly been called a rough exercise, though condemned by physicians and philosophers, was still practiced in the gymnasium, sometimes with the naked fist but more frequently with the cestus, which consisted of a series of thongs, bound round the hand and arm up to the elbow, or even higher. 673. This exercise, however, seems to have been little practiced, except by those who design to become athleti by profession. Homer has described the combat with the cestus in its most terrible form. 674. Amid the circle now each champion stands, and poises high in air his iron hands, with clashing gauntlets now they firmly close, their crackling jaws re-echo to the blows, and painful sweat from all their members flows. At length Epus dealt a weighty blow full on the cheek of his unwary foe. Beneath that ponderous arm's resistless sway down dropped he powerless, and extended lay. As a large fish, when winds and waters roar, by some huge billow dashed against the shore, lies panting, not less battered with his wound, the bleeding hero pants upon the ground. To rear his fallen foe the victor lends scornful his hand, and gives him to his friends, whose arms support him reeling through the throng, and dragging his disabled legs along. Nodding, his head hangs down his shoulders o'er, his mouth and nostrils pour the clotted gore. Wrapped round in mist he lies, and lost to thought, his friends receive the bowl too dearly bought. Among the exercises of the gymnasium which Hippocrates advises to be practiced during winter 675 and bad weather, when it is necessary to remain under cover, is walking on the tightrope. This feat seems to have been so great a favorite among the youths of antiquity, that they applied themselves to it with constant assiduity, and arrived at length at a degree of skill little inferior to that of our mountebanks. It seems, in fact, to have been a common practice in the gymnasium to run upon the tightrope. The Romans, seeking in something to outdo the Greeks, taught an elephant to perform a similar exploit. Another branch of gymnastics consisted in the various forms of the dance, to be ignorant of which was at Athens esteemed a mark of an illiberal education. To excel in this accomplishment was nearly by all the Greeks 676 considered absolutely necessary, either as a preparation for the due performance of the movements and evolutions of war, sustaining a proper part in the religious choruses, or regulating the carriage with the requisite grace and decorum in the various relations of private life. Thus the Cretans, the Spartans, the Thessalians, and the Boeotians, held this division of gymnastics in especial honor, chiefly with a view to war, while the Athenians, and Ionians generally, contemplated it more as a means of developing the beauty of the form, and conferring ease and elegance on the gait and gesture. But because in treating of the theatre I design fully to describe the several varieties of scenic dances, I think it proper to throw together in that place whatever I may have to say on this subject. 677 To all these branches of gymnastics the Grecian youth 678 applied themselves with peculiar eagerness, and on quitting the schools devoted to them a considerable portion of their time, since they were regarded both as a preparation for victory in the Olympic and other games, and as the best possible means for promoting health and ripening the physical powers. Nor could anything be easily conceived better suited to the genius of their republics. In the first place, as I have already observed, the wild and headstrong period of youth was withdrawn by these agreeable exercises from the desire and thoughts of evil, while a wholesome feeling of equality was cultivated, and something like brotherhood engendered in men destined to live and act together. Besides, what could more admirably prepare them for fulfilling their duties as citizens and more especially for defending their country, than a system of physical training, which at the same time brought to perfection their strength, their vigor, and their manly beauty, and fitted them for the acquisition of that peculiar species of glory which success in the sacred games conferred. The acquisition, moreover, of robust health and that vigor of mind which accompanies it, was a consideration second to none. And it will readily be conceived that a judicious system of exercises, such as we have described, would necessarily render men patient of labor, inaccessible to fear, and be productive at once of graceful habits and lofty and honorable sentiments. 618 cf. Plato, De Republic T6. p. 139, seq. 619. Herod. I 155. cf. Poly 7-6. 4 Justin, I6. 620 de leg. 78. p3. cfp 11. 621 Plato, de leg. 78. p3. seq. On the practice of quail fighting, see Pol. 716. COMMP 237. Bud. Commander Lingrai CP 615. Paris. Ion German ad Pol. 7 136. p. 427, observes that it was customary to exhibit public quail fights at Athens. But Lucian, who states this, Anach. 37, confounds the quail with the cock-fighting Elian. Vh 2. 28 cf. Ludovic. Non. Deri Cib. 222. p. 228. Polyarchos, an Athenian, buried his dogs and cocks magnificently. 8. For in the same spirit, a French lady erected a mausoleum to her cat with this epitaph, Si I get un chat jolie, sa maîtresse qui en a marine la majusques à la folie. Pourquoi le dire? On le voit bien. The dog who detected the robber of Asclepios's temple, received while he lived the marks of public gratitude, and was maintained like a hero at the people's expense. Elian. Vh 7. 14,622. Aristov. Nub. 185 Plat. Republic T6. P 146. 623 Petit. Deleg. ATTL2. Tit. 4P 162. Escont. Tim. 2 to 4. 624 Plat. Deleg. 78. 17 SEQ 625. CF Athen. I-16. 626 Ham. Him. Apol. 149 627. Plat. Gorg. T3. P14. 628 Esprit de Loire, L4. C8. 629 CF Plat. De Republic T6. P151 To express the sweat gained by exercise or labor, the Greeks used to say xiatero deltero, or dry sweat. Fod TIP 26. Runners, it was observed, had large legs, wrestlers smalls enough. CONV2. 17630. Feeth, Antique Homer. 46. 304 Kramer. P35. 631 Plat. De Republic T6. 154 632. Herman. Polit Antique 26. N2. 633 CFS Kant. Tim. 37. Kasob. Ad Theophor. Char P200. 634 Kramer, P36. 635 Pole. 3149. 636 There was a gymnasium sacred to Hermes, near the Pyrrhic Gate Leak, Topog of Attica, P124. 637 CF Zenoff. Doff. Mag Equit. 314. 638 Aristov. Nub. 1001 639. SCH Ad Aristov. Nub. 1003 640. SCH Aristov. Nub. 992 641. Pausin. I-19. 3 Harpocrat. V lambda kappa epsilon iota omicron nu, P190. 642 Here Aristotle taught, CIC. Academic Quaest. I4, as he had previously done at Stagira, where the stone seats and covered walls of his school remained in the age of Plutarch Alexand. 7. 643 Suid. V Rokai Omega Nu IP 452. C 644. Aristov. Pacific 355. SEQ Suid. V lambda kappa epsilon iota omicron nu, T2. P66. B Zenoff. Doff. Magist. Equit. 36. 645 Live. XXXI 24. 646 Suid. V Kappa Upsilon Nu Sigma Alpha Rho Gamma TIP 1550. E 647. In the Gymnasia, the statue of Eros was generally placed beside those of this divinity and Hermes Athen. 1312. 648 Plud. Them. 1. 649 Barthel. Travavanach. 2 P 133. SQQ 650 Vitrov V11 651 Plin XXV13 Even old men performed their exercises naked. Plat De Republic T6 P221 652 Ksob Ad Theof Char P172 653 Pol 3149 654 Suet Vesp C20 with the note of Torrentius P375 655 In the gymnasium of Asclepios at Smyrna, Heracles the sophist erected an anointing room, containing a fountain or well of oil, and adorned with a gilded roof philostre. De Vit. Sophist. 226. P 613. 656 Vitrov. V11. Cf. on the Zistoi, Zenoff. Econom. 1115 Cicero, Academic 4. 3, ad attl 8. Of this covered walk Aristes makes mention in a fragment of his Orpheus nu mu omicron pi alpha lambda alpha sigma tau rho alpha kappa alpha delta rho mu omicron xi upsilon sigma tau pi lambda alpha. Pol. 943. 657 Potter, Book I Chapter 8. 658 Lucian, Amor. 45. Seq 659. Lucian, Anach. 1-3. 28 660. Acumenes, the friend of Socrates, advised persons to walk on the high road in preference to the places of exercise, as being less fatiguing and more beneficial. Plat. Fod Tip 3. On the rapidity of public runners see Herod. 6-106. Cf. on the pentathlon West, Dissart. On the Olympic Games, p. 77. They appear to have acquired so equable and steady a pace that time was measured by their movements, as distance is by that of caravans in the East. Thus Dioscorides, 2. 96 gives direction that gall should be boiled while a person could run 3 stadia. 661 il. Psi 754. SQQ. Cf. Augustus. Ada 119 As an illustration of the necessity there was of going through all the various exercises, it is mentioned by Xenophon that runners had large legs, wrestlers small ones. Conviv. 217. 662 Pol. 3151. 663 Paus. V26. 3, 27. 12664. Eustath. Ad Audis. Theta 128. Shoal. Aristov. Acarn. 210 665. Audis. Theta 128. 666 Audis. Theta 186. SQQ. CFIL. Psi 836. SEQ 667. Shoal. Hom. IL beta 774. 668 Shoal. Hom. IL beta 774. 669 Lucian. Hermit. 33. 670 Tetral. 21. Cf. Plat. Deleg. T8. P51. SQQ. 142 671. CFSCH Aristov. EQ 569. 672 il. Psi 708, SQQ. Et Hain ad LOC 673. Theoc. Idle. XXII3. ET 80. Mercurial. De Art. Gymnast. 29. Verg. NV 401. SQQ. House. 840. 3 pole. 2 150. Scalig. Poet. I-22. P-92. 674 il. Psi 684. SQQ. 675 But Galen cautions youth against useless acquisitions, which he says are not arts at all, such as pi epsilon tau tau epsilon upsilon rho iota pi tau epsilon nu, throwing the taili, walking over a small tightrope, whirling round without being giddy, like Myrmecides the Athenian and Callicrates the Spartan. Prot report. 9. p. 20. Kuhn. He then speaks very slightingly of gymnastic exercises. The studies he recommends are medicine, rhetoric, music, geometry, arithmetic, dialectics, astronomy, grammar, and jurisprudence, to which may be added modeling and painting. 14. Cf. Foes. Econ. Hip. p. 366. 676 vid. Aristo. De Poet. I6. Herm. 677 see Book 4. Chapter 8. 678 cf. Platt. De Leg. T8. p. 97 The Gymnasia in the later ages of Greece were so little frequented, that their area was sown with corn. Dion. Chrysos. I-223. Chapter 6. Hunting and Fowling. Among the sports and pastimes of the Greeks, which may be considered as a kind of supplement to gymnastics, we must class first the chase, which Xenophon vainly hoped might be made to operate as a check on the luxurious and effeminate habits of his contemporaries. 679 But each age having its own distinctive characteristic, it profits very little to aim at engrafting the customs of one period of civilization upon another. The world will go its own gait. Chuck farthing and pricking the loop might as well be recommended to young gentlemen and ladies dying for love, as hunting to the population of a vain and foppish city, to whom wild boars and wolves must seem certain death. However, the country gentlemen, and the agricultural population generally, long in their own defense continued the practice of the chase, though in Attica the absence of wild animals, consequent upon a high and careful cultivation, had reduced it at a very early period to a matter of mere amusement. But in remoter times, and in those parts of the country where game always continued to abound, there were never wanting persons who delighted in the excitement of the chase. Herdsmen, particularly, and shepherds, considered it part of their occupation. 680 Thus we find Anchises, a young Trojan chief, who inhabited the hill country, making his lair of bears and lion skins, the spoils of his own land. 681 Sport, of course, it would furnish to bold and reckless young men, as lion and tiger hunting still does to our countrymen in northern India, but from this recreation proceeded in some measure their safety, since where wild beasts are numerous they not only devastate the country. 682 Trampling down the cornfields and devouring herds and flocks, but occasionally, if they chance to find them unarmed, dine also upon their hunters. Thus the chase of the Caledonian boar, the tally-hos and view-hallos of which still sound fresh in song, was undertaken by the Aetolians and Curetes, for the purpose of delivering the rustic population from a pest 683, and precisely the same motive urged Alcmena's boy into the famous conflict with the Nemean lion 684, which he brought down with his invincible bow and finished with his wild olive club. In like manner Theseus, his rival in glory, slew the Marathonian bull, and delivered the Cretans from another monster of the same kind 685. He engaged, too, with a sow of great size at Crommyon on the confines of Corinthia, and slaughtered the pig, an achievement of much utility and no little glory. The arms and accoutrements of these primitive sportsmen corresponded with the rough service in which they were engaged. Sometimes, to the attack of the wild bull or the boar, they went forth with formidable battle axes 686, but when their game was fleet and innocuous, a handful of light javelins and the bow sufficed, as when Odysseus and his companions beat the country in search of wild goats 687 in the Aeneid. 2. We find the hero doing great execution among a herd of deer with his bow. Boar spears also were in use ere the period of the Trojan War, as Odysseus, who appears to have been excessively addicted to the chase, is represented going thus armed to the field with the sons of Autolycus when he was wounded by the hawk 688. With the same weapon we find Adrastos engaged in the same sport, killing the son of Croesus 689. The chase of the lion, which in Xenophon's time could no longer be enjoyed in Greece proper, required the most daring courage and the most formidable weapons. Spears, javelins, clubs, and burning torches, with which at last they repelled him at night from the cattle stalls. Homer, as usual, represents the contest to the life 690. He turned to go, as slow retreats the lion from the stalls, whom men and dogs assault while round a shower of javelins falls. They all night watch about their herds, lest he intent on prey should bear the flower of all their fields, the fattest bull away. Onward impetuously he bounds, the hissing javelins fly from daring hands, while torches send their blaze far up the sky. He dreads, though fierce, the dazzling flames thick flashing on his sight, and hungry still and breathing rage, retires with morning's light. The existence of wild beasts in a country has by some been enumerated among the causes of civilization, and it may, under certain circumstances, deserve to be so considered, though generally such modes of accounting for things are exceedingly unphilosophical. Mitford, who advances at 691, needed but to cast a glance across the Mediterranean to dissipate his whole theory, since nowhere are there more wild beasts or men less civilized than in Africa. Egypt, Chaldea, Assyria, the earliest peopled countries, enjoyed few of these helps to refinement. The reasons of Greek civilization lay neither in their country or in the accidents of it, but in the race itself, which, as one family in a nation is distinguished from its neighbors by superior genius, was thus distinguished from other races of men. However, the lion, as we have seen, formerly existed among them, though never probably in great numbers, and even in the age of Herodotus was still found in a wild tract of country extending from the Acheloes in Acarnania to the Nestos in Thrace 692, where in fabulous times Olynthos, son of Strymon 693, is said to have been slain in a lion hunt. In the age of Dion Chrysostom, however, this fierce animal was no longer known in Europe. 694 dogs, all the world over and from the remotest times, have been man's companions in the chase, and Homer, the noblest painter of the ancient world, has bequeathed us many sketches of the antique hunting breed. It has above been seen that in company with man they feared not to attack even the lion. Odysseus' famous dog Argos was a hound that never missed in deepest woods the swift game to pursue if once it glanced before his sight. For every track he knew 695, and again when the same sagacious Nimrod makes his rounds in quest of belly timber, a brace of dogs runs before him examining the traces, while with boar spear in hand he follows close at their heels. 696. But already, even in those days, the habit of keeping more cats than catch mice had got into fashion, that is among the great, since we find grandees with their kappa nu epsilon tau rho alpha pi epsilon zeta epsilon or table dogs, 697 valued simply for their beauty. Patroclus maintained 9 of these handsome animals, and Achilles, understanding his tastes, cast 2 of them into the flames of his funeral pile, that their shades might sit at his board in the realms below. 698 fouling 2, if we may depend upon Athenaeus. 699 entered into the list of heroic amusements. It is clear, however, that the sportsmen of those days were errant poachers, for, not content with attacking their prey in open fight, they condescended to spread nets for them and set gins for their feet. But being accomplished bowmen, however, they could occasionally, when pressed for provisions, fetch down a thrush, a pigeon, or a dove with an arrow, dexterously as that Jew in Eusebius 700 who exhibited his marksmanship to demonstrate the fallacy of augury. For in the funeral games of Patroclus, we find one of the heroes hitting from a considerable distance a dove which had been tied by a small cord to the summit of a mast. 701 They were given moreover not only to fishing with nets, a practice in no wise unbecoming a hero when in want of a dinner, but even to angling with crooked O'Shaughnessy's, 702 as Homer expresses it, though the passage in the Iliad, indeed, where a net is mentioned, cannot well be adduced in corroboration, since it may refer to fowling as well as to fishing. 703 Certain verses in the Odyssey, however, prove beyond a doubt that the Greeks had already begun to derive a great part of their sustenance from the sea. 704 And the Homeric heroes even understood the value of oysters, which, as appears from the Iliad, were procured by diving. 705 Nevertheless these ancient heroes, though by no means averse as we have seen to pigeons or oysters, delighted chiefly in the chase of the larger animals, in which article of taste they agreed with Plato, who considered all other kinds as unworthy of men. He appears to have entertained an especial aversion for the Isaac Waltons of the ancient world, and in his advice to youth earnestly exhorts them to eschew hooks and fish traps, which he slyly classes with piracy and housebreaking, and so he does fowling. Nor would his generous philosophy countenance poaching with nets and gins and snares. His sportsmen, modelled after the old Homeric type, were to mount their chargers. 706 and accompanied by their dogs come to close quarters with their wild foes in open daylight, and subdue them by dint of personal courage. 707 Precisely similar views prevailed in the heroic age, when the chiefs and principal men were exercised from boyhood in the chase, as appears from the examples of Achilles and Odysseus. 708 Of whom the former, according to Pindar, tried his hand at a lion at the age of 6 years, xi tau eta tau omicron pyro tau omicron nu. Being swift of foot as those Arabs of northern Africa, who, as Leo 709 says, are a match for any horse, he used without the aid of dogs to overtake and bring down deer with his javelin, and whatever prey he took he carried to his old master Chiron. This passage Mr. Carey has translated in the following vigorous and elegant manner in Philyra's house: a flaxen boy Achilles oft in rapturous joy his feats of strength essayed. Aloof like wind his little javelin flew, the lion and the brinded boar he slew, then homeward to old Chiron drew their panting carcasses. This when 6 years had fled, and all the after time of his rejoicing prime it was to Dion and the blue-eyed maid a wonder how he brought to ground the stag without or toils or hound. So fleet of foot was he. Similar manners, if we may confide in Virgil 710 prevailed among the old inhabitants of Latium, and Xenophon 711 in his monarchical Utopia trains the youth in the same habits. On hunting 712 as practiced in the civilized ages of Greece, we possess more ample details, and it is chiefly by the minuter touches that a picture of this kind can be invested with interest and utility. Xenophon, an aristocratic country gentleman, who living in a corrupt age was, as I have said, wisely partial to the nobler manners of the past, considers the chase as a branch of education. 713 He does not, however, entertain upon this subject the heroic views of Plato, but, looking solely to utility, not only describes the physical conditions and mental qualities of the hunter, but the nets, poles, arms, and every implement made use of by the ancients in the chase. Not to interfere with the discipline of the schools and the gymnasia, the youths were exhorted to betake themselves to field sports about the age of 20. Their notions of a sportsman's costume differed materially from our own, for instead of decking themselves like our fox hunters in scarlet, they selected the soberest and least brilliant colors both for their cloaks and chitons. The latter were in general extremely short, reaching merely to the hams, as Artemis is usually represented in works of art. But the chlamys was long and ample, that it might be twisted round the left arm in close contest with the larger animals. Their hunting boots reached to the knee, and were bound tight round the leg with thongs. Probably also, as in traveling, they covered their heads with a broad-brimmed hat. The apparatus of a Greek sportsman would appear somewhat cumbersome, and perhaps a little ludicrous to a modern Nimrod. But understanding their own object, they went their own way to work. Their arms and implements, varying with the chase in which they were engaged, consisted of short swords, hunting knives. 714 For the purpose of cutting down brushwood to stop up openings in the forest, axes for felling trees, darts furnished with thongs for drawing them back when they had missed their aim, bows, boar spears, weapons peculiarly formidable, nets small and large, some for setting up in the plains, some for traversing glades or narrow alleys in the woods, and others shaped like a female head net, to be placed in small dusky openings, where being unperceived the game sprang into them as into a sack, which closed about it by means of a running cord, net poles, fork stakes, snares, gins, nooses, and leashes for the dogs. 715 The darts used on these occasions had ashen or beechen handles, and the nets were usually manufactured with flax imported from Colchis on the Phasis, Egypt, Carthage, and Sardinia. 716 Generally, too, they took along with them the lagobalon, a short, crooked stick with a knob at one end, with which they sometimes brought down the hare in its flight. 717 This practice, common enough among poachers in our country, is by them denominated squaling. Without the aid of dogs, however, hunting is a poor sport. The ancients, therefore, much addicted to this branch of education, paid great attention to the breed of these animals, of which some were sought to be rendered celebrated by heroic and fabulous associations. Thus the Castorides, it was said, sprang 718 from a breed to which the twin god of Sparta was partial. The Alopecidae were a cross between a dog and a she-fox, and a third kind. 719 arose from the mingling of these two races. Among modern sportsmen, there are also good authorities who prefer harriers with a quarter of the fox strain. 720 Other kinds of hounds, as the Menelates and Harmodion derived their appellation from the persons who reared them. 721 But the whole breeds of certain countries. 722 were famous, as the Argive, the Locrian, the Arcadian, the Spanish, the Carian, the Eritrean, the Celtic or Greyhound, not known. 723 In more ancient times, the Scythian, so called from a city of Achaia, the dog of Illymia, a country lying between Bactria and Hyrcania, the Hyrcanian, which was a cross with the lion, the Laconian, of which the bitch was more generous. 724 Sometimes crossed with the Cretan, which was itself renowned for its nose, strength, and courage. 725 Those which kept watch in the temple of Artemis Dictina having been reckoned a match even for bears, the Moloschion, less valued for the chase than as a shepherd's dog, on account of its great fierceness and power to contend with wild beasts. 726 The Cyrenaic, a cross with the wolf, and lastly the Indian, on which the chief reliance was placed in the chase of the wild boar. This breed, according to Aristotle, was produced by crossing with the tiger, probably the cheetah. 727 The first and second removes were considered too fierce and unmanageable, and it was not until the third generation that these tiger mules could be broken into the use of the sportsman. Some sought in mythology the origin of this noble animal, for, according to Nicander, the hounds of Actaeon, recovering their senses after the destruction of their master, fled across the Euphrates and wandered as far as India. Strange stories are related of this breed, of which some it is said would contend with no animal but the lion. Alexander's dog, which he purchased in India for 100 minae, had twice overcome and slain the monarch of the forest. 728 Let us, therefore, now imagine the hounds exactly what they ought to be, and observe under what circumstances they were led afield. As in England, their principal sport was the hare. In winter 729 it was observed that puss, from the length of the nights, took a wider circuit, and therefore afforded the dogs a better chance of detecting her traces. 730 But when in the morning the ground was covered with ice or white with hoarfrost, the dogs lost their scent, as also amidst abundant dews or after heavy rains. The sportsman accordingly waited till the sun was some way up the sky, and had begun to quicken the subtle odors communicated to the earth. 731 The west wind. 732 Which covers the heavens with vast clouds and fills the air with moisture, and the south blowing warm and humid, weaken the scent, but the north wind fixes and preserves it. 733 By moonlight, too, as the old sportsmen remark, and the warmth it emits, the scent is affected, besides that when the moon shines brightly, in their frolicsome and sportive mood the hares, in the secluded glades of the forest, take long leaps and bounds over the green sward, leaving wide intervals between their traces. 734 From a remark of Xenophon it appears that at least on one point the sportsmen of antiquity were less humane than the modern, since they pursued the chase even in breeding time. 735 They, however, spared the young in honor of Artemis. 736 The spirit even of false religion, on this, as on many other occasions, strengthening the impulses of humanity. Several causes cooperated to render hares unplentiful on the Hellenic continent. The number of sportsmen, of foxes which devoured both them and their young, and of eagles that delighted in its lofty and almost inaccessible mountains, and shared its game with the huntsman and the fox. Homer, in a few picturesque words, describes the war carried on against puss by this destructive bird. 737 On the islands, whether inhabited or not, few of these obstacles to their increase existed. Sportsmen rarely passed over to them, and in such as were sacred to any of the gods the introduction of dogs was not permitted, so that, like the pigeons and turtle doves of Mecca, they multiplied in those holy haunts prodigiously. It was prohibited by the laws of Atticus. 738 to commit the slightest trespass during the chase. The sportsman was not allowed to traverse any ground under cultivation, to disturb the course of running water, or to invade the sanctity of fountains. The scene of action accordingly lay among the woods and mountains, the common property of the Republic, or, if not, abandoned by general consent to the use of the sportsman. Such were, for example, the woodland districts of Parnes and Cithaeron on the borders of Boeotia. Towards these the huntsman, well shod, plainly and lightly dressed. 739 And with a stick in his hand, set out about sunrise in winter. In summer before day. 740 On the road strict silence was observed. 741 Lest the hare should take the alarm and to her heels. Having reached the cover, the dogs were tied separately that they might be let slip the more easily, the nets were spread in the proper places, the net guards set, and the huntsman with his dogs proceeded to start the game, first piously making a votive offering of the primitiae to Apollo and Artemis 742 divinities of the chase 743 and now, exclaims the leader of the 10,000, I behold the hounds, joyous and full of fire, spring forward in the track of their game. Eagerly and ardently do they pursue it, they traverse, they run about in a circle, they advance now in a straight line, now bounding away obliquely, they plunge into the thickets, across the glades, through the paths, known or unknown, hurrying one before the other, shaking their tails, their ears hanging low 744, their eyes flashing with fire. Drawing near the game, they indicate the fact to their master by their movements, kindling up into a warlike humor, bounding emulously forward, scorning all thought of fatigue, now in a body, now singly, till reaching the hiding place 745 of the hare they spring towards it all at once. In the midst of shouts and barking, the swift animal glances from her form with the hounds at her heels. The huntsman, his left hand wrapped in his chlamys, follows staff in hand, animating his dogs, but avoiding, even if in his power, to head the game 746, a singular species of chase, now common in our own rabbit warrens, appears to have passed over from Africa to the Balearic Isles, in an ancient account of which the first mention of it occurs. Those islands, it is said, were almost entirely exempted from vermin, but, on the other hand, contained prodigious numbers of rabbits, which almost destroyed every herb and plant by biting their roots. At length, however, they discovered a remedy for this evil. They imported ferrets from Africa, which, having first muzzled them, they let loose in the rabbit warrens. Creeping into the holes, they scared forth the inmates, which were caught by the sportsmen. Strabo, who relates the circumstance, calls the ferret a wild cat. Pliny, having likewise described the devastations of the rabbits, speaks of it under the name of vivera, and says it was held in great estimation for its utility in this chase, which in the 17th century was practiced in the island of Procida, where they procured the animal from Sicily, and denominated it foretta, whence the English name. The common Italian appellation was Donella 747. It is clear, however, that in classic times the ferret was unknown in Greece, otherwise we should never have heard of the proverb of the Carpathian and his hare 748 applied to persons who brought evil upon themselves. Originally, we are told, the island of Carpathos 749 was, like Ithaca, entirely destitute of hares, but a pair having been at length introduced, multiplied so prodigiously that they almost depopulated the island by devouring the fruits of the earth. A similar fact is related of the island Porto Santo, near Madeira, for Prince Henry of Portugal, immediately after its discovery, sent Bartholomew Peristrello with seeds to sow and cattle to stock the place, but one couple of rabbits put in among the rest increased so prodigiously that all corn and plants being destroyed by them, it was found necessary to unpeople the place. 750. A peculiar kind of hare is commemorated by the ancients as found in Ilimoia. It is said to have been little inferior in size to the fox, to have been elongated and slender in shape, and blackish in color, with a long white tip at the end of the tail. It is remarked by the same writer that the scent left by leverets on the ground is stronger and more pungent than that of the grown hare, so that the dogs become furious on getting wind of it. 751. From the chase of the hare and rabbit we pass on to that of the fawn and the stag, in which they made use of Indian dogs. 752. Animals of great strength, size, speed, and courage. Fawns 753 were hunted in spring, the season of their birth. The first step was for the sportsman to beat up the woods to discover where the deer were numerous, and having found a proper place he returned thither before day, armed with javelins, and accompanied by a gamekeeper with a pack of hounds. The dogs were kept in leash afar off, lest they should give tongue at the sight of the deer. he himself took his station on the lookout. At break of day 754 the does, with their yellowish and richly speckled skins, were seen issuing from the thickets, followed by their still more delicately spotted fawns, which they led to the places 755 where they usually suckled them, while the stags stationed themselves at a distance, as an advanced guard, to defend them from all intruders. The graceful creatures then lay down to perform their matronly office, looking round watchfully the while to observe whether they were discovered. This pleasing task completed, they, like the stags, posted themselves in a circle about their fawns to protect them. Sportsmen have no sentiment. At the very moment when this most beautiful exhibition of mute affection would have warmed with sympathy the heart of the philosopher or the poet, the dogs were let loose, while their master and his companions, armed with javelins, closed upon the game. The fawn itself, unless chilled and drenched by the dew, in which case it frisked about, would remain still in its place and be taken. But on hearing its cries the doe rushed forward to deliver it, and was smitten down by the javelins or torn to pieces by the dogs. The chase of the female elephant in Africa exhibits the same traits of affection in the brute and ferocity in man. In this case the young will fight for his mother, or the mother for her young till death. When the fawn had attained any considerable size, and begun to feed among the herd, the chase of it became more arduous. The fidelity of instinctive love, opposed to human sagacity, exhibited all its force. Closing round their young and drawing up in front of them, the stags, emboldened by affection, trampled the dogs under their feet, frequently to death, unless the huntsman, dashing into the midst of them, could succeed in detaching a single animal from the herd. But, supposing this done, the hounds at first remained far behind the fawn, which, terrified at finding itself alone, bounded along with incredible velocity, though, its strength soon failing, it in the end fell a prey to the hunter. The object of the ancients, however, in the chase not being simple sport, but to obtain possession by the shortest method possible of the game, they set snares in the narrows of the mountains, around the meadows, near the streams and freshes, and in the thickets wherever, in short, stags could be taken. Pitfalls, too, were dug, as in Africa for the lion 756, and most of those stratagems resorted to which the Nubians and Egyptian Arabs put in practice against the gazelle. It was in fact common to erect, with rough stones or wood, a sort of screen, perhaps semicircular, like those behind which the hunters of the desert hide, to conceal themselves when lying in wait for the game 757. For the chase of the wild boar 758, at once a manly and a useful sport, somewhat complicated preparations were necessary. In this the dogs of India, of Crete, of Locri, of Sparta, hunted side by side, and the sportsmen took the field armed with strong nets, javelins, hunting poles, and snares. The boar spears of the ancients 759 were most carefully fashioned, with a broad sharp head and handle of tough wood. So likewise were their hunting poles armed with long iron points, fixed in brazen sockets, with a shaft of service wood. Foot snares of great strength were set at intervals. This was not the sport of a solitary hunter. They went out in considerable numbers, and kept close together, finding still, for lack of firearms, no small difficulty in coping with the foe. On reaching the spot where they supposed the hog to be ensconced, the dogs were all led carefully in leash with the exception of one Spartan hound, which was let loose and accompanied in all his movements. When he appeared to have found the track, they followed him, and he thus took the lead in the chase. Numerous signs also directed the movements of the hunter, in soft places the track, broken branches in thickets, and in forests the wounds on the bark of trees, given by the boar in sharpening his tusks as he passed 760. Generally the traces were found leading to some sheltered nook, warm in winter, in summer cool, where the boar made his lair. On discovering him the dog gave tongue, but the animal in general refused to rise. The hound was then withdrawn and put in leash with the others, and every opening, save one, leading to the place, closed with nets, the upper ends of which were passed over the forks of trees. The nets were hung so as to belly outwards, and carefully disposed so that they could be seen through. Bushes cut hastily supported them on either side, and closed every aperture through which the game could attempt to force a way. This done, the hounds were all slipped, and the hunters, armed with pikes and spears, entered the netted enclosure. One of the boldest and most experienced led the dogs, the others followed at intervals, leaving an ample space between them for the boar, which if closely hemmed in might have inflicted on his opponents the fate of Adonis. Presently the hounds sprang all at once upon the game, which rising in sudden alarm tossed the first it encountered into the air, and breaking through the pack made away towards the nets, followed by men and dogs in full cry. On finding the unaccustomed opposition, he would, if running downhill, plunge right forward to force his way through, if in a plain he would stand still, glaring fiercely around. The dogs, however, soon closed upon his track, while the hunters galled him with javelins and stones, approaching closer and closer till he was driven by his own impetuosity into the nets. Upon this the most daring of his pursuers drew near, pike in hand, and sought to put an end to the contest by piercing him in the head. Sometimes, notwithstanding all they could do, instead of plunging into the toils he would turn upon them, in which case some dexterous sportsman, armed with spear or pike, usually presented himself to receive his charge with one foot advanced, impelling the weapon with the right hand, directing it with the left. Instead, however, of rushing on at once, the hog would perhaps pause a moment to reconnoitre, when it behoved his antagonist carefully to mark every movement of his head or glance of his eye. 761 For in the very moment that a blow was aimed at him, he would sometimes dash the spear aside with tusk or snout, and the next moment be upon his enemy, whose only chance of safety now consisted in throwing himself instantaneously on his face, and holding fast by whatever he could grasp, since, the tusks of the boar curving upwards, he found it difficult to gore his enemy thus lying, and failing to turn him over would in his fury trample on him. A second hunter now rushed forward to deliver his companion, and usually drew off the hog by dexterous attacks in flank. The fallen sportsman, recovering at the same time his feet and his spear, must by the laws of the chase return to the combat, and could only secure his reputation by immolating his foe. By this time, indeed, the task had generally become easier, for, rendered reckless by fury, he would throw himself impetuously on their pikes, which, but for the protecting guards at the head, would have gone through him handle and all. His whole frame now appeared to be kindled with rage, his blood boiling, his eyes flashing, and his tusks so nearly on fire that if brought in contact with hair at the moment of death, they would frizzle it like a red-hot iron. 762 Of the hunting of the bear. 763 The ancients have left us no exact description. As this animal abounded, however, in most parts of Greece, where it was extremely troublesome and destructive, particularly to the fruit trees, various expedients were hit upon for taking and destroying it. Sometimes it was pursued as game and brought down by the bow, but the common method appears to have been to make use of traps and snares. They dug, for example, a deep trench round one of those trees in the fruit of which the bear particularly delighted, and covering it with reeds or brittle branches, they sprinkled thereon a thin layer of earth, and concealed the whole apparatus with fresh grass. The bear, proceeding as usual towards the tree on his thievish errand, broke in the roof of the pit with his weight, and was caught. Even in the most civilized times this animal had not been wholly extirpated from Attica 764 but, as well as the boar, was found on Mount Parnes. In Laconia also, through the whole range of Taygetos, it abounded, together with hogs, deer, and wild goats. Bruin was sacrificed in Achaia to Artemis Laphria. In Thrace the white bear was found 765. Respecting the habits of the Grecian bear, the ancients have left us some few facts which may be worth repeating. When it comes forth from the den 766 where it has passed the winter, it is said to chew bits of wood, and to feed on snakeweed, wake robin, or cuckoo pint, Arum maculatum 767, which has a purgative power. These operations performed, its ravenous appetites immediately awake, and it commences its devastations in the farmyard, the orchard and the apiary. Delighting greatly in honey, it attacks and overthrows the hives which it tears to pieces in order to devour the combs, though Pliny 768 adduces another reason for this fact, exceedingly characteristic of that writer. He says that the bear, after his winter sleep, finding his eyes dim and his head heavy, applies to the bees as to skillful oculists, that in revenge for robbing them of their honey, sting him angrily about the face, which by letting much blood relieves him at once from his ophthalmia and his headache. The bear, it is well known, is omnivorous like man. He accordingly plunders the bean fields, and feeds on every kind of pulse. In robbing orchards 769 too, his courage and ability are great, being as I have said as complete an adept as a schoolboy in climbing trees, out of which when he has satisfied himself he descends, like the aforesaid mischievous beast, feet foremost. When none of the delicacies above enumerated was within his reach, the bear would feed on ants, crabs, or any kind of vermin, but preferred of course the flesh of the larger animals, such as the stag, the wild boar, and the bull. His mode of taking his prey was curious. Upon the boar and stag he probably dropped from his hiding place in the trees, but the stratagem by which he usually got the bull into his power was the 770 throwing himself on the ground directly in his way he provoked the lord of the herd to gore him, upon which, seizing his horns, and fastening ravenously upon his shoulder, he brought him to the ground, where he fed upon his carcass at leisure. When flying from the more terrible face of man, the female usually drove her young before her, or taking them up in her mouth or on her back, she would endeavor to escape with them into the trees. 771 As the lion was not found in Greece in the civilized periods of its history, the chase of it cannot be said to have formed an Hellenic amusement. 772 They might, however, by proceeding a little beyond the borders in their colonies of Thrace and Asia Minor, on Mount Pangios, on the Mysian Olympos, and in Syria, enjoy this dangerous pastime if they desired it. In all those countries, however, both the lion 773, the panther, the pard, the lynx, and other animals of this destructive class had been confined to the mountains, where, as an acute and experienced observer has remarked, they lose much of their force and ferocity. The expression made use of by Xenophon proves in fact that the dread of man had driven them almost into inaccessible fastnesses, whither they could not be pursued by the hunter, so that they were chiefly taken in their descent to the lowlands by poisoning, with aconite. 774 The waters or the baits which they set for them, sometimes, indeed, when want compelled them into the plains, parties of hunters on horseback, and armed to the teeth, would assault and destroy them, not without imminent peril. Pitfalls, too, of ingenious construction were dug for them, having an earthen pillar in the center on which a goat was tied. 775 The encircling moat, like that above described, destined for the bear, was concealed by a covering of slender bushes which, breaking under them, they were precipitated to the bottom and there killed. The wolf, though a sacred animal 776 in Attica, had by the laws a price set upon his head, at which menage 777 wonders, though the Egyptians also slaughtered their sacred crocodiles, when they exceeded a certain size. In the chase of the wild goat the bow, among the mountains of Crete, was made use of, and so skillful as marksmen were the Cretans 778 that from the depths of the valleys they would bring down their game from the pinnacles of the loftiest cliffs 779 they were fabled to have been taught the art of hunting by the curettes, and, practicing it constantly in steep and difficult places, they acquired great suppleness and agility of body, and were exceedingly swift of foot 780 the Macedonians, too, were both practiced and enthusiastic sportsmen, and delighted in the amusement even whilst engaged in their most toilsome expeditions. Thus during the campaigns of Alexander in Asia, we find the generals Leonidas and Menelaus or Philotas 781 carrying about among their baggage, linen screens, 10 or 12 miles in length, which during their halts they caused to be stretched round a given district, where they hunted as in a park. An anecdote is related strikingly illustrating the high estimation in which the chase was held at the court and among the nobles of Macedonia, where it was customary for the son to sit upright on a chair at his father's table and not to recline among the guests until he had slain a wild boar out of the toils. Cassander, son of Antipater, continued, it is said 782 up to his 35th year bowled upright at the regal board, because, though a brave man and a skillful hunter, fortune had constantly denied him the pleasure of dispatching the hog after the prescribed fashion. There is one department of the chase, and that perhaps the most curious and interesting, which was not practiced by the Greeks of classical times, though it cannot be said to have been unknown to them, I mean falconry, described by several ancient writers as it was pursued in India and in Thrace. If I give a short description of it, therefore, it must be regarded as a digression introduced for the purpose of completing, as far as possible, the circle of ancient amusements. Tisias 783, who was contemporary with Socrates, and published his Indian history 400 years before Christ, seems to be the oldest writer by whom falconry is mentioned. He tells us that among the Hindus hares and foxes were hunted with kites, ravens, and eagles, and minutely describes the way in which the birds were broken in. Having been caught while young, they were first taught to fly at tame hares and foxes in the following manner. The animals with pieces of flesh tied to them were started in sight of the falcons, which were immediately let loose and sent in pursuit. When they caught and brought back the game, the flesh was given them as their reward, and by this bait and allurement they were encouraged to persevere. When sufficiently trained, they were taken to the mountains and flown against wild hares and foxes. The passion for falconry is still kept alive in the East, particularly in Persia, where the shahbaz, or royal falcon, is flown against hares and antelopes, occasionally invested with